two captains are here and our two mascots as well. We've got Poppy and Caitlin from Yateley Cricket Club celebrating the 20th anniversary this year. Great to have you with us. If you want to hand over the coin to Georgia Adams, captain of Hampshire, Ellie Threlkeld here from Lancashire as well. Tails is the call from Ellie, and it has come down as a tail. Right, okay, so Lancashire have won the toss. Ellie, come over here if you will. Right, what are you going to do then?
Yeah, we're going to have a bowl today. Hopefully there'll be a bit in the wicket first hour, and hopefully we can put them under pressure with the ball early.
Now, you had to really hold your nerve to get here today after that thrilling semi-final win against the Blaze. Yeah,
it was a great game of cricket. And yeah, girls played really well, so hopefully we can do the same again today.
Big confidence booster, I should think. Not many teams will fancy their chances of going to Trent Bridge and coming away with the win.
Yeah, definitely a confidence booster, but I think we've played some good cricket all year, really, so we'll take a lot of confidence from our whole season, and yeah, one more to go, and hopefully we can put a big performance in today.
And some interesting matchups already against Hampshire this season?
Obviously a great team, and then had some battles over the course of the season already, so no doubt it'll be a good game, and hopefully we can come out on the good side of it.
And how's your team shaping up? Are you the same from the semi?
Yep, same team.
Great stuff, Ellie. Many thanks. Ellie Threlkeld winning the toss for Lancashire. Let's have a word with Georgia Adams. What were you going to do, Georgia?
We were going to have a bowl first, but it looks a pretty good deck, actually. I'm pretty happy to have a bat. You know, runs on the ball in the final, if you can get them, puts you in good stead. So fresh wicket, hopefully we can score lots of runs. Now
tell us about that semi-final victory here against Surrey just a few days ago.
Yeah, it was a bit of a rollercoaster ride for the team. We obviously played in about probably 80 overs worth of rain as well, so I thought the umpires did a great job to get the game on and keep it fair for both teams. And yeah, I think we were in it, then we were out of it, we were in it again and we were out of it, and Mary Taylor came in at the end and played a magnificent knock to see us home, which was brilliant.
Now, for many years we stood here ahead of finals talking to you with a Southern Vipers shirt on. It's Hampshire today. Does that give it a little bit of something extra for you?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, as a team, we're really proud of the season that we've had. We've got a lot of young players who've graduated from our academy programme to represent us this year, so we weren't quite sure what to expect out of this season. It's obviously a very long campaign as well, so to be here today is something that we're immensely proud of as a group, and to lift some silverware in Hampshire colours for the first time would be fantastic, but finals are final and they're going to be a tough team to beat.
And win, lose or draw, so he can't draw, but you know what I mean, super over maybe, yeah. Got to give a mention to Freya Davis, big day for Freya.
Yeah, massive day for Freya, and for the team she's been absolutely brilliant, signing Freya in, bringing the experience that she's got, and how she's helped everyone around her has just been, something that she should be incredibly proud of. She's had an amazing career, and obviously for me personally, we go back a long way, so I'm terribly sad to see her go, but hopefully we can give her the send-off she deserves today.
And your team news, how are you shaping up compared to your semi-final win?
So Ava Lee drops out and Data Gibb comes back in.
Great stuff, Georgia Adams. Many thanks. Georgia Adams, captain of Hampshire, but Lancashire have won the toss and they will bowl first in this Metrobank Women's One Day Cup final. Match time is 10:30.
Metrobank One Day Cup League 1 Tier 1 final. Well, a very good morning and welcome along to the Utilita Bowl for the Metrobank One Day Cup Tier 1 League 1 final between Hampshire and Lancashire. As you can see there at the toss, Lancashire have won the toss and chosen to bowl, looking for their second trophy of the season, having tasted victory in the newly created County Cup in May. There's no real surprise that they've looked to bowl, given that it is a visibly green surface, and the sense is that with a dry and clear forecast, pitch might actually even get better to bat on as the day goes on. That was what one of the ground staff was mentioning to me. Yours truly, Michael McCann, delighted to be joined up here by Somerset skipper Sophie Luff, whose side narrowly missed out on qualification for the semi-finals, finishing in 5th in the first season of the newly created structure, and is an excellent player, is someone who's a seasoned campaigner at this level and is pretty much bowled and batted against or captained everybody who'll be on the field today to run the rule over things. Very good morning.
Morning, Michael. Looking forward to a brilliant day's cricket here. Blue skies in Southampton, which was not the case a couple of weeks ago when Somerset were here. We didn't bowl a ball. But yeah, hopefully as the fans flock into the ground, we'll see a great spectacle in front of us.
If we get anything like the tension and drama of the two semi-finals, we are in for a treat, there's no doubt. Let's run you through the two teams. For Hampshire, it is Rihanna Southby, Maya Bouchier, Georgia Adams, Freya Kemp, Abby Norgrove, Nancy Harmon, Naomi Datani, Mary Taylor, Freya Davies playing her last game before retirement, Bex Tyson, and then Daisy Gibb has come in for Ava Lee. That's the one alteration from the side that won against Surrey in the semi-final. For Lancashire, they are unchanged from the team that won by just 5 runs at Trent Bridge against Blaze. And so it's Alice Clark, Gabby Lewis, Seren Smale, Fee Morris, Ellie Frelkel, the skipper, Ailsa Lister, Kate Cross, Darcy Carter, Grace Potts, Mahika Gore and Hannah Jones. Your umpires are Gabby Brown and Surendran Shanmugam. Your 4th umpire, Rose Dovey. Match referee, Dean Kosker. Scorers, Caroline Green and Mitch Cregan. Abide with me on in the background. The players will be out shortly and then there'll be the national anthem. Your thoughts on those two teams, Sophie?
Well, two teams that look very good on paper. Hampshire obviously making the one change with Daisy Gibb, the seamer, coming in for the off-spin of Ava Lee, which, given that it's a fresh pitch, I feel like they feel that Gibb will be more of a threat. And Ava had a pretty tough time of it in the semi-final here against Surrey earlier this week. Lancs, kind of as expected, they've look to rotate their bowlers throughout this competition in what feels like they just use their matchups and based on conditions, basically. But yeah, they're very settled from that semi-final win against the Blaze, and yeah, I think it's going to be a battle of the top orders, to be honest with you. Can Hampshire's Bouchier, Southby, Adams, Kemp negate the opening bowlers of Cross and Gore?
Yeah, that's going to be a tasty battle, particularly when you look at the way Bouchier likes to counter-attack in the power play at the top, and then I don't know how you describe how Freya Kemp looks to bat. That's a whole other level of destructive blizzardry, so that will make for quite something as well. 24 ball 50 in that semi-final for Freya Kemp, who certainly doesn't hang about. Georgia Adams, of course, was Centurion on this ground. Hampshire the table toppers and with home advantage, but Lancashire looking for their 2nd trophy of the season. The Guard of Honour is provided by Hook and Newnham under 11 girls. Congratulations to them. They won the Bethan Watkinson Cup this year, and these are the kind of memories for those young girls that will live long in the memory. And speaking of that, of course, Georgia Adams next to Freya Davies there, beg your pardon, literally said after the semi-final, one of her big motivations for that match-winning century was giving Freya Davies one more game. Out come the umpires then. Hampshire first in the all-blue, with those batters with the yellow pads on, ready to bat. Nice moment as Fee Morris and Freya Davies, who know each other plenty from around the block, have a little handshake there. Fee Morris presumably saying something along the lines of, go well today but not too well. Two teams lining up. Lancashire in their changed blue kit with the red trimmings, and shortly speaking Eminem will quickly change to God Save the King for the national anthem.
For those that are able, please be upstanding for the national anthem.
God save our gracious King, long live our Lord. God
National anthem's complete and the first ball is mere moments away in your final women's domestic action of the season. Hampshire looking to continue on from the Southern Vipers' trophy-laden era of 5 in 5 across the regional time of things in the new county structure. Lancashire, meanwhile, chasing silverware for a second time this season in a campaign that has been a big improvement on previous ones, as Chris Reed looks to stamp his mark on that side. Lancashire will be pleased to have won the toss and chosen to bowl on a visibly green surface, but they've got to make the most of it. We're all set here for one last dance, and Lancashire, according to their own website, by winning this can lay claim to have been the best team in county cricket this summer, women's or men's. They'll be the only side to have won a double. So that is what is at stake for the visitors. Bowling to start, it looks like, from the northern end. Ali Frelkel, Lancashire skipper, has got plenty to work with, but you would assume it would be Gore and Cross with the new ball?
Yeah, I don't see them making any sort of rogue decisions apart from those two. They're the obvious candidates to take the new ball. Yeah, good to see Mahika here. She hasn't actually travelled too much around the country this year. She's played a lot of games in Lancashire, but yeah, has obviously made the trip down for this final. So yeah, excited to see her bowl. Quite happy to be up here in the commentary box and not out there facing her, to be honest with you, Michael. Yeah, 2 metre Mahika, or Magic Meeks as she's often called as well by her teammates, due to her love of an odd magic trick or two in the dressing room during rain delays, of which there's been, thankfully, relatively few this summer to deal with. We're going to start from the pavilion end with Mahika Gore, and out comes 2 players who've been a big part of Hampshire's charge to the final. Bouchier and Rihanna Southby. Bouchier has 473 runs in the comp, and only Freya Kemp has scored at a quicker rate for Hampshire. She's averaging just a tickle under 40. This should be good to watch from Bouchier, who won't want to let Gore settle. And at the other end, Rihanna Southby, who, due to that unfortunate injury that Ellen McCacken has had, that's given Southby the chance to get up the order. She's had a pretty good campaign as well. She's just inside the top 20 run scorers in the comp. Gore and Cross, your openers, just having a little chat with each other. Cross at mid-on, as the other opening bowler, when not bowling, loves to be in this era to pick up what cues she can. And definitely a bit of luck there for Lancashire in terms of how those England cards have fallen, meaning that Gore and Cross are both available. Kate Cross, of course, looking to prove a point in that regard and potentially finish the season with 3 trophies, having won the 100 as well. Mahika Gore ready to bowl the first ball of the final. She's just tickled down to fine leg for 1, so Bouchier immediately off the mark. Yeah, it's always a settler when you get off the mark first ball. As you say, these 2 openers key for Hampshire. Bouchier will want to get a big total today. Contribute, should have been disappointed to not contribute in that semi-final win earlier in the week.
Back of a length, well bowled by Gore, and that nearly rolls back onto the stumps. That is a bit of luck for Rihanna Southby. My goodness me, buy a lottery ticket. How was that missed? How has that missed?
Just a slight bounce there from Mahika. Slight shake back into Southby. Cramped her for room. Not far away at all.
That's just guided out to point, and they are going to get a single. Just a slight misfield there, and I think Southby will be very relieved to get down to the non-strikers. So how do you go about a threat like Gore? Because you've got left arm over, it's predominantly shaping into you. You've then got that one that doesn't shape that goes across, and you've got the height and the bounce. There's a lot to contend with, isn't there?
Yeah, and you don't come across many bowlers with those attributes, especially with her height, but it's more so her ability. I find that she's someone that shapes the ball, but shapes the ball very late.
Gore again in a good area.
But you kind of know what's coming, so it's just around thinking about how you're going to you're going to set up to negate what someone like Mahika is looking to do.
Do you think there's every chance we see one, if not both, batters back out of their crease to do that a little bit, try and mess with her length a touch?
Yeah, potentially. Or if you think that she's going to go more back of a length into the pitch, I wouldn't be surprised if Saifby actually uses the depth of the crease to sit on the back foot. But you kind of know in the first few balls, first few overs, that Mahika's looking to try and get as much shape on the ball as she can. So she's going to be looking to try and get it up there to see what it can do.
Yeah, she's got quite the origin story in terms of how she ended up in a Lancashire shirt. It's easy to forget quite how extraordinary it is for Mahika Gore. That's full and driven nicely, well fielded to the left by mid-off. That will be 1 to the total. So good bit of work from Carter. End of the first over, 3 without loss.
Yeah, and that's a great example of how you probably want to be looking to shape up and hit Mahika Gore, looking to hit her as straight as possible. Full face of the bat there from Bouchier up to mid-off. Hampshire will be feeling a little bit more settled. 3 off the first over, into their work, both batters off the mark.
Now, Kate Cross. Someone with a point to prove, you might say. Universe Cross, as she's affectionately known by some as well. World Cup omission, 100 winner, County Cup winner. Can she end the season with 3 trophies? She'll be charging in from the pavilion end. She has the best economy rate of any seamer in this competition. She's gone at 4.4 and over. And it's deliveries like that that are why. She is, I was speaking to one opening batter on the circuit about this, who was essentially saying she's that kind of bowler now. She's been around that long. Her pedigree is so well known. There's an aura about her as well. In terms of what you're facing, you know that you're facing someone who's going to be constantly testing you.
Yeah, she's incredibly skillful, and she's been there and done it numerous times, so she knows when to use the tools that she's got in her locker.
Cross in a good area again, but well played by her one-time teammate Mai Bouchier. It is remarkable to think how quickly things can change. It's only a year ago that Kate Cross was captaining England on a tour of Ireland, was ranked the #2 ODI bowler in the world. I think if you were told at that point that she wouldn't be going to World Cup a year later, you'd have got long odds, but that's the brutality of professional sport. Let's Cross this time, threatening that outside edge.
Yeah, just tempting Mai Bouchier there. She's someone that wants to get bat on ball. She'll be someone that wants to score at a good rate. But she's also someone that can catch up. So I think she should be telling herself, just give herself a chance today. There'll be runs out there to be had. She's just got to negate these first couple of bowlers.
Off the back foot, just punch to cover. That's a good shot for naught from Bouchier. Yeah, it's come out very equally in terms of what the England World Cup influence has brought on this final, because Lancashire have lost Sophie Eccleston and Emma Lamb, and Hampshire have lost Lindsay Smith and Lauren Bell. So 2 each, albeit very different types of cricketers missing for both sides. Cross again in a nice spot.
Yeah, and I'd say on the 2 that miss out from both sides, you've got one from either side that have had huge contributions. Emma Lamb of Lancashire, it's felt like she's scored thousands of runs this year.
I was just about to say, she's got 700 odd, but it does feel like it's about 7,000.
Yeah, I think every game she seems to have scored runs.
Well bowled and well played once more. For the record, it's 794 at 72, and it is pretty much this competition that has worked her way back into the England reckoning. Maiden from Kate Cross, 3 without loss after 2, and I'm guessing you're going to go Lindsay Smith.
Yeah,
because an economy rate of 3.7 in a high-scoring summer is just obscene. When I was looking down that table yesterday, you're so used to her keeping it tight, but even then I found myself staring at that number a couple of times because it really is standout.
Yeah, I think she's taken 16 wickets in the competition. She's only played 7 games. So, yeah, remarkable stats from both Lamb and Smith, and they're key players for both sides that obviously would love to probably be in here, but they've got more important duties to do right now and coming up over the next month or so, and they'll be looking to see if they can contribute to England winning a World Cup.
Gore back for a second, went for 3 from her first. That's a flowing drive through extra cover. There was a bit of hesitancy from Southby for a second, and now Southby slips going for the second run, and she does eventually get through for 2. It needed some slightly more proactive running and calling from Bouchier to make sure that Southby was rewarded for what was a very good shot.
Yeah, interesting there as well. Southby took a while to decide whether there was even a run there, and then when she did, she's kind of sauntered through, and Bouchier was always keen for 2.
Gore adjusts as any opening bowler so often does after being driven. Back to being back of a length. That full England World Cup squad: Nat Sciver-Brandt skippering, Em Arlott, Tammy Beaumont, Lauren Bell, Alice Capsey, Charlie Dean, Sophia Dunkley, Sophie Eccleston, Lauren Filer, Sarah Glenn, Amy Jones, Heather Knight, Emma Lamb, Lindsay Smith and Danny Wyatt-Hodge. And then of course there's the very much not so small matter of a T20 Home World Cup on the horizon next summer too. Nice spot from Gore, well negotiated by Southby.
Not loads of shape from Mahika Gore so far, but probably just enough, especially while these Hampshire batters are just looking to assess conditions.
What did you make of that World Cup squad? Was there any names that really jumped out at you as feeling particularly hard done by? Gore this time is kind of chopped slightly awkwardly off the bottom of the bat from Southby, but it's good running to get a single.
Yeah, I guess Crossley is the obvious one. That yeah, it does feel pretty brutal, as I think she was quoted saying. But yeah, obviously they've gone with extra spin in those subcontinent conditions, and hopefully that decision pays off for them.
Good this time. Lovely shot, possibly shot of the day from Bouchier. She just leant on this, didn't try to hit it too hard. And they're going to pick up the first 3 of the day. Still waiting on our first boundary, but that's the kind of shot that gives a batter real confidence.
Yeah, just leant into that one. Bouchier didn't look to overhit. Probably we'll be hoping that we see a few more boundaries, and they'll be hoping that they don't have to run as many 3s. But it is good to see the boundary size here today. We turned up a couple of weeks ago, like I said, ready to play that game, and the boundary sizes were going to be pretty small on that occasion. But yeah, I feel like it brings in the running between the wickets element and a bit more of a battle.
Well, that's a lovely shot. First boundary of the final from Southby. Picks the gap between point and extra cover perfectly. Gore just a little too over-pitched. End of an expensive over. 13 without loss after 3.
Yes, where Southby is so strong. Off the front foot this time, but square of the wicket. She usually likes to sit on the back foot and pull and cut, but slight bit of width going across the right-hander from Mahika Gore, and Southby opens her boundary count.
Yeah, Hampshire will be quietly pleased with so far so good as Cross continues here.
What did you make of the World Cup squad?
Well, the other name that comes to mind with me is Alice Davidson-Richards. You know, you think of how consistently she's not bowling quite as much in recent seasons as previously, but her batting has been at an absolute top level. She's definitely got the right to feel a bit unlucky. So that's just guided to extra cover. When you look at this comp, in terms of both averages and strike rate, she is right up there. She's had a very good Metro Bank One Day Cup. as Hampshire fans will remember as well, from finishes not that provided a rare defeat for Hampshire in this competition this season. So that's again pretty similar to the previous delivery. Sent to extra cover for no run. The other thing that Kate Cross herself said, even on that incredible Nobles podcast with Alex Hartley, where you really got a sports person brutally laying out straight after they've heard the news what they think, is, as she herself said, she could still be at the World Cup. It only needs one injury and everything changes. Oh, that's a wild swipe from Bouchier. Just a little shorter and tempting from Cross. Almost nicks it through.
Yeah, 5 or 14 now. Bouchier, I'm sure she'll be ticking, trying to calm herself down, doing a little bit of gardening. Should have felt that was there to hit, but unfortunately missed out.
Yeah, that's a very rare ball from Cross that might be one you think you missed out on. That's much better from Cross. And in two different ways, it's 2 plays and misses in a row. And at this moment, Bouchier's just got to recompose herself, remind herself that it's a long old game, a 50-over game.
Yeah, absolutely is. That last delivery there from Kate Cross, I think if you think of Crossy, that's exactly the ball that you think of. That one, and then she's also got the nip backer, wobble seam.
Blocked back that time. And another just little way in which the game can be quite funny, superstitious, coincidence, whatever you want to call it. You know, this is Cross's chance to win a trophy, another trophy with Lancs, finish the season with 3 trophies, including the 100, where she was excellent. And where did her last appearance for England, as things currently stand in either format, come? Here at the Utilita Bowl against India. And she finds herself back here. Flicked away. That's a gorgeous shot from Bouchier. Just leant on it, whipped the wrists through it on one leg eventually. My. First boundary for Bouchier. And it's not back-to-back maidens for Cross. 17 without loss after 4.
Yeah, slightly losing her line there, Kate Cross, but I really like the intent from Bouchier there, walking at the bowler. I think that's definitely something that we'll probably see Bouchier do a little bit more of today, especially against someone like Cross, who you just know is so metronomic in the line and the length that they hit. You want to try and be trying to negate that and being really proactive with your movements and how you're looking to play. And you know, we noticed it there, a few dot balls, and it almost forced Bouchier's hand to do something. And I think she'll look to do that from ball 1 moving forward in the next few overs of Kate Cross.
The voice of Somerset skipper Sophie Luff, whose side were so close to being in the semi-finals, finishing 5th, managing 6 wins just like Surrey, and the only difference was that Surrey had a tie and also managed to pick up an extra bonus point. Score starts her new over. Hampshire topping the table with 9 wins, 2 losses, a tie, and a couple of recent rain-outs. Blaze finished just behind them on net run rate, with 9 wins and 3 defeats. And then Lancs in 3rd, also 9 wins, but 4 defeats for the Red Rose. And then Surrey a little way behind with 6 wins and 5 losses in what was a fight for 4th. Again, good areas from Gorton just to round off that table. Durham in 6th with 5 wins. And then a little further back, not having the campaigns they'd have wanted, Essex bottom with just a couple of wins. And Warwickshire with 2 wins and a tie against Hampshire in the opening round of fixtures, which feels like a very, very long time ago in April. Into the pads. It's always a clue that an LBW appeal hasn't got a lot going for it when mid-wicket and point seem to be the 2 that are up for it.
Yeah, just going back to the table, I hadn't actually realised until I looked in the week, once we'd finished our season, but how close it was at the top. All those teams with 9 wins and similar amount of points, and just net run rate separating them pretty much.
Yeah, guided out to cover that time. Yeah, we've definitely seen certain sides index more strongly towards one format or another this season. Some teams, more than most, just struggling for that consistency between different competitions.
Yeah, and it was a table with sort of 3 bits. You had the 3 teams at the top kind of vying for who was going to finish in that top spot, and then you had 3 in the middle that were trying to sneak into that last semi-final spot, which we were involved in. And then you kind of had Warwickshire and Essex that come the last four games, the last round of fixtures, they were kind of out of it.
Yeah, definitely notable as well that Essex have put out an ad recruiting for a new head coach ahead of the upcoming season. They've had a somewhat disappointing first campaign in the new structure, but there's a lot of talent in that team. This is Gore. It's just guided to the right of mid-on by Southby. Gets a single. Opening partnership still ticking along.
Well, I mean, it was only last year that Sunrisers...
Yeah, of course.
You know, change of name, but pretty much the same squad, with the added recruitment of Sophia Smale into the Essex fold, and yeah, how your 2 seasons can look very, very different.
Yeah, and it's interesting with these 2 sides actually, because for all the change that we've seen in terms of continuity, Lancashire is a very continuous unit on from what was Thunder, but you know, basically Lancashire in all but name. For Hampshire, it's a bit of a different story. You look at the likes of course, your Somerset poaching Charlie Dean, which you were pretty delighted about. Emily Windsor going off to Durham. Georgia Elwys going to Blaze and having a brilliant season. So that Vipers dynasty, of course, Charlotte Edwards as head coach, kind of got broken up a bit. There's plenty still here from it, but it's by no means the same core group of players, whereas for Lancashire it is not quite unchanged, but it's a very, very similar group across a period of years. Cross's new over starts with, again, really good running between these 2. It's been a feature, just stealing those little singles to mid-on and mid-off. It's fielded by Potts.
Yeah, brilliant running by Southby.
And you're very modest alongside me, so you love Somerset captain, but I've seen you, you're someone, you and Fran Wilson out there, love your 1s, love your 2s.
I've built a career on dinking it to mid-on and running, Michael. Daylight robbery.
It's a nice touch shot, but straight at backward point. It does make a difference. I mean, the difference is amplified, particularly if you're batting with a left-hander, but even with 2 right-handers, just keeps the scoreboard ticking. You speak to any bowler, particularly a spinner, but even a seamer, with a new ball, and what they want is a few balls in a row at a batter just to try and build some dots, build some pressure.
I think it's just one area of the game for me that just comes down to attitude, something you can really control.
Oh, that's a wild swipe from Bouchier. First real unconvincing shot in anger we've seen from either batter today. Well, she gets runs for it, but it's lucky runs, and Cross won't mind this at all. Good signs for Cross.
Yeah, gets the boundary, but very streakily there from Bouchier. Like I said earlier, she wants to get bat on ball. She's kind of, well, practicing the shot without a top hand on the bat. Let's see what she does next.
Well, she's a little more circumspect. Of course, one fascinating bit of byplay with Cross bowling to Bouchier is it's 2 players, very different ages, of course. Cross 34 relatively soon in October. Bouchier, meanwhile, 26, but 2 players who are fighting to get themselves back in that England picture, or more in that England picture to be precise. Bouchier driving through the covers. It was a little uppish, and cover was interested in a catching chance briefly, but it goes to the rope. Third boundary, in fact, for Maya Bouchier.
Yeah, I think that bounced just in front of Elsa Lister there at cover. Again, not 100% convincing by Bouchier, but she'll be happy that she's found the boundary on a couple of occasions in this over. On to 17 now. Expensive over from Kate Cross.
Yeah, you don't find yourself saying that too often. But it will stay at 9 is the tally from it. 27 without loss from 6. One thing I would say, you're talking about stealing a living, dinking singles to mid-on. You're the 14th highest run scorer in the competition, Sophie. That's a lot of singles to mid-on. There must have been some in there that you've timed a bit better than that.
Well, yeah, I'd like to think I've hit a few boundaries, but yeah, it's mostly centred around hitting it to mid-on and running.
I mean, jokes aside, it's something that's so annoying. As you know, as a fielding captain, when a pair have that almost telepathic running between the wickets, it becomes a real headache.
Yeah, I did go through a stage where teams had about 3 mid-ons and 3 mid-wickets to me.
Got starting a new over. And that one's just the one that slides across. The catcher is out. Has got, well, not gone out the ring, of course, because they can't, but has gone out of slip. So it's a 5-4 field with a deep third and a deep fine leg. Yeah, that's quite a funky field, that.
Yeah, less teams have done it this year. Definitely remember playing against Sunrisers years ago, and Trevor Griffin was actually the coach at Sunrisers at the time, and he definitely put about told him to have 3 mid-wickets.
Gore again in a nice spot. Yeah, it reminds me of a conversation I actually had in the commentary box with Ailish Cranstoun a few years ago, which is we're definitely starting to see with professionalism an era now of more analysis. And actually, I've talked to a few other players across the circuit who they've gone out to bat, and actually suddenly there might be sweepers out for their 2-3 best shots, and it's a new thing to negotiate in terms of how you change and adapt your game on top of that. So that's another dot. Just that extra level of knowledge of what a player might look to do, what their strong shots are, and that pushes the game on in its own way.
Yeah, I think if you're a young player coming into the game, you almost get a free pass for a few games now, because people don't know much about you, and albeit if you've come up through academy systems, you know, a lot of the games are streamed now, and there's cameras at every ground for video footage.
Oh, that's into the pads. Gore's up for it, as was Frelkeld. Just drifting down leg would be my guess. And, well, yeah, looking at the replay, it's actually pitched about a mile outside leg, and with the swing it's going further down. Forgive us for not immediately knowing, because we're up in a hospitality suite, sort of a wide mid-on from where Mahika Gore is bowling, but with Southby taking guard outside leg, she's pretty safe when it comes to LB.
Yeah, going well down leg, that one.
This has maybe come off the bat, I think, just tidily flicked away, and it will go for 4. So another boundary for Southby, and the run of dots is disrupted. They're finding a happy knack here at Hampshire of not getting bogged down early doors.
Yeah, a couple of boundaries in the previous crossover, and Southby now picking one up that's just too straight from Mahika Gore. Always the way, isn't it, when you feel like you're in the game with a LBW shout and you almost search a little bit too hard that next ball, a little bit more adrenaline, and miss your line, and Southby on to 14, says thank you very much.
Gore comes back with a dot, enthusiastically fielded in there by the ever-enthusiastic, impressive all-rounder Fee Morris. End of the 7th over, 31 without loss. We're just getting towards a bit of a tipping point on that pendulum where you might have said pressure on the Hampshire openers, Lancashire winning the toss and choosing to bowl, but does that sense of pressure switch now on Lancashire, thinking, having won the toss on a visibly green track, which both sides would have bowled on, we've got to take some wickets and we've got to take them quick?
Yeah, I mean, I think they'll be obviously disappointed if Mahika Gore and Kate Cross get through their opening spells and they haven't maybe made that breakthrough. But they've got a lot more bowling options out there as well. Grace Potts took wickets in the semi-final. Spinners as well will come into the game.
Yeah, they've never had a shortage of good spinners, Lancashire, right through the regional cricket era as well. Cross continues. Cross is well played off the back foot. Decent fielding in at cover point to ensure there's no run by Smale. You're looking across down that lineup. Darcy Carter playing just her second game in the comp, having played in the semi-final. There's of course also Hannah Jones and Fee Morris as well. That spin trio. Something you're increasingly seeing with team selection now, not across the board, but most teams in the Metrobank One Day Cup this season, most of the time with their lineup, have looked for 3 frontline seam options and 3 frontline spin options. That's been almost the default balance.
Yeah, I think it's a nice balance. Personally, as captain, I definitely like 3 spinners up my sleeve, and you probably do feel like you need 3 seamers, give you 6 options through 50 overs. I think sometimes having too many bowling options when you've got 7 or 8. I remember Surrey and South East Stars, as they were previously, it felt like everyone was a bowling option for them, and yeah, I find that that would be really hard to manage. But they seem to have narrowed their bowling options as they've moved into this new county era.
Cross this time, again in a good spot, and again well played by Bouchier. Yeah, Lauren Winfield-Hill was talking about this on the Wisden Cricket podcast the other day with actually the Australian team that's currently out playing that ODI series against India. There can be a point with 8 or 9 bowling options where it actually needs just a little bit of ruthlessness to make sure you're getting your best bowlers their maximum allocation. You don't want to actually fall into missing out on that. So that just dribbles away. I think it came off the pad of Bouchier potentially. They thought of 2, there certainly wasn't 2 there. Gore does the fielding, 32 without loss.
Yeah, I mean both these teams today have got a nice balance in terms of their bowling attack.
And again, cross-testing, but South be negotiating it well enough. And, well, it's a maiden to cross his figures, but I think Hampshire will feel quietly happy with things so far. Very serene start, largely looking untroubled. 32 without loss after 8. It won't surprise you to know, given these 2 have made it into the final, that you are watching the 2 most economical bowling attacks in the competition. Lancashire have conceded runs at 4.88 and over. Hampshire at 4.95, but what's more interesting is it's a big jump to anybody else. Blaze have gone at 5.15, and then you have to jump to 5.3 for anybody else, going right the way to Surrey up the other end, albeit one has to caveat that by saying that half of Surrey's games are on the motorway that is Beckenham. Good from Gore, just comes slightly off the inside edge, and Bouchier was early on that, and she's now replaying the extra cover drive that she wished she'd played with a little more top hand. Should make sure to credit, of course, that has come from the excellent Hypercourse, the Banksy of cricket. Relatively anonymous, but everyone knows that their work is of excellent value to the ecosystem.
What's that phrase? Like batters win you games, bowlers win you tournaments?
All this time is flicked away. Good shot from Bouchier. She didn't really time it. She was on it early, but she checked this nicely to make sure she didn't balloon a catch-up. So goes away for 2 more. It's the kind of batting that in the power play is what you want to see. Looking to go over that infield. She picks up 2 for the appetite for risk.
Yeah, anyone that's watched a lot of Maya Bouchier bat know that that's one of her strengths. Outfield looked to plug a little bit there, didn't have much pace in it.
Times this better, Bouchier just drops her bat on it, and this time she'll get a couple out to deep fine leg. Interesting to note that was 2 deliveries in a row where Bouchier was early on the ball and just her bottom hand was coming through, and then afterwards when re-rehearsing the shot, she was essentially telling herself she should have played later with more top hand. I don't know whether that just suggests this pitch is slightly slow, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, they got rid of slip pretty early, which suggests that they probably don't feel that there's loads of pace in the wicket in terms of that mode of dismissal being in play.
Cool, this time is straight driven, beautifully. Shot of the day from Maya Bouchier. All class. Brilliant batting. 40 without loss.
Yeah, all class from Maya Bouchier there. Stand and deliver. So balanced at the crease. Hits straight back through the line of the ball. He could go into her 5th over. It's actually been quite expensive.
Yeah, we are starting to come towards this point where I'd be turning to the captain alongside me in the box and thinking, when would you think of a bowling change and which end might you change first? That's played with a bit more of a defensive measure from Bouchier.
I mean, the obvious choice is to go to Grace Potts, see if she can get some movement while the ball, or from either end, is still pretty new. But I wouldn't be afraid of getting spin into the game quite quickly. Just try and change the pace of play. Get the batters to think about something different.
Call this time with, I think, was just a little bit of a more held back serve. I mentioned previously that she's got quite the story as to how she was discovered. She was spotted in the nets when Lancashire did a showcase event in the UAE. It's not the kind of thing you normally see at those sponsored type events. Essentially was, I'm reliably told, basically in a shopping mall in the UAE, sort of put a net out, said, oh, if anyone wants to, you know, come play a bit, and then suddenly someone rocks up who's almost 2 metres tall with this beautifully smooth action.
I was going to say, hard to miss her, isn't it?
Exactly, and very quickly, Keaton Jennings, the men's captain, Farouk Engineer, a legend of the game, and Warren Hegg, who used to keep for Lancs, were all finding themselves saying, should we find out a little bit more about this person? And of course, when they found out she was born in Reading and England eligible, they were even more interested. She moved to Dubai as an 8-year-old. Since then, had progressed at the ICC Global Academy, Mahika Gore, with 19 T20I apps for UAE as a teenager. Now, of course, an England international. Cross starts the new over, just being guided to mid-on. The other thing that really adds to, I think, the kind of Disney movie type story of the way that it happened is, you know, that was in October 2023. She caught their eye. There was inquiries as to if she was England eligible. She was, of course, via birth. A month later, she's on a plane to the northwest. She spent her first fortnight staying at Old Trafford. Of course, you know, never been to the northwest before. Didn't have anywhere to stay. Oh, nearly nicked behind off Cross, who's still searching for a wicket in what's been a testing first spell. That was a slightly rash shot from Southby, who, much like Bouchier, a few minutes before is re-rehearsing what she should have played. So yeah, Gore came on a plane over and literally lived at the cricket ground in the hotel that's alongside it for the first couple of weeks before settling into her A-levels and playing for Lancs as well. Cross this time is driven by Southby, who wanted a single, but she realised she timed that almost too well, straight at Potts. Definitely no run there.
Yeah, Cross just building a little bit of pressure. First 3 balls of this over. No need for the Hampshire batters to panic, though. I'll be looking to get through this power play unscathed. 3 balls left of it.
That's a better shot, and it's managed to beat the gap between backward point and cover point. 4 for Southby. A little more controlled. Just thumped it into the ground. It runs away for 4 more. 44 without loss.
Yeah, you wouldn't say that's the prettiest shot from Ree Southby, but mightily effective. Slight bit of width. Quick hands. Sort of like rolled her wrists over the top of it to try and get a little bit more pace onto the ball to get it through the offside.
There was more than a hint of hockey about it. crossfield pass from left to right. Oh, good response from Cross. It does find the outside edge. Southby wanted one. Definitely not one there. And the other thing with that previous shot is Southby made the angle for it by just backing away to leg a bit. She's taken it off around about 4th, 5th stump. Wasn't really that wide from Cross, but she manufactured that width, Southby. There's one ball left to negotiate of what might be the last ball across his opening spell. Although, if I had to bet, I think she might fancy another 1 or 2 more here, just to try and get that first wicket. Straight at point. First 10 definitely belong to Hampshire. 44 without loss, having lost the toss and been put into bat. They'll be pretty content with this.
Yeah, they've definitely ticked one job off, get through the power play unscathed. These two will be looking to extend that for as long as possible though.
Now it is going to be spin into the attack straight away with the power play done. Hannah Jones, the quiet assassin. She was nicknamed by former Lancashire Thunder coach Paul Shaw. Known for her low economy rate, and she's delivered yet again this season. She's gone at 4.37 in this comp, which you take every day of the week. She's actually the 3rd most economical bowler in this competition, and the 2 that she's behind, Sophie Eccleston and Alana King. Of course, both have made a couple of appearances for Lancashire at some point in the campaign, so that's pretty good company to be keeping, it's fair to say. Field spreads as you would expect. It's a 5-4 onside field, so the field very much suggests what we'd expect from Jones. She tends to keep the stumps in play, gets a lot of wickets bowled or LBW. Starts with a nice one that's guided back by Bouchier.
Yeah, she's one of those left-arm spinners. There's a few across the country that don't really turn the ball. She's looking to beat you on the inside edge.
Oh, that's a full toss. She'll feel like she's got away with it. In the sense that Bouchier has nailed that straight at deep backward square leg. 5 yards either side, it might well have been 4.
But it's her consistency. She's always there or thereabouts, holding that stump line that makes her a real challenge to play. Forces you to try and hit her off those stumps.
And straight at pots at mid-off. She also, like any good spinner, absolutely races through her overs. Trying to do that kind of blink and you miss it type of trick. Oh, that's short. It's not a good ball. And she's got a bit lucky there, Jones. Hit straight at mid-wicket.
That's what your fielders are there to do. Try and get you out of trouble. Save your bacon a little bit when you do slightly miss either your line or your length.
Down the ground, over mid-on, confident shot, good shot. One bounce 4 from Southby, who got that front leg out of the way, and it's the first boundary that's come off Jones in this spell.
Yeah, it's not something you see Reece Ashby do a lot of, but brilliant batting there. Almost just chipped the ball over mid-on, putting the left-arm spinner under pressure. Gets long on in place.
Straight back to Jones, who finishes her first over having conceded 5. 49 without loss from 11 then. So the sun is out, and we're delighted to say that, unlike in the League 2 final last week, we've not had to devote any real conversation to any kind of rain or DLS, and we certainly don't expect to need to either. Some red roses in action there as well. With I thought it was a red rose. It actually seems to be a Metrobank One Day Cup bucket hat. So there you go. You can get a bucket hat seemingly with almost anything on it these days. Set to be just some and cloud. Of course, last week Yorkshire beating Glamorgan in a game that was reduced to a T20 before a ball was even bowled because the heavens were set to open from lunchtime onwards and there was no reserve day. Yorkshire winning by 9 wickets against Glamorgan in the end, helped by the runs of Lauren Winfield Hill and Erin Thomas. Yorkshire will join Tier 1 next season. Tier 1 will expand to 9 teams and Glamorgan will join the season after. Frelkeld up to the stumps and Potts has replaced Cross from the northern end. Starts by being a little over pitch and that's a great shot. Well, there is a deep cover point. All they'll do is run round and fetch it. Bouchier doesn't try and hit it too hard, just leans on it and puts the loosener away. 50 up for Hampshire in good time.
Yeah, you took the words out of my mouth there, Michael. Loosener was definitely how to describe that delivery from Grace Potts. Floaty, outside off stump, and player of Maya Boucher's quality, especially when she's already in, it's not going to miss out on balls like that.
This is just nibbled into the onside for 1. 5-4 offside field here. It's a bit of a mix and match field. It's a deep backward square leg, deep fine leg. There's your 2 sweepers on the onside, and then there's a cover point and a deep third on the offside.
You got a game next week? No, I'm back up doing mine. Unfortunately, the games are in the week, aren't they? Next week, so unfortunately, and I'm back at, I don't know if you know, I work at BBC Berkshire during the football season, so.
Well, Frelkeld's appealing, as is Cross. And umpire is unmoved. Must have got a touch on something, otherwise it would have been wided. So good up to the stumps off the seam is Ellie Frelkeld.
Yeah, just off the pad, wasn't it? You just flick that.
That hit, that trouser kind of region.
Those bright yellow pads that are very distinguishable from a Hampshire perspective.
It's guided away out through extra cover, and this is going to be another chase for cover point, who this time will win the chase and keep it in play. Tidy work from Smale. Potts just still looking to find her rhythm here. Only 6 seamers in the competition have kept things tighter than Grace Potts. And for all of you at home, there's a little quiz question. We'll give you a few minutes to see if you can guess who the 6 are. Of course, we'll give you one because we've already told you that. That's Kate Cross, because she's the most economical seamer in the entire competition. But who are the other 5 seam bowlers who've kept things tighter than Lancashire's winter recruit from Central Sparks? Potts this time again is conceding runs in what's been unusually expensive first over, out to cover point for 1.
Yeah, Smale out patrolling that boundary. She's going to have her work cut out there if this over's anything to go by. She's been pushed to her right when the ball's been driven towards extra cover, and then when Potts has dropped her length back, been cut through the offside, and she's had to work to her left.
Just turned round the corner for a dot to end that over. 8 off it. 57 without loss off 12 then. So slightly expensive start for Grace Potts, who came in clutch in the semi-final. 3 for 32 off 8. She got Catherine Bryce and Cassidy McCarthy out in that final over when she defended 9 to win, which in the modern era, that is quite an effort. I mean, it always was, but particularly these days with sides batting so deep. You know, most teams, I think it's fair to say, if they were offered 9 to win, Sophie Luff, you'd take the batting side of the bet.
Yeah, especially if you've got Catherine Bryce, who was, what, 124 not? So, yeah, yeah, the batting depth, I think that's been one of the most notable changes across the last 18, 24 months, is the batting depth across this country.
Jones continuing, driven to mid-off. And that, I guess, is reflected in the scores that we're seeing as well. Because, yes, we've had a hot summer, but even accounting for that, runs are going through the roof. Sliced, mistimed, and going back mid-off won't quite get there. That is a bit of luck for Southby, who was trying to hit that more through mid-on, was early on it, which is something we've seen a few times from batters early doors here. The ball maybe just occasionally just stopping a touch in the pitch.
Yeah, obviously had success hitting over mid-on in that last Hannah Jones over, looking to do similar there.
Better, more controlled shot this time by Southby. Mentioning run rate, so it's been a 10% or so increase in the run rate in the comp this year, which is that's a big jump. This time out to the cover for 1. They wanted 2. There was about 1.5 there. Definitely wasn't 2, particularly with a good throw like that. Would have been a certain run out. Average run rate in the comp this year, 5.35, up from 4.85. The average first inning score is just a tickle under 250, and that's up from 226 last season. I was chatting to a director of cricket about this a couple of weeks ago. He was saying that, you know, it felt like only a couple of years ago you got 250, and it felt not quite unthinkable, but unlikely that was going to be chased, and we've already moved miles beyond that. That's back of length work for another single.
I think it goes the other way as well, where you maybe get a side 5 down, and in the past you might have been thinking, oh, like we can wrap things up pretty quickly here, but that batting depth, you know, those all-rounders in those, you know, 7, 8 positions, and you know, the girls down the order, then they're not tail enders anymore because they get so much time in the nets, batting, working on their craft as well. Ultimately, everyone's got to be able to bat, so the girls work pretty hard on it. I know the girls at Somerset love their batting down the order, and they'd probably want to be batting higher up if they could, which is, you know, great attribute and attitude towards it.
Yeah, one way of thinking about it is almost that you've got most teams now tend to have their bottom 5 are at the quality of what a 7 or 8 might have been a few years ago. What's continuing, he's just guided in between the 2 sweepers, but that work from Gore means it will be only 1. And of course the other thing that's meant is the top order can play with more freedom. The top order can go and take more risks, the top order can go and score quicker, and we've seen that reflected. 34 scores in excess of 250, 12 of which have gone beyond 300. It's a lot of runs across this summer in this comp. That's just nudged into the onside. And as well, what we're seeing is, you know, that art of batting in the top order, seeing more players go on. So we had 12 centuries last summer, and this summer we've had 23. So the number of centuries again is almost doubled. So right across the board, it's the power of players, it's that technical ability going further down the order, and it's creating more headaches for captains like Sophie Luff alongside me. Flashed away. Out to cover point for what will be a single. These 2 openers settling into a nice rhythm now, and game has just changed outside the power play. That field pushing back. It feels like it's Lancashire that have got to find something here, or Bouchier or Southby have to lose concentration.
I think just going back to your point, Michael, it's not just girls working hard in training. You know, we're playing a lot more cricket these days as well, and ultimately you learn the game on the job out there, and that's where I think some of those big scores come from, is that experience, that time in the middle where you only know how to get there by doing it. So yeah, it's been great to see that there's been so many centuries this summer. It's obviously been a good one in terms of the wickets that we've found ourselves on. From a batting perspective, it's certainly been nice.
Potts straining for a breakthrough. She hasn't quite been at her best so far in this early parts of her spell. And that's short, and that's hammered away through mid-wicket. Didn't actually quite time it, Southby. She was a little bit early on it, so they'll get 2. I saw the ball balloon in the air, and for a second, my poor eyesight made me think that was flying towards the rope.
Yeah, and I think you certainly get more value at the moment here for keeping the ball along the deck. Those balls that have kind of just been chipped just over the infield have plugged a little bit, and it's enabled the infielders to chase back, or those boundary fielders to get round and keep it to only a couple.
Oh, this is down the ground, could be out, and it's just short of mid-on. Well, again, Southby was early on that off Potts, and I thought the mid-on might be in with a catchy chance. It was actually 10 yards or so just short of mid-off. So it's an over that is good on paper for Hampshire. 6 have come off it, but there's some slightly encouraging signs for Potts. 67 without loss of 14. It goes without saying all those run rate stats are from Hypercourse. And you mentioned playing more cricket. There is a Hypercourse stat for everything. In terms of balls bowled in women's English domestic cricket at that top level, so you're looking at the 100, what was the Charlotte Edwards Cup, the Rachel Hayford Trophy, the Kia Super League era, it was just under 4,000 in 2016 and 17. It was up into around 6,000 in 18 and 19, 13,000 in 2020. As Jones starts a new over. It's just a touch short, straight at mid-on, no run. It doubled to around 27,000 in 2021. It was then 25,000 or so in 22. And then again, it has leapt up. Jones this time too short. Might have, on a shorter boundary, picked out deep mid-wicket there, but big boundaries here today. And instead, it's good scamperage to get through for 2. 69 for none.
Yeah, brilliant running there as well. I think these boundaries, even though they've got the fielders kind of off the ropes, I still feel like they can push hard, and that was a great example by the Hampshire batters there. I think we'll see more of that as the innings progresses.
Full and driven straight back to Jones. So we were at 25,000 or so in 2022 in terms of balls bowled at this level. 37,000 in 2023, 45,000 last season, and we're up past 46,000 this season. That's turned into the onside. So you go back to that first season when the KSL was created. You know, from then we've had 11 times more deliveries bowled, 11 times more overall cricket. So it's no surprise that with that, standard is going through the roof. Straight out to extra cover.
It's never a nice place to be in September on those wicket ends. Feel for Elsa Lister there. Did well to get down to it, but you just never seems to find your hands cleanly when you're at extra cover on mid-wicket on those wicket ends.
Oh, straight back down the ground. It wasn't far off being caught on bowl chance there for Jones. It's a decent over, concedes 3. 70 without loss after 15. I mean, you are something of a veteran. You've been around for all of that period we've just been discussing, right from 2016 through to now, almost a decade. A winner in 2016 with Storm as well. What's it been like for you, and what have you made of all of those changes in such a relatively short space of time?
Well, it's been class. I'm now sit here as a professional cricketer, earning a living, doing something that I absolutely love. So from that perspective, it's awesome. The fact that so many of us across the country are in that position, and particularly players of my age that, you know, kind of I guess did all the hard yards behind the scenes for so long, to now actually be in this position is brilliant. But it's great for obviously the younger generation coming through as well, that, you know, there is visible career opportunities now within the game.
New over starts with Potts just being driven to mid-on. Are you ever the one to gently remind some of the younger members of that Somerset team that, you know, they've never quite had it so good to be full-time professionals in their early 20s, some even as a teenager?
I try not to be that person, to be honest with you, Michael. Yeah, obviously can look at them at some points and be very envious, but I'm incredibly proud of the journey that I've been on, and I probably wouldn't change it, to be honest with you.
That's it. Another good ball from Potts, who's starting to settle into a better rhythm. I asked you a few minutes ago at home as a little quiz question, who are the 6 bowlers who've been more economical as seamers than her in the tournament? We'd already given away to you that Kate Cross was one, because she's been the tightest of the bunch. Any final guesses? Let us know. We'll give you the answer at the end of this over. Well, this is sliced up. It should be out. It is out. Grace Potts has got the breakthrough that Lancashire so desperately needed. Rhiannon Southby with a nice 35 at the top of the order, but goes trying to loft it over mid-on, was very early on it, and Kate Cross just doesn't drop those. 70 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, fortunate for Lancashire, because I was just thinking, I'm not sure how they're getting this wicket. The last couple of overs, though, Rhi Southby has been a little bit itchy, shall we say, wants to get a bat on ball, wants to put the bowlers under pressure. It's easy to look at the scoreboard and say that you're only striking at 70, but you can definitely catch that up the longer you bat, and she'll be disappointed that she's, well, given it away. Soft dismissal in the end, and lets Lancashire kind of back in the game after a brilliant opening partnership.
Yeah, it's a solid start from Southby, who finishes her Metrobank One Day Cup competition with 381 runs at an average of 32. Highlight being 58 against Durham and 61 here against Essex. And it brings to the stage a Vipers legend, winner of a lifter of 5 trophies in 5 in the regional era, and a semi-final heroine with that century in Georgia Adams, who also hit 110 not out against Essex, better known to many on the circuit as Gads. She is the 9th highest run scorer in the comp, and she is one of just 5 players who have scored multiple centuries in it this season. Adams just unsurprisingly circumspectful to first delivery that she's faced.
Potts just continuing with the same field here to Georgia Adams. Potentially feel like Lancashire could put a little bit more pressure on the Hampshire skipper here. Can they bring cover up into the ring? Create a tight offside. Make her hit it through there.
Oh, Adams just jabs that one into her pad. Maybe was... well, he's hit it straight into, in fact, on the replay, a foot. But luckily for her, seems to have got it on that sort of reinforced part of the front of the shoe. Hasn't done herself an injury. Oh, Adams again looking a bit uncertain. Will get off the mark, spoils what would have been a wicket maiden for Grace Potts, but that's the kind of shot that can have you chopping on, and as has been a theme of the day, was early on at 71 for 1 off 60.
Yeah, slightly false shot there from Georgia Adams to get off the mark, and Grace Potts has found her feet a little bit more in that 3rd over, wicket to her name. Still feel like she's got a little bit more in the tank though, Grace Potts. She's someone that I always watch bowl, and having faced her as well, and just feel like she's got so many really strong attributes, but when you actually see her release the ball, you just feel like, I just feel like there's a little bit more in you.
Yeah, I wonder whether how she's slightly adjusting how she's bowling because of Frelkel being up to the stumps. Sometimes that can be something that's in the back of the bowler's mind. Of course, Frelkel's ability up to the stumps is without doubt. Jones this time starts with a dot from her new over. She's gone at 4.87 in the comp this season, Grace Potts. Just 6 seam bowlers have kept things tighter. So that again is a good area from Jones to Adams, who has just that uncertain single. Those 6, Kate Cross, her teammate, Catherine Bryce of Blaze, Georgia Elwis, ex-Vipers, now Blaze of course, Freya Davies, who will be bowling in the 2nd innings of this one, Emily Arlott and Lauren Bell, both of course busy with England. So that's flicked through mid-wicket, no run. So
You had to bowl a certain number of overs for those stats?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Whenever I'm going through prepping for a final, looking at milestones like that, it's the first thing any statistician will do. You'll take it take a little sample size. As that's just guided away for what will be 1. Yeah, normally look at a qualifying rate with a batter of maybe having played at least 4 or 5 innings with a bowler. Again, you think of the span of this comp, we've had 14 games and potentially a semi-final. But yeah, that's been your pick of the bunch. Jones this time is whipped away for 1. Again, Jones sticking to the plan that's so often served us so well. 5-4 onside field, very much her plan A. She'll look to frustrate. Looks to. She's the kind of bowler, she doesn't mind a batter trying to get funky and go inside out through the offside. Slog swept. That's a good shot against Hannah Jones, and it's an excellent bit of fielding as well to make sure it doesn't go for 4. Good cricket all round. Tumbling work out there from Seren Smale, so often seen with the keeping pads on, but doesn't always get the chance to do that at Lancashire, of course, with the presence of Ellie Frelkeld. 76 for 1 off 17, just on Jones. All I was going to say is she doesn't mind you doing something different to what you'd normally do. It's almost one of those, if you back away to leg and you manage to get it through the offside with those 4 fielders, she says fair play, but I'll take that bet that you can't do that over and over again. Yeah,
and I think she's, what did you call her earlier? The quiet assassin.
The quiet assassin. Yeah,
she's someone that just kind of plays the game in her own little bubble.
Yep.
Where nothing seems to kind of phase her or bother her, or you probably can't tell whether she's like getting whacked or whether she's completely on top. She's just completely level and yeah, just sticks to very much what she wants to do, sticks to how she operates, her strengths, and almost, I guess, forces the batter to make their play.
Potts continuing here. He's starting to find a better rhythm and has, of course, picked up the only wicket to fall. 1 for 15 off 3. Driven straight to extra cover. I know Lancashire were absolutely delighted to get her from Central Sparks, where she'd taken 77 wickets in 4 seasons. She took 27 last season. Warwickshire were really gutted to have lost someone who, you know, product of the Staffordshire system, but then Central Sparks sort of fusing into Warwickshire were very much hoping to keep. It's no surprise that she's catching England's attention as well. You know, when your economy rate is only behind those 6 seam bowlers I mentioned in 50 over cricket, it won't surprise you to know, if you didn't already, that she's been on a couple of England A tours. She was in the England Test squad for that game against South Africa last year as injury cover. And at 23, there's definitely a lot of room to grow for Grace Potts. Nice flowing cover drive, but straight at extra cover. Fielded by Elsa Lister.
Yeah, it's good from Potts and good from Jones at the other end as well. It's keeping it tight as this partnership is in its infancy. Georgia Adams, fresh off the back of a match-winning century. She'll be desperate to replicate something close to that.
Flicking away Adams nicely for what will be 2. Something we've already seen today. There's no short boundaries here. There's a real reward for running that first one hard and backing that there's the opportunity to come back despite the efforts of Highland International Gabby Lewis. I mean, she's just doubled her score with a beautiful looking shot, but it's been an unusually slightly unconvincing start from Adams here in that first 11 balls. Only 2 runs scored and a couple of inside edges early doors. Oh, swipe and a miss outside off from Adams.
Yeah, it's maybe the first bit of width she's got. She's looked to put her hands through that, Georgia Adams, but doesn't connect on that occasion. I don't think she'll mind, actually. 4 from 12. I don't think she'll be phased at all. She's just such a cool, calm, collected individual. Saw the value of batting long in that semi-final. Didn't panic at any stage. Knew, I mean, if I was in her mind, I think she'd have been thinking, if I'm there near the end or at the end, like, we've got a great chance of winning this. So that's exactly what she did. Obviously, a brilliant hand at the other end from Mary Taylor, who came in and took, well, most of the pressure off Georgia. But yeah, to be there at the end, she'll have been super stoked with that.
Slightly over pitch from Jones, and that's one that Bouchier can get her fast hands through. Wide of mid-off for 4. Bouchier's first boundary in a little while. She's on to 40.
It feels like one of the first balls that she's faced in a while, doesn't it? Actually. Intent off the first ball of that Jones over. Bouchier's someone that doesn't let the bowler bowl at her. She wants to put her foot on the accelerator here.
This time she'll get 1. Yeah, before the start of this over, Maya Bouchier had faced 1 ball from the previous 26. Which, that is quite extraordinary for a run of things. Basically had a sort of spectator spot of the game for about 10 to 15 minutes or so. It's one of those little quirks of batting that even when you get in sometimes and get in a rhythm, game can do that to you. Or by reverse, you can have a time where it feels like you're facing every delivery and you've really got to keep that concentration high. And he balled around the corner for 1. Adams on to 5. Yeah, that knock in the semi-final was something special. 107 not out for her off 101. Taylor at the other end had a list A best before that innings of 21. So she effectively sort of roughly tripled her list A best. That was a pretty extraordinary knock. She hit 60 not out. I think the other thing that made it even more impressive was the conditions in which it's done. There's some good quick running. Again, picks up 2 without need for a dive or too much fuss, but it's the value of that first run being run hard.
Yeah, it's so frustrating as a fielding side, and you feel like you just can't stop those 2s. You almost don't know where to pitch yourself, how far off the boundary to stand.
It's something we've already alluded to, but one thing that's refreshing about this final in terms of there not really being a short boundary is it's a end of another over, 19 gone. Good over for Hampshire, 88 for 1. You've got to 87 for 1. You know, good cricket is rewarded. You know, you're not really likely to see someone miss-hit a ball today for 4 or 6. You get rewarded for a boundary because you've nailed it in the gap. You get rewarded for that bit of extra work in the field that turns a 2 into a single. You get rewarded for good running between the wickets. You know, there's something there for everybody, and what we've seen as well in this pitch early doors, it says there's something in it for everyone as well, and we're going to get a chance to look at spin from both ends. Fee Morris on from the northern end.
Yeah, I think it's just a little bit more detail in terms of skill level. You know, the ability to, you know, knock the ball into areas where you can pick up 2s, and the pace and the tempo at which you hit the ball, and likewise there's a decision as a fielder in terms of like how am I gonna stop this 2 as well.
Morris starts with a horrible full toss, which is almost hit straight at extra cover, and then Bouchier will come through for a single.
Oh, was that off the shin? That
looked painful for Alice Clark.
Oh, she ran after it, so she must be all right. But
well, I wonder whether it's those reinforced sort of toe caps, isn't it, that the spikes have these days, that maybe she's caught it on that.
Well, she did a job for a bowler there.
Morris back on the more usual lengths. Do you remember she had a spell at the start of last season, Fee Morris, where she was joking that almost every wicket she took seemed to be with a full toss? She was bowling very good spells, but the wicket-taking ball always seemed to be the full bunger. Nearly took a wicket with it with her first ball in this final. That's guided back. She's been a massive part of Lancashire turning from a side that have struggled for consistency into a team that are in the running for finals days and winning things. You can almost look back to her when she joined as a bit of a pivot point. She signed from Western Storm ahead of the 2023 season. She had an inspirational T20 campaign that got Thunder to a finals day where they lost to Vipers in an eliminator, but the effort of getting to a finals day in and of itself was a big achievement and a step forward. So that's driven straight at extra cover. It's very rare you seem to see a scorecard in either format where she hasn't had a say in the game, whether it be with bat, ball, or one of the best fielders around too. That's just guided, and this is in that kind of area again where Hampshire will want to. Bouchier set off and was sent back, and it was a good call from Adams to send her back because it would have been a run out otherwise. End of the over, nice tight over from Morris, one off it, 89 for 1 off 20.
Yeah, rattled through that over Fee Morris. Georgia Adams now 6 off 21. Manages to turn the strike over at the end of the over, but she'll be hoping that, I think with Bouchier there on 45 not out as well, that they can just pick up a few more singles in the ring, push those boundary fielders hard, and that's how they're looking to build this partnership, or certainly Georgia Adams will be looking to do that. Bouchier, I think, will stay more aggressive of the two.
Jones this time again sticking to plan A that is so often served so well. Number 24 of 5 so far. She'd be reasonably content with that. Down the track, confident shot from Adams, who's taken a while to get into her stride, but that will settle any nerves on finals day. Down the pitch, bang, over mid-on for her first 4.
Yeah, I think that was always coming. Dots were building on Georgia Adams, bit of a release shot there. Jones gave her the length to get her hands through that up and over the infield.
Over pitch, low full toss. Down the ground by Adams for one more. Adams, of course, got a long-awaited England debut in the Tour of Ireland almost a year ago to the day when playing a couple of T20Is. She'd said in a few interviews that she'd almost given up the ghost, that call would never come, and had made peace with it, but did get a chance to play for the national side. Nice batting from Bouchier. Just a little tip and run in front of cover. Ticks the strike over and picks up a single. Already got 5 50s in this competition this season, Maya Bouchier, and she is one boundary away from a 6th. Adams down the pitch again, confidently driving.
That's what that release shot does earlier in the inning, over as well. Means that she's pushed mid-on back to long-on. Gives her an easier single option.
Down the track, and this will be 4. Straight back over the head of Jones, and Maya Bouchier goes to 50. Lovely knock from the mighty Bouch. 50 off exactly 50 balls. Her 6th 50 in this competition this season, and she's passed 500 runs across this Metrobank One Day Cup, and she'll hope that maybe now she can double up for her first ton of the campaign.
Yeah, really good innings so far from Maya Bouchier. She's looked to put the bad ball away to the boundary. She's manipulated the ball well into space, and then when it's been in her area, she's banged it down the ground over extra cover. Full-bloodied shots, and she'll be hoping that she can add a few more as this innings progresses.
Morris continuing. First over went for just 2. It felt like it finished in just a couple of seconds as well. It was so quick. Adams is just bottom-handedly thumping that out to deep mid-wicket for 1. Bouchier's 50 coming off 50 balls in 75 minutes with 7 4s. It's been a really nice knock It's her first 50 in a 50 over final. It's a bit of a surprise it's taken her so long to get one, given this is the 5th she's played in. Low full toss. Will feel like she's slightly missed out here, Bouchier, to get just the one.
Well fielded in the end by Grace Potts, who had a little bit of work to do to her left at mid-off there.
Bouchier playing in 4 Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy finals for the Vipers. Managed scores of 28, 33, 48 and 2. Adams gets this away. Adams is certainly a player who's no stranger to a 50 over final. She got 80 in the 2020 final. She got a duck in 2021, but took a forfeit in a new List A career best. And she got 70 in 2022 as well. She's someone who is very comfortable on the big stage. So that's a flowing extra cover drive. And I think extra cover might have got a tiny touch on it, but it's not enough to stop it going. So Bouchier looks in increasingly fine fettle here. It's worrying signs for Lancashire.
Yeah, glorious shot through extra cover there. Hit too well for the extra cover fielder, who again is on those wicket ends.
Yeah, not the funnest place to be diving around.
No, it's not the best place to be, especially at this time of year. Plenty of used wickets out there. Albeit this ground looks a picture under the sunshine today. A few clouds forming, but blue skies all around.
Norris this time again driven, but after that previous shot, extra cover was just moved a few yards around to her right, which means that the half stop can be made to keep it to a single. Potts and Clark are certainly earning their match fee in there. Down the track this time, and I wondered, was that a missed stumping from Frelkeld? Quicker ball from Morris. It was, and by her high standards, she'll be a bit disappointed there. Adams sort of wandered out and ended up a bit neither here nor there. 108 for 1. Morris maybe a bit unlucky.
Yeah, unusual error there from Ellie Threlkeld. Don't usually see her miss much behind the stumps. Quality wicket keeper.
We're watching now the best bits from Bouchier's 50, who certainly made her mark on this final, and we can't say we're too surprised she has.
Well, it's been great from Hampshire's perspective that she's been available for so many games this summer. You talked about Hampshire losing a few players over the winter, and they'd have been buoyed to have Maya Bouchier at the top of the order for most of their games.
New overseas, Mahika Gore back, and her first delivery is flicked perfectly between fine leg and square leg for 4. Bouchier upping the tempo a bit here. That's a nice shot. Continues to be in a real sense of flow at the moment.
Yeah, she's a dangerous player when she gets going. Maya Bouchier. Lancashire just need to probably try and stem this flow of boundaries that seems to be coming from the blade of her bat at the moment.
That's a point for no run. Gore none for 26 off 5 from her first spell. So we've seen 5 so far from Thunder. The only bowler we haven't seen frontliner is Darcy Carter. Short and whacked away. It's a poor ball, and Bouchier gives it the treatment. Up around that kind of belly button height, advances down the track as well. That reflects her confidence. Bouchier starting to go through the gears here.
Yeah, and it's looking like Lancashire don't have too many answers at the moment. Discussion between Threlkeld and bowler Gore. Might be a change in field here. Looked like the captain dictated those terms. lot of space on the leg side now. Fine leg, square leg just behind, and deep mid-wicket, all on the boundary.
Guided back to Gore. Yeah, basically any shot on the onside that isn't straight at mid-on brings you a minimum of 1, maybe 2. And with a split field like this, it's interesting to see what tactics, what lines and lengths Gore is looking to hit. Bouchier, it seems clear, wants to up the ante. So that's going to be 1 out to deep cover. Bouchier has continued on her merry way.
Such good running again.
Yeah, beg your pardon. Yeah, they've got back for 2. There we go. There was me thinking it was a single. More for me to doubt that actually he'd picked the pocket perfectly. Bouchier wants to strike. She's already taken 10 off Gore, her one-time England teammate. But Gore has got her straight at mid-on. Maya Bouchier is a statue. She can't believe what she's done. She's picked out Kate Cross, who has a second catch of the day. First wicket for Gore. 1-1-8 for 2, and Bouchier is out for a magnificently constructed 66, but is left feeling like she's left 100 out there. Such was how brilliantly she was playing.
Well, she probably has, to be honest with you, Michael. I think it'll be a slow walk off for Maya Bouchier, who'd taken 10 off Mahika Gore's first 5 balls of that over, and then again, Lancashire probably can't believe their luck. Kate Cross being gifted another catch at mid-on, and Ellie Threlkell's decision to bring Mahika Gore back into the attack and get a wicket has worked perfectly.
So 118 for 2. A good round of applause for Maya Bouchier, who finishes her 50-over campaign with 66. 93 not out. Durham, that's the closest she's come to a ton in it, but when she reflects on things, she's ended up with 537 runs at an average in the early 40s and a strike rate not far off a run a ball. That is a great season, no doubt. But out comes someone else who's also likely to sizzle and entertain if she's at the crease for any period of time. 24 ball 50 in the semi-final. Yes, you heard me correctly, a 24 ball 50. Freya Kemp out there now. Wicket fell off the last ball of the over, so Kemp is watching Georgia Adams face up. Just about to say on the note of Bouchier, if you start from the boundary she hit that took her to her 50, off 9 balls, she had scored 17 runs. So that's just guided away for 1 by Adams. So you take that from that moment that she went to her 50, she'd scored 17 off 9. There was quite clearly a bit of a sense, you know, sometimes it's just rhythm and form, sometimes it's more consciously doing it, that she wanted to up the tempo, and that was what ultimately led to her downfall.
Yeah, I think she's a player that naturally has a high tempo, but I'd say on that occasion she almost got just caught too much up in that, got a little bit too excited.
Morris coming round the wicket and appealing to try and get Kemp first ball.
Be interesting to see. Obviously, we saw Mahika Gore come back into the attack, but it'll be interesting to see whether they potentially bowl off spin from both ends to the left-handed Kemp. Not sure there's too much spin on offer out there today, though.
Yeah, I would say, and we've alluded to it already, that Morris and Jones are not naturally the biggest turners of the ball compared to others. Tend to often get their wickets through persistent accuracy. That's straight to mid-on from Kemp. Talented all-rounder. He's bowled a little less in recent times because of some injury issues. My goodness me, what a player. She gets going. Lancashire will be terrified, and we as neutrals in the commentary box will be richly entertained. Kemp is off the mark with a single, just 2 off Morris's over. who's quietly going about her business, has conceded just 12 off 3, 120 for 2.
Yeah, Fee Morris's 3 overs been pretty good at the moment. She'll be pretty happy with her work. Hasn't picked up a wicket yet, but
it's an interesting one with this Lancashire attack, because just looking through the numbers ahead of this final, Ben Gardner was saying on the Wisden Cricket podcast, most teams have had 1 or 2 bowlers that have taken a big bulk of their wickets. Lancashire don't have any bowler in the top 10 wicket takers in the competition, which is quite unusual for a team that are in the final. But they've had 7 bowlers who've taken at least 10. Now, some teams have only had 2 or 3 bowlers who've taken 10 wickets. Nobody else has had more than 5. So they've had a very happy knack throughout this of not being too reliant on one individual. Score continues. Wicket in her previous over. That's a poor ball to start the new one.
I think they've just got so many bowling options. You know, Tara Norris is currently out injured. And we've got Phoebe Graham on the bench. Seamer, left arm spin of Sophie Morris. And these girls have played throughout the season. You know, Sophie Morris probably feels hard done by that she's not playing in today's game. And would we see Tara Norris if she was fit? They seem to be able to rotate and pick horses for courses, as they say.
And I know it's another reason why they wanted to sign Grace Potts. Historically, Lancashire's strongest suit through that regional era was their bowling, but they felt like a game with England availabilities, with injuries through an increasingly extended fixture programme, you need that depth, and that certainly has proved to be the case. That bowling unit has operated really nicely. Short, just guided back down the ground. Yeah, you mentioned Sophie Morris. She's in 7 games got 10 wickets at 26. So you take that every day. She's got every right to feel a touch unlucky. And then Tara Norris, 3 wickets in 5 games. Danny Collins, 3 wickets in 7 appearances. And of course, they've had 2 pretty handy guest stars. You may have heard of them if you've watched women's cricket before. So that's played through extra cover, possibly won the shots of the day. Back foot punch from Kemp. Well, it's shots like that why so many people are so excited about this young talent. What a way to get your first boundary in a final.
Yeah, that's a proper shot from Freya Kemp, and probably just an example of the power that she possesses. Hits back through the line of the ball, off the back foot, beats extra cover to their left-hand side. Quality shot.
Kemp just blocking that one. Yeah, there's so often from my co-commentator to my right either literal applause or a hum of appreciation, and that one got the latter. Just jumping back to Lancashire, those 2, I mean, they're not literal guest stars, but Lana King and Sophie Eccleston, pretty handy. Eccleston played a couple of games, and Lana King played a couple of games as well in this competition. That's straight to mid-off. King, unsurprisingly excellent, 7 wickets at an average of 9. And Eccleston only actually took 1 wicket, but she went at 2.3 and over, which very much reflects the fact that in the 2 games she played, such is her ability, the mentality from the opposition batters was let's just try and see her off with minimum damage possible. Kemp again watchful. Gore adjusting nicely. End of the over, 125 for 2 off 25. Just to cover the other Lancashire players who've made an appearance without playing. We mentioned Phoebe Graham, the ever impressive seamer. 1 appearance, 1 wicket. Tilly Kesteven, star of that County Cup final, has struggled to break into the Lancashire team in this format. She's made a couple of appearances. And then you've got 3 players that were more regular parts of the campaign as well. We've mentioned Emma Lamb before, the all-rounder of the competition, arguably the MVP of it. Eve Jones, more than 450 runs at an average above 50. We said that Grace Potts was a good signing from the Sparks, but it was really a double swoop picking up Jones as well. And I'm sure later on, when Lancashire come to batting, we'll be referencing the miss that Lamb and Jones are at the top of the order. Speaking of batting, Katie Mack, 8 appearances, 266 runs at an average in the 30s and a couple of 50s. So that is all 10 of those not in the 11 today getting a deserved mention, because it is, of course, a squad game, and whilst it might be the 11 that get the thrill of potentially winning a trophy on the field, it's a collective effort to get there.
Yeah, 100%, especially now that we play more cricket as well. The squad depth across the season is really tested. Obviously, Lancashire probably got one of the biggest squads across the country, and yeah, they've rightly used their players at what they feel is the right time, or to cover certain injuries, which they've got a couple of at the moment. I know Eve Jones pretty well. She'll be gutted that she's not able to take the field through injury today, and yeah, what a move it's been for her. I know, you know, she was looking to make the move, and yeah, it seems to have paid off if you just look at her stats. But I know how much she's enjoyed playing at Lancashire this year as well. Yeah,
you took a team that had been reasonably competitive, and then into that for large parts of the campaign you plugged in Grace Potts, one of the most economical seamers in the comp, and Eve Jones at the top, and it's definitely helped Lancashire go to that other level where, you know, you win 9 group games, you're in that unofficial top 3 as we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, so, and I think they were definitely just missing one kind of domestic batter. It always felt like playing against them in previous years that they were kind of one batter light, and yeah, not only are you getting a run machine in Eve Jones, but her experience, obviously captained a number of occasions. She's probably just enjoying being a player.
One of the ranks.
Yeah, absolutely, a player in the ranks these days. But obviously the younger girls in that Lancashire squad will be able to tap into her knowledge and expertise along the way as well.
Yeah, someone who, you know, she wouldn't love me saying this, but I think you'd understand what I mean. She's certainly on that England radar, but on the whole, you know that she's relatively, history would tell you, likely to be available at domestic level. You know, so you know, that signing, it was one of those where even when it was announced and there was murmurs of it, there was a real sense that this is a serious player that's going to make a big difference. But also, unlike, say, you know, Sophie Eccleston, what a player to have, but you're unlikely to see too much of her through a summer. Albeit, of course, one of the most exciting parts of this competition was that early season block, where in the Charlotte Edwards era, she wants those England players to be playing more often. And in the early part of this Metrobank One Day Cup, and England players left, right and centre. Unfortunately, the way the schedule works out next summer, we're likely to see a little less of the sort of those senior, centrally contracted England players in the One Day Cup. There's, of course, a home T20 World Cup as well. Drinks break all done. 1-2-5 for 2 off 25. Bang on 5 and over. Adams plays back the first ball off it. You'd say from here you're looking at doubling and plenty more, so I think if you're Hampshire you're wanting 300ish. Yeah, I mean, the old method is kind of double where you're at 30. They've still got 5 overs to go until that point. I really like this from Lancashire. Straight after that drinks break, they've obviously had a conversation. Square legs come up into the ring. There's just one fielder on the boundary on that leg side now to Georgia Adams. And the pressure's quickly on Adams. Morris gets through 3 dot balls in the blink of an eye. And then you can afford to push that fielder back. You know, you can have one now. I've created the pressure that I wanted, created the dots. Don't mind if you take a single off these next 3 balls. Adams will get a single here. So Adams is still settling into her work, 15 off 33. I wonder if the dynamic of this partnership will be broadly similar to when these two were out there in the semi-final. It will be Kemp that is the more naturally aggressive, and Adams, who's almost not quite the anchor, but will look to hold at the other end and bat through almost. Be a bit of kind of an insurance policy for Kemp, in a way. Not that Kemp needs it. On the ground from Kemp for 1. She stands out in the stats for this comp this season, Freya Kemp, because in terms of when you index both average and strike rate, she's almost in a league of her own. She's got an average that is in the 60s, so only Emma Lamb and Alice Davison Richards average more, but her strike rate is 131 per 100 balls. That's astonishing. So Adams gets us down to deep backward square for 1. And that reflects the fact that 24 ball 50 in the semi-final was very much not a one-off. She's got more than 250 runs in that sample size. And there's only one player in the whole competition who has a better strike rate and is up there in terms of that average, and it's one of your teammates.
Manager Wellington?
Yes, absolutely. Your destroyer in chief, your chaos causer, your wild card.
Yeah, she's a bit of a wild card, isn't she? Well, it's a great way to describe her. Yeah, she's been brilliant for us this year. That first game, I mean, I remember it like it was yesterday. First game away to Surrey at Beckenham. We looked down and out until Wello went to the crease and well, did the remarkable, to be honest with you. I've not witnessed anything like that, and you'd think that she'd be hitting the ball out of the ground, but it wasn't that at all. It was a lot of skill. The ball stayed on the deck more often than not. I think it was like 5 fours in a row off Rihanna McDonald-Gay, all through sort of backward point or in front of point.
Trying to find almost like new world record for how many different ways can I find to work the ball behind square on either side. Takes using the pace to a whole other level. But yeah, I mean, and even as impressive as she's been, she's got a strike rate slightly higher than Kemp, but the average is slightly lower. That's the thing that really stands out with Kemp. You know, she's averaging above 60, and yet her strike rate is pretty much the best in the comp as well. She's near enough in a league of her own. We've got also the likes of Emma Jones, ADR, Maddie Green. Those are the only other batters that are going above a run a ball and an average of above 40, and Kemp is actually comfortably higher than those two. And now that I've said all that, she'll get out for 6, and every Hampshire fan will say it's my fault. Changing the bowling, Darcy Carter's on, and it's being guided away for 1. That's if you believe in the curse of the commentator, of course. What we say has no actual relation to what's going on out there, and any appearance that it does is purely coincidental. All joking aside, Kemp, someone who feels like she's been around a while for someone who's 20. And
there's a few girls on the circuit, Michael, that
you find yourself double checking their age when you do the research.
Ages, and I'm like, how are they only 20? It was Neve Holland, who's in our squad. We were having a discussion about her the other day. And they were like, yeah, she's still only 20. Well, I've played with Neve since she was about 13, so yeah, I feel like she feels like she's about 26 to me. But yeah, remarkably, she's still only 20.
It's just about cross no longer being a teenager, Kemp. Facing the 19-year-old Darcy Carter, who in her own right is an impressive prospect. Kemp driving. There was a slight hesitancy, and had the throw been a touch better from Smale, there might have been a chance of a run out here. Kemp wanted 1, stopped halfway when she saw the throw coming in, and then Adams called her through and said, nope, go, go, go. All's well that ends well for Hampshire.
Yeah, tumbling stop there from Elsa Lister, I think it was, at extra cover. I think she had all the work to do to get up and throw the stumps down there, so Hampshire managing to get through. Good start from Darcy Carter here.
Carter, a Scotland international, joined Lancashire from Kent in the close season. Down the track, confidently played, but again straight at Smale, who with an off-spinner bowling very straight like Carter is arguably, as well as long on, her most important fielding position. It's actually Alice Clark doing the fielding. Carter this time worked to the right of Clark, who again is busy doing a best impression of Hannah Hampton or Mary Earps. 131 for 2 at the end of the 27th. Nerve settling start for Carter. She's had an interesting time of things, Darcy Carter. Played at Kent, was at Stars, found it very difficult to get into that Stars team that was so stacked with spin. You know, when you had the likes of Kalia Moore, Tilly Courtin-Coleman eventually breaking through, Danny Gregory, and now is getting her chance at Lancashire. Has played for Scotland in a World Cup and looks like a smart acquisition for the Red Rose in making the move up north. Down the track, Adams, and straight to Morris, who can't hold on. It's a life in the final for Georgia Adams, and if anyone could have taken that, it's Fee Morris. She's such a good fielder. It's a difficult chance off her own bowling, but it is a life.
Yeah, that was hit hard from Georgia Adams, but knowing Fee Morris, she'll be really disappointed. Usually so good off her own bowling. Fancy that might have hurt.
Kemp gets one this time. Yeah, she's got her own highlight reel in terms of some of the catches that she takes, but it's never easy following through in your own bowling, particularly low and hit hard.
Like this from Lancashire though, obviously brought Darcy Carter into the attack, trying to target Kemp with off spin. The analysts have done their research.
Morris goes quicker and flatter. Kemp is pulling away for what will be one. And Kemp, who has 30 games for England under her belt already, 5 ODIs and 25 T20s, and it's a bit of an old school measure, but her batting average is almost above her bowling average in both formats. That's normally a sign that you're pretty handy in both disciplines.
That stat's actually blown my mind that she's played 30 games for England already.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
And you think of the amount of time she's been injured. But of course, Freya Kemp had that breakthrough summer, some of you might remember, in particularly 2023 and 2022, having made her Vipers debut in May 22. And she was not far off immediately into the England team. It was a meteoric rise. Full toss. Absolutely horrid ball. Worst ball of the day. And it's going to be a no ball as well on height. There's a hand in the air apology. Fee Morris, who of course didn't mean it. So that's an error that will cost Lancashire a little.
Yeah, she's probably glad that they took a single off that though, and she'll be bowling it at Georgia Adams rather than Freya Kemp, the free hit.
But sometimes that's what you need as Adams in this situation. You're 21 off 42. The near total diplomatic immunity that comes with a free hit. Adams hits it straight at short mid-wicket for one. Morris will feel like she's slightly got away with it.
Yeah, I mean, interesting psychology if you're the batter that's hit the ball that is a no ball and you get a single and you're almost like, my partner better be thanking me because I've just gifted you that free hit delivery, and inside you're fuming because you wish you might strike for it.
Sure, it just helped round the corner. Spoken like a true batter alongside me. Can you tell that that's Sophie Luff's primary modus operandi? End of the over, 137 for 2 off 28. So Hampshire will feel like they're building pretty well here. A runner ball would get 269, but I'm pretty sure that if a gentleman with some very loud shirts and some red and blue boxes from a certain UK television show said 269 deal or no deal, Hampshire would be saying absolutely not. Probably looking at in excess of 300.
Yeah, I think they will be. I think it's the wickets in hand column for me that makes that score even more achievable. Lots of batting to come still for Hampshire.
Lovely shot over the top, miles over mid-on's head. Excellent from Adams against Carter. Coming down the pitch, turns it into a half volley. Lovely controlled aggression against the spin.
Yeah, and it feels like Georgia Adams has picked her moments when she's looked to use her feet, come down and hit the ball straight back over mid-on.
Straight at mid-off that time from Adams. I just wonder as well, you mentioned that matchup, you know, the classic matchup off spins to the left-handed Kemp, whether that makes Adams think, I've got to be a bit more aggressive here. I've got to take the lead role in this mini phase of the game.
Yeah, it's an interesting point actually. It's not something that potentially I'd thought about, but I think naturally when you are batting you're always in conversation about potentially how you're looking to play, or, you know, actually I really fancy taking this bowler down, or I'm definitely better suited to this.
Oh, what a shot that is. Might well go for 4, not quite. Diligently stopped out there in the end. Couldn't have timed that any better, Adams, who suddenly is just starting to click into gear a little more, you would say. Kate Cross, excellent as ever, is still on her knees. Hopefully is okay. Just gets up a bit gingerly there.
I'm not sure if she rolled on the ball or dived on the ball there, but it's definitely...
I think you're right, because she's holding her stomach, which might suggest that that's exactly what has happened.
Oh, she's just winded herself, but great bit of work on the boundary there.
Down the ground again. Easier bit of work this time for Cross, who, you know, so often talked about what she does with the ball in hand, but always sets the example so often in the field too, with her attitude and how she carries herself.
Yeah, usually found at mid-on, long on, straight back past the bowler.
That's down the ground for one more. It's definitely not a coincidence that in a summer where Lancashire have seen a lot more of Cross than they have in other seasons, that's a summer where they've ended up winning that county cup in May and find themselves in this 50 over final as well. 145 for 2 off 29.
Yeah, I mean, well, she sets the tone perfectly up top for Lancashire with the new ball. She can come back and bowl at any phase of the game. Not sure whether we see her come back into the attack as we speak. She's probably thinking, oh, just not now. I've just winded myself and just give myself a couple overs to run that off. Well, she's going to be running it off into bowl. But yeah, she's handy with the bat as well. She got 50 against us a couple of weeks ago. We thought we were into them, and Crossy had other ideas.
Yeah, her batting's come on steadily as her career's gone on. She's worked really, really hard on that. You know, in the early part of her senior career, tended to bat at 10 or jack in the very, very first parts, and turned herself into someone that, as a 7 or 8, both at international and domestic level, could be very handy. A real great example of a cricketer working hard to upskill themselves. Cross back for more. Number 17 off 5 so far. How they love her to get the young pretender Kemp out. Back from the northern end again.
But just going back to her bowling and having that experience in the side, for the younger seamers at Lancashire, to have someone like that mid-off, mid-on to turn to every ball throughout the innings at training must be invaluable.
Cross this time again, gets a dot on Kemp. Does Kemp, who naturally is so aggressive, decide to sort of counter against Cross, or does she look at a bowler of her seniority and experience and think, I'll just bide my time a little? Or Kemp whips that away, stylishly played, too short from Cross and not quick enough to trouble a player of Kemp's quality, who flashes it through mid-wicket for 4.
Yeah, I'm not sure with Freya Kemp's style of play that she's too worried about who's bowling the ball at her. She sees that white ball coming towards her and she wants to put bat on it. So, yeah, I feel like we're going to see intent no matter what the circumstance, no matter what the bowler is. She's going to look to exploit them.
Flicks that straight at short mid-wicket for Kemp. Mentioned that Vipers debut in May 2022. She was making her England debut in T20s just a couple of months later against South Africa, and by September she played an ODI against India as well, and by the end of the year she had an England central contract. If that's not a meteoric rise, I don't know what is. Kemp this time cover driving away for what will be one more. And that's the 150 up for Hampshire, coming at just a tickle above 5 and over from 29.5. Good stand building between these two, who have added 32 in almost exactly 7 overs. Was trying to pick the gap out to deep cover there, but didn't quite manage it. End of the over, 5 off across his first over for a new spell. 150 for 2 off 30.
Yeah, and we talked about sides looking to double that score at the 30 over mark, and if these two at the crease have anything to chat about, it will probably be looking at that sort of 300 mark, if not a little bit more, with 8 wickets in the tank as well. A lot of work to do for Lancashire in the field. They'll feel it's a pretty good batting surface though. But big chase, runs on the board in the final.
Yeah, that little bit of extra pressure that comes with this not being another league table game on the ladder. This really is all or nothing. Carter starts on you over with a low full toss and gets a bit lucky. I think you would say across the arc of a season that it maybe feels a touch all or nothing for Hampshire because of their more disappointing T20 campaigns. On the track this time for 1. You look at Hampshire in the T20s, finished 6th in the Blast with 5 wins and 9 losses. They ended with 4 defeats in a row, and they finished actually 15 points. That's 3 bonus points wins off 3rd and finals day. And in the newly created County Cup, again, didn't have the run in that they would have liked. So that's stylishly driven, but straight at mid-off. Meanwhile, Lancashire, of course, won the County Cup, and now looking for their 2nd piece of silverware this season. One more, albeit in the knockout T20 comp, Lancashire went on to win it, but in the Blast, similarly to Hampshire, ended up a little way off being in finals day. Low full toss, and Carter might feel a bit lucky that Kemp seems for now in a mood to just accumulate rather than try and plonk that into the stands.
Yeah, good over so far from Carter. Just the 3 runs off, 1 ball to go.
Yeah, an over of quiet accumulation. As the 31st is concluded with another single. 4 off it, 1-5-4 for 2 then. It's worth mentioning that I think, you know, that green surface is one reason. Both teams would have bowled anyway, but Lancashire have got a great record chasing in this comp this season. It's a decent sample size. They've won 6 from 7 chasing. Their only defeat against Durham in late July when they collapsed. Meanwhile, when defending, 4 wins from 7, albeit including a semi-final win. And Hampshire are pretty similar. You know, on the analytics, they'd have wanted to chase because this ground historically is better to chase on. And as a team, they seem to chase better. They have 6 wins from 6 chasing. Batting first, they have 5 wins from 8 and a tie. So both of these sides definitely better chasers. Cross a little short and wide. Just played out to cover for 1.
Yeah, Threlkeld going to cross in these middle overs, trying to break this partnership, get into that middle order of Hampshire.
Kemp stylishly, trying to do really nicely. Getting 1. It's a decent diving stop. It's good cricket all round. Stopped by Gabby Lewis there. He's going to be key with the bat when Lancashire try and chase this total later on. Straight to mid-on from Adams. Just wonder at what point we might see either of these two look to up the tempo. There's plenty of batting to come.
Yeah, I think Georgia Adams will be looking to almost bat through and really build. I think we'll see Freya Kemp looking to go on the attack.
Straight to point. They'll be all too aware of the batting depth that Lancashire have got, the fact that Lancashire have chased well this season in both formats. Actually, they won 5 of their 7 blast games, chasing 2. They're a team, I know from speaking to a few people around the camp mentally, you seem to find it easier batting chasing, know what a good score is and can build their innings around that. Adams times it sweetly, and they will get a single because there's a moment where it's a bit of pirouetting and uncertainty for Fee Morris as to where it had gone.
Yeah, good stop and good running in the end, actually. As soon as that was fumbled and misfielded, Georgia Adams called Freya Kemp through.
Just worked away by Kemp for one more. That is the end of the over. Both these sides certainly earned their spot in this final. They both got through semi-finals where at one point any kind of win predictor or just, you know, glancing at the scorecard would have you thinking they were in a bit of trouble. Hampshire won by 4 wickets with 17 balls to spare against Surrey, who got 287. Kira Chatley made 81, Monaghan 55, ADR chipped in with 42. And despite 4 wickets from Freya Davies and a couple from Bex Tyson, Surrey would have been pretty happy with that, albeit Hampshire's persistence paid off. They took 6 for 33 and 34 balls once Chatley got out. And that proved crucial. As Carter continues. Starts with a full toss down the track, Kemp, and dispatches it. Well, you can't bowl a ball like that to a player of that quality. Just not going to miss out. Kemp into the 20s.
Yeah, particularly with mid-off up in the ring. She's so strong straight down the ground, Freya Kemp. She's actually particularly hard to set a field to because she hits the ball super straight. You don't often see fielders standing right behind the bowler, but to Freya Kemp it's almost an effective field, as we do see a field change now. Square leg up in the ring, mid-off goes back.
Kemp content to take the single this time. And that collapse that Surrey had at the end meant that rather than ending up with, say, 320, they got 287. But even then, Hampshire were in a fair bit of trouble. 6 down, hitting 100, just in excess of 100. And Adams and Mary Taylor came through for them. Second full toss to the over. And it is a no ball on height as well, and it goes for 4. So Carter's under pressure here, and she's being put under pressure by some good batting from this pair. Adams makes no mistake.
Yeah, she had been very tight up until these last couple of balls. Just over pitching and very costly from Carter's and Lancashire's perspective.
3 hit time. This over's starting to get expensive. We've won. So this over has gone for 11 off 3 legitimate deliveries. Back of length, and Kemp will get a single. Just jumping back to that final, there were some great quotes from Georgia Adams and Mary Taylor after it. Mary Taylor said, "Gad said hit the gaps and we'll try and run 2s. That proved quite difficult when the mud started clogging up our shoes. They had to repeatedly get the 12th on with essentially one of those key spikes to keep getting the mud out. But such was the rain, different conditions to today." Low full toss and down the ground. Half stop by Carter to ensure there's no run.
I think that was what was so impressive about that run chase as well, because there was weather around, and whenever there's weather around, you're trying to win the game, but you've also got one eye on DLS. And I think to manage, there's another single there from Georgia Adams, but to manage those situations, I think Georgia Adams has been there, done it, got the t-shirt a number of times, but you're always trying to navigate, do I need to be with DLS right now? Is the rain coming in and we're going to be off imminently?
And of course, if you lose a wicket,
by doing that, are we then getting maybe further away from, because DLS can kind of give you a false representation of where you might be in terms of wickets lost. So you might feel like you're on track, but actually you've still got, if you look at the bigger picture of the actual game that you're looking to win, then you might actually need a lot of runs still. So yeah, I thought they managed it brilliantly well, and Mary Taylor, an example of the batting depth that's around the country now, to come in and play that innings. I'm sure it helped having a captain and all that experience of Georgia Adams at the other end, but to play the way that she did, well, should give her a lot of confidence as an all-rounder moving forward.
Potts is back for more. 1 for 17 off her 4 in her initial spell from the northern end. First ball of her new spell. It's turned out for what could be 2, but will end up being just 1. So Cross dispensed with, for now, her second spell, seeing her concede 9 off her 2 overs, and I would fully assume Cross is going to bowl 3 death overs from that northern end to finish things from that side of things. Kemp driving beautifully. Hold the pose, save the legs. She didn't move. She knew she nailed it.
Yeah, she played a similar shot in the previous over off Kate Cross, but diving stop at mid-off, and they only got a single that time. Absolutely crunched through straight extra cover region. I spoke about Freya Kemp. She hits the ball so straight. I would straighten this field up even more if I was a Lancashire player right now.
Kemp this time straight at mid-off. So you'd almost have your extra cover almost becomes a wide mid-off kind of, and your mid-off becomes not far off being on that Metrobank sponsors logo type line.
Yeah, I think you've got to be really brave to someone like Freya Kemp. It's very hard to set a field to. One, you can only have four people out on the boundary, which makes it a challenge in itself, but trying to get someone like her to hit square of the wicket, especially if you can hold stump line, trying to get her to go square, I think's the play.
This is going to be more runs. Won't go for 4 though. Be a couple to the total.
And also there's not a lot of pace in this wicket from what I've seen. So again, you know, maybe third fine coming up in the ring and using your mid-off, mid-on. You know, give her a single up the ground. At the moment, I don't really feel like a third and fine on the boundary are really in the game.
Pot short, and that is absolutely smashed through wide mid-on, almost as if to prove the point. Well, it's not really the kind of pace from Potts, the kind of intentional bumper that's going to trouble a player of Kemp's class, and Kemp is looking in fine fettle. Having started a little slow, she's catching up fast. She's past a run of ball.
Yeah, I think she's thinking, this is my time now. Lancashire looking a little bit weary out there. Where's this next wicket coming from? They need the breakthrough.
That's, well, off the bat, I would have said it's going to be more runs, but she's absolutely nailed that straight at mid-on. So 11 coming, 10, beg your pardon, coming off the over. 34 gone, 182 for 2, and thanks to Kemp's acceleration, that run rate is skying upwards from round 5, 20 minutes ago, to 5.3. 13 off the previous over, then 9 off that. Sorry, 10 off that, so 23 off the last 2.
Lots of discussion amongst the Lancashire players. Skipper Ellie Threlkeld, senior bowler Kate Cross. Change of bowling here is going to be Hannah Jones back into the attack. Ellie Threlkeld doing all she can to mix and match her bowlers, try and get some combinations going. Lancashire trying to build what little pressure they can at the moment on Georgia Adams and Freya Kemp.
Oh, Adams gets herself in a little bit of a tangle there. Jones, number 35 from her first 6. I think if you're Adams right now, you're thinking just get Kemp the strike. She looks in that flow, that rhythm. That's straight at point. Kemp has 17 runs from her last 9 balls faced.
They've really straightened up the field here in terms of using their boundary sweepers. With those straights, deep mid-wicket, which is going to be in play right now. And a deep cover. I think I like this both to Georgia Adams and Freya Kemp. Square leg up in the ring. Again, try and get them playing across the ball to access a boundary there. Sweep across the line. Potentially not a strength of either of theirs. Much prefer to hit straight down the ground.
Slight alteration in the field. Kemp will get 1 here. Always alongside me of 2-time KSL winner back in 2017 and 2019 of Sophie Luff, now Somerset captain. Great to have your company across the world on this sunny day at the Utilita Bowl. Got any questions for us as your commentary team, do get in touch. Sophie's on @LuffSophie, and yours truly, Michael McCann, on @ThisIsMcCann, MCCANN. If you've got any questions about the wider season that we've seen or what we're watching in front of us. Luckily, unlike last Sunday, we won't really have to field many questions about rain or DLS, which is fantastic. That's whipped straight to sort of straight, very straight mid-wicket to the point where it's almost a wide mid-on, which Sophie Luff wants to see more of, and understandable given Kemp's scoring areas. 185 for 2 off 35.
Yeah, easy to say it when you're sitting up here and you've got that
it's always
kind of bird's eye view on it. You can see all the angles when you're down there in the moment. It's a lot harder to pick up on those little things.
And a bigger ground like this tests you more as a captain in terms of those angles of where you have your fielders, right? Because a much lower percentage of balls are going to end up going to the boundary, and so actually overall, and so trying to stop those twos, trying to make sure that people are on the left or right shoulder as they should be for angling themselves depending on who's in front of them, adjusting to the 2 batters. His new over starts with Adams just saying, over to you, Freya Kemp.
Yeah, and Ellie Threlkeld's got it all to do behind the stumps. That responsibility of checking those angles is usually on the wicket keeper, but she's got to be thinking about who's bowling the next over and how she's going to close out this Hampshire innings, which at the moment has got all the momentum going their way.
Yeah, even for the increased scores this season, a chase of 300 plus in the final is really tough. Kemp just turns that away, and everybody except for Jones in the onside is back, so there's at least 1. There was a thought of a second. Albeit, should be said, Lancashire have chased more than 300 this season. They managed in fact, beg your pardon, sorry, that was batting first. They made 306 for 4 against Essex at Sedbergh. Lamb made 142 though, and Jones made 71, and as we've already alluded to, neither of those two in the 11 today. So that's guided back. Won that game by 138 runs. It probably won't surprise you to hear having put a big score like that on the board.
Yeah, I mean that was the story of the. I think that one came in the 2 games in the middle of the season,
yes.
But that was very much a story of how they started Lancashire. The opening combination of Lamb and Jones scored them a lot of runs and won them a lot of games in those early fixtures.
Adams just turning this one away. I think it might have come off the glove or the pad. Umpire saying runs. Stage is set for Freya Kemp fireworks. Yeah. Kemp is looking in good rhythm as well. No stranger to a 50-over final either. Some of you might remember that knock against Blaze 2 years ago. So that's slightly unconvincingly played from Kemp. Flashes away off the outside edge, but it gets past score and it goes for 4. Kemp was trying to go more through the covers. It's a lucky boundary.
Yeah, I said that third on the boundary might not be in the game. Third in the ring, however, was nearly very much in the game. Kemp flashing hard though, width on offer. Evade Mahika Gore there. And the boundaries seem to continue to flow off the bat of Freya Kemp.
Yeah, the partnership started just a little on the slower side, but has now rapidly begun to accelerate. And in the 11 overs that we've had since drinks, a wicket has not been lost and 63 runs have been added. So since drinks going at a tickle under a runner ball, and as importantly, that no further wickets lost means that people simplify this. It's not quite a T20 game now because there's different bowling and fielding restrictions, but it's got that sort of a feel.
Yeah, and I think if you're sat in that Hampshire dugout and dressing room, you'll be thinking this is almost the perfect scenario of how we wanted things to go today so far. Long way to go yet, though.
The over starts with more runs. Single for Adams. One thing to really note, we've seen it plenty of times this innings today for young players watching. She's as good an example as you'll see of consistently, confidently coming down the pitch against spin, Georgia Adams. Makes it look so easy, so languid driving in that V. Kemp this time has picked out cover point. Kemp is out. Jones has got her. That's a massive wicket, a massive moment in the final. 193 for 3. Really important catch from Smale, and it wasn't an easy one either.
Yeah, I think it's Elsa Lister there. I saw her take a number of good catches in the 100 this year and plucks that one out, and that was a much needed wicket for Lancashire. They straightened the field up. They had a deep extra cover instead of the cover fielder, so cover was in the ring. Just mistimed that, and a great diving catch by Elsa Lister.
Yeah, lovely stuff from the Scot. Well, there's an old hackneyed cliche I won't bore you with involving catches and matches, but it wasn't a simple one at all. And it's the kind of catch that often you see the fielder drop it with the elbows on impact with the ground. And again, she was able to cushion that well. I know it's something that Lancashire and plenty of other teams spend plenty of hours in the cold, in the winter, in the indoor school, diving on various angles onto trampolines, onto cushion mats to try and work on that body position. All of that work coming into fruition there for Lister, who played a few games last season before having a really bad injury, but has described this season as what feels like her first season with Lancashire. And while she might have starred with the bat in the semi-final, we still haven't found a way statistically often to quantify big moments of really good fielding like that and the value that has in changing a game. Norgrove, the new batter, starts by getting off the mark out to deep cover Abby Norgrove.
Yeah, nice footwork there. Getting onto the back foot early. Norgrove off the mark, first ball. Can she build a partnership with her captain here?
It's almost the closest thing you'll see to a Yorker from Jones. Really fired it in.
Yeah, Jones unassumingly just going about her business. Gets the big wicket of Kemp this over.
Gets another dot in on Adams. Wonder how Adams adjusts how she plays now. Kemp is out. Whether Adams now thinks she's got to be the one to up the ante a bit more. Another dot to finish a great over. Just 2 off it. 194 for 3 off 37. So they could go at 7 and over from here. That would bring another 91, which would take them to 285, Hampshire.
I think Georgia Adams will just keep going about her business as she is. Aggressive batting to come in. Nancy Harmon, Naomi Datani. So I think Abby Norgrove will look to get herself in here. Maybe use the next couple of overs to get going, and then with 10 overs to go, I think Hampshire will feel that they've got a real platform to fire from.
Norgrove, so far in this competition, has not necessarily had the comp she'd have wanted. 150 runs at an average of 15. Frelkel was interested in stumping. So wide from Potts. It's exemplary keeping from Frelkel. It's easy to see why Sarah Taylor said 4 years ago that Frelkel's got phenomenal hands, one of the best in the country. Not the worst person to have saying that about you either, of course, in Sarah Taylor. This time Norgrove just comes up, still settling into her innings. Got her first pro contract in the winter building into this season, and England under-19 captaincy experience at the World Cup earlier this year. Norgrove will get 1 off the inside edge.
Yeah, not exactly how she was looking to play that ball through the covers, but 1 nonetheless. This is a good window opportunity for Lancashire to just build a few more dot balls, put a little bit more pressure on both of these batters actually. Georgia Adams striking at just over 60.
Yeah, you do get the sense Kemp is a player of that higher quality that the game really does change when she's out. It's quite bonkers that she's just got a runnable 41, and both in terms of average and strike rate, that's comfortably worse than what she's delivered in this competition this season. You know, you think most players runnable 41, yeah, that's a pretty decent effort in the final. For her, it's actually a bad day. Adams turns that round the corner.
Sounds brutal when you say it like that.
Well, it's not a bad day, but you know, by the raw numbers, and I'm sure there'll be a bit of her, probably in a different way, but not entirely dissimilar to Maya Bouchier in the pavilion, feeling frustrated, having done what are often considered the hardest yards, got herself in and then got out.
Yeah, I feel like you miss out on the fun bit, as it were, when you've done all the hard work and you give it away.
Down to deep serve for 1. I think we've seen enough of this pitch now, both across this season and today, to know that there's a little in it for the bowlers early. There's not big signs of turn, expansive turn, and once you're in and set, there is runs to be had. There's one person from the Hampshire camp said to me, you know, it's not that we would have bowled first because it was some kind of minefield. It's because we, like them, have got a great record chasing. We chased well a few days ago on this ground, and we think that you're going to get more out of the new ball early on with a 10:30 start, maybe some clouds around and the green-looking pitch, than the new ball in the second innings when it's been baked in the sun for a few hours.
Yeah, I definitely think the 10:30 start, if the ball is going to do anything, it's going to do it in that first half an hour. So you might find that, especially teams that have a good record chasing as well, they'll definitely look to bowl first.
Jones continuing. It's into her 9th. 1 for 40 off 5 so far. taking that big wicket of Kemp.
I like this from Lancashire as well, using the extra fielder in the ring, trying to keep Norgrove on strike.
Lancashire will think if they can keep chipping away here, they can keep Hampshire to something in the region of 270 or under. Just works slightly to the left of cover. Morris is a very good fielder though, and good running from Adams does mean that she gets through, but she's a bit of a whippet fee, Morris. If there's anyone you don't want to take on for a tight single in the inner ring in women's domestic cricket, she'd be up there. Pulled away. Not the best delivery from Jones. And through it goes, through square leg. 200 up for Hampshire. And Adams, a Centurion in the semi-final win, is just one short of the 50 hit.
Yeah, combination of poor bowling and smart batting there from Georgia Adams. Square leg in the ring. One ball that you don't want to bowl with square leg in the ring is a drag down, and quick feet from Adams. She knew that fielder was up in the ring. Pulled it away nicely.
Adams won't go to a 50 here though. She's just 3 runs off 500 in the competition as well this season. Adams has a half century. 50 off 78. The steadying hand for Hampshire. She so often has been this season and in previous ones for the Southern Vipers. It is a second 50 in this competition, and the 2 times as well that she's gone on to get a ton can't be forgotten, and don't rule out her doing it yet again on this occasion. 204 for 3 off 39.
Yeah, fine half century there from Georgia Adams. She'll be looking at that scoreboard thinking, I've got 11 overs to cash in here. It'll be interesting to see whether her mindset shifts now she has got to that milestone. Potentially frees her up a little bit more. I think it's important though that they still use these next couple of overs to, well, just allow Norgrove to get into her work. Like I said, still a lot of batting depth to come for Hampshire, but they won't want to lose momentum too quickly.
Cross is back. She's been brought back to try and get a wicket. She'll be eased by Adams into the covers for no run. I'm interested to see Cross coming back here. I would have expected she'd bowl her last 3 all right at the death.
Yeah, it's an interesting one that though, because it's almost like you can save her to the end, but actually if she comes back now, can she get you a couple of wickets, which actually then does the hard work at the end for you in a way. Makes the job of the bowlers at the end easier if you take a few wickets now. So it's getting that balance right as a bowler, as a captain. I think with Hampshire only being 3 down here though, trying to get them 4 or 5 down, if not even 6 down going into those last 5 overs is going to be key for Lancashire to try and stem that run rate.
Full, gets another dot. Cross has come on for Potts, who only he bowled 3 overs in her second spell, where she went for 21. So Potts has now bowled 7. Hannah Jones, you'd think, is about to bowl out, so she'll have bowled her 10. Gore will have 3 left. I would expect Gore is likely to bowl out from this end, the pavilion end. That's it. Another dot from Cross, building the pressure as she so often does. Such a quietly effective and impressive operator.
Interestingly, on the flip side, by bringing Cross back, Hampshire will know that she's got less and less overs to bowl in that real back end phase, and Threlkeld may have to go to different options. So yeah, obviously Lancashire throwing the big card up first, and will Hampshire respond?
Whipped away by Adams. We'll get 1. Brings Norgrove onto strike to face Cross for the first time. I mentioned her last England appearance came on this ground. That was in July none for 60 off 9.2 against India, who won that one by 4 wickets. And then she was set to play, she revealed it on that No Balls podcast, in the game at Lord's before it was shortened due to rain. Beautifully driven, and it might well go for 4. It does go for 4. That is pure timing from Norgrove. One of the best time drives we've seen all day. Her first boundary.
Yeah, and after a very quiet over up until that point, Kate Cross will be disappointed that she's conceded that boundary off the last ball, but fair play to Abby Norgrove. Glorious shot, glorious way for her to open her boundary count.
So 10 overs left, 7 wickets in hand. Fancy their chances here, Hampshire, of a big total. They've got plenty of depth as well. Mary Taylor, heroine in midweek, still in the hutch. It was a great story from her. She got hit by a ball from Alice Monaghan that reared up, and she said in a post-match interview, the physio said, do you want any painkillers? She said, no, I want to crack on. And I'm told that she said in slightly more direct words than this, I'd like you to lead me to it. That's whipped away. And at that point, said physio realised that, yeah, Mary's good to go. She said she didn't want anything, including painkillers, that would disrupt her in any way. Said, I probably would have batted with my arm falling off. Said she was so just in that zone, in that partnership with Adams.
Yeah, it's amazing what adrenaline does.
And you know what you notice as well, because often, that's a good sneaky single through the offside. You could often on a live stream, it looks brighter than it is at the ground. But even on the live stream, you could visibly see the rain pouring down and how dark it was getting. And the umpires, you know, to their credit, wanted the players to give a chance to finish the game on the field, but it was not fun conditions to bat in. So that's driven nicely, but for no run. Raf Nicholson called it a Hampshire heist of the decade. Battling driving rain, fading light, and a pitch which resembled the Somme, was her words. That's swept fine. Nice stop from Gore, showing the real value in a good written match report, as she always does. What an excellent scribe. Raf Nicholson was also talking about Freya Kemp down in the dugout, refusing to move for half an hour. There was Freya Davies, who was ready to bat next again, getting soaked in the rain but didn't want to move, had a bat wrapped in a towel. We do play a weird little sport, don't we, sometimes, you know. Sat there just getting steadily caked in rain with no need to actually do it, but absolutely convinced that were she to move, then the wicket would fall.
Yeah, you can see how much rain had fallen by almost the state of the wicket.
That swept straight at Potts.
Helmets were soaked. I saw as Mary Taylor and Georgia Adams walked off the field. Yeah, it wouldn't have been fun waiting to go into bat. There's nothing worse than being on the cold side or getting wet, like you say. But fair play to Hampshire. They did it the hard way.
And that's the interesting thing, right? Because Raf also pointed this out. 5 of the 6 biggest run chases in List A women's cricket English history have come this season, which is obviously in itself very significant. But all of the other 4 came in hot days, you know, good batting tracks. This, in Raf's own words, summed it up perfectly, was achieved despite, not because of the weather and the prevailing conditions. And that's what made it even more standout. I mean, Georgia Adams, who's won so many trophies with Vipers in that regional era and beforehand, of course, in 2016 in the KSL, she called it one of the best wins of her entire career. And it wasn't a final, it was a semi-final, but again, it reflects the innings, the conditions, and what it meant. 9 overs left here. Runner ball gets 267. 8 and over gets you another 64, 277. Norgrove straight driving, timing it well for 1. Norgrove settling in nicely. She's got a runner ball 11. You'd think this is the time where you would see Adams look to adopt a higher appetite for risk.
Yeah, I'm just not sure they're going to be taking that risk against Kate Cross. She's only got 11 balls left of the innings.
Just having a quick chat and a think about her field. Now here comes Cross again. Oh, smashed by Adams, who's got this up over mid-on. Hasn't actually fully timed that, but will still get 4. So there we go. There's the signs of aggression from Georgia Adams that we were thinking we might see.
Yeah, what do I know? Looks like she's going to take on Kate Cross. On to 57 now. Georgia Adams. I think Hampshire are in a position where they can afford to go after more balls than not.
Yeah, she's more often than not been a steadying hand in this lineup this season, Adam. She's got a strike rate of 71, which if you looked at that in isolation, you might think is quite slow, but it's about the roles that batters play, and she is so often the player that everybody can bat around. She's passed 500 runs in the competition with that boundary, and she's doing that with an average that currently stands in the 70s. Adams will get one more here.
Really smart batting there. Coach's dream, that boundary, and then a single or a run scoring shot off the next ball. 4+ score, they like to say.
Yeah, mention those big chases. The biggest we've seen this summer. Warwickshire chased 314 against Surrey at Beckenham.
Were they all at Beckenham, these chases?
Do you know what? They actually weren't. Funny you mentioned that. Nice looking straight drive, but won't bring a run. You know, when seeing the overall stat, 5 of the 6 biggest run chases in this day women's cricket coming this season, my instinct was, looking down the list, it would be all Beckenham. It certainly wasn't. There was a bit of a spread of different grounds, different teams. It wasn't one particular team either, and it wasn't one particular team who's being chased. Again, it sort of reflects what we were saying across the board. Batting lineups are getting deeper and more impressive. That's flicked away. Lovely looking shot on one leg, Norgrove, down the pitch. That is magisterial batting. Second boundary of the over.
Yeah, love that from Abby Norgrove. Copying the intent of her skipper at the other end, looking to put Kate Cross under pressure in vacant mid-wicket area. Whips it over there nicely.
That again is a shot of high class from Norgrove. Back-to-back boundaries against one of England's finest. 2 very different shots, but both similarly delightful to watch. 227 for 3 at the end of an unusually expensive crossover that goes for 14.
I said it was a glorious shot from Abby Norgrove through the extra cover region in the previous Kate crossover, and that, well, if not identical, the way that she's pierced that gap between extra cover and mid-off, paced it beautifully, so much so that Grace Potts, even with a dive, couldn't pull it back in, and a big over for Hampshire, and the momentum is all with the team. Well, they're both in blue, but with the bright yellow pads on.
It does make it easier. It does seem like a heck of a lot of teams these days end up in a blue kit.
Yeah, there's just a few similar ones knocking around on the circuit. I know when we turned up for the first game of the season, and Surrey and us, we were both in black for the Metro One Day Bank Cup. I'm surprised that counties don't.
You've got the pink one though as well.
Well, we've got the that's our T20 fielding bowling shirt. We've got 2 shirts for the T20s. We have a batting shirt and we have a bowling shirt. Our bowling shirt looks exactly the same as the umpire.
Oh, that's ideal.
Strip. So
Gore is back. 1 for 41 off her 7. So I would expect Gore's going to bowl 3 of the 4 overs that are left to come from the pavilion end.
Yes, I don't know whether it's trends but you'd think that the counties would speak to each other about potentially what colours they're looking to wear.
Or just get a little more colourfully creative.
But it's odd to see 2 counties out there today, both in navy, that actually Hampshire synonymous with yellow, and Lancashire
Red.
red.
Of course. It's Gore. It's just guided into the offside, won't get a single there. Yeah, it was, you think of Lancs, you think of red, for sure. Yeah, you definitely think you could have some fun with that if you get on your colour designs.
Yeah, Somerset have certainly gone down the hot pink route as over the last couple of years.
Full toss, and it's been helped between the two sweepers. It needs some good work from deep fine leg coming around. And that's two more. Norgrove and Adams really in a good place to press the accelerator on. Are you a fan of the hot pink? Do you as captain get any, does your captaincy extend to having any say in this kind of thing?
Unfortunately not. I do not have any say. Yeah, I mean the two shirts are interesting enough. You've got to remember to put your batting or bowling shirt on, whichever you're doing at that time. There's been a number of occasions where a few of our girls have maybe turned up to certain fixtures with the wrong shirts. There was a bit of confusion between whether we were back into 50 over cricket, and there may have been a player, I won't name the player, but we went all the way to Chelmsford.
Oh no,
and
that's a long trip from Taunton.
They had the T20 kit, and we were playing in the 50 over Metro Bank.
Short, pulled away, pulled with real conviction. 4. It's not a good delivery. Comes up at an inviting height. Bounces or short balls do not work on this pitch. It's a little bit slow. It's not really pushing through. If you bowl short, unless you really are absolutely throwing everything at it, you're not going to trouble a player of Adams' quality. 4 more.
Yeah, especially with so much space on that leg side. Picked her gap nicely there, Georgia Adams, and well, just used the angle that Mahika Gore gave her there.
Oh, that's a bit lucky for Adams, who will get 4 more. Not quite as convincing as the ball before, but regardless, it's yet another big over for Hampshire, who are starting to pile the runs on here. That over has ended up going for 12, 293 for 3 off 43.
Yeah, everything going Hampshire's way at the moment. Norgrove has come in and played a nice little hand, 22 off 17 here, assisting her captain Georgia Adams at the other end nicely. Going back to kit then, Michael, which county or which strip do you enjoy on the circuit?
I'm not sure one really jumps out. I think overall I'd love to see a greater degree of creativity with it. You think of Yorkshire coming up into Tier 1, you've got a lot to work with there. You've got gold and you've got 2 different shades of blue. A gold kit, that could pop. I quite like the pink from Somerset. It's something different. It definitely breaks up the tedium of sort of blue and black.
Yeah, it's been more exciting than their traditional maroon colour of the years of the past.
Morris has come back. She's quite unusual for a spinner, Fee Morris, in the sense that she offers enough control that she is often trusted at the death by her skipper Frelkeld.
Yeah, it does feel like there's quite a number of ways you could go with the kit, yet people go down a similar route, similar colours. I think it's maybe Durham and Hampshire both have the navy with the yellow pads, and
yep.
Yeah,
just go for it. A little bit more out there. You love to see it. So that's hit down the ground. Oh, it's dropped at mid-off. Should have been taken. You have to feel for Morris, and Norgrove gets alive. Potts can't hold on.
Oh, when I said everything's going Hampshire's way, it certainly is, and that is not what Lancashire needed. Absolute goober there from Grace Potts, I think it is. She won't want to watch that one back.
We've all done it, we've all been there, and some of us, like yours truly, have definitely not been anywhere near good enough to do it in anything beyond a 4th team club game, never mind a major final. But all of that caveat being said, she's got a double teapot on at mid-off, and she knows she won't need anyone to mention it. And it is worth mentioning now that that means both batters have had a life. Adams was dropped by 19 on 19 off Morris, although that was a difficult caught and bowled chance, and now Norgrove dropped on 22. And this will be more runs, and be a couple. Gore does the fielding. This partnership suddenly is starting to quite rapidly extend. The last two completed overs have gone for 14 and have gone for 12. And suddenly you feel like 300 is zooming into sight for Hampshire. As Adams has whipped this away in the gap. This could go for 4. It does go for 4. Perfectly placed by Georgia Adams. Teases the fielders and goes to the rope. All the momentum with Hampshire.
Yeah, split the fielders perfectly there. That mid-wicket region is vacant. They've gone for the short fine and short third, which just means that that mid-wicket pocket is so open. There's so much space there, and too easy for a player of Georgia Adams' class.
Nice flowing drive from Adams, and this has got in between the gap of the two sweepers as well, who in the end do manage to cut it off, fielded by Smale away to her right. It's not quite a full-blown assault yet from Hampshire, but it's quickly heading in that direction. The last 3 overs have brought 35 runs from these two. That's almost 2 a ball.
Yeah, and lots of conversation out there from a Lancashire perspective. 2 batters in the middle for Hampshire will be having a much calmer conversation, I'm sure. A few smiles, glove punch. A lot more to discuss from a Lancashire perspective, though.
We've seen a lot in this final so far, but there's one thing we haven't seen that we've, across the competition, seen more of than in any other women's 50-over competition before, which is sixes. We've had on average almost 3 a game this season, which is massively up on any other season of it, but not one yet. We've had a few that are close, and that reflects the fact that unlike most grounds and most games, there isn't any particular short side to target. It's a pretty big boundary all the way round, actually. It's at least 60, if not in excess of 60 at various pockets. There's no short pockets at all, no doubt about that. As Gore continues. It's out to deep cover. I'm going to come back for a second, and good scamperage again. Been a real theme of the day. Norgrove gets back for 2, and that's 250 up for Hampshire. They'll be very pleased with the steady acceleration we've seen through this innings, and Norgrove's done her bit to carry things on, and with just a tickle under 6 overs left, they would hope for in excess of 300 now.
Yeah, great batting there from Norgrove. She knew as soon as she hit that she wanted to come back for 2, push that cover boundary fielder really hard.
Oh, this is really clever manipulation of the field from Norgrove. Little paddle sweep. She knows she's only got to get past short fine, and then it's either a boundary or a big chase for Smale from deep backward square. 2 more. And that, of course, tests fitness as well. You know, that interval training that so many players do. Some of them, I know, do it with pads on in the nets, trying to get used to running a succession of those singles and 2s. On a hot day like this, that's also a part of it.
Yeah, back end of the season as well. Last game of the season.
Down the ground. Nicely struck for 1 more by Norgrove, who's done a really good job here of coming in and keeping up the tempo of the innings. Hasn't really taken any time to get started. She was 10 off 10, and now she's accelerating from there.
Yeah, she hasn't really taken too much risk either. It doesn't feel like she's had to force that tempo or, you know, search for the boundaries. She's hit 2 beautiful drives through the offside, clipped through and over mid-wicket.
Full toss from Gore. She's got a bit lucky because it's been hit hard straight at deep mid-wicket.
It's just been really good batting from the youngster. Guided, I'm sure, by Georgia Adams at the other end.
Mary Taylor described having Adams at the other end during that semi-final was almost like having a coach out there. Well, that's just come off the bottom edge and away for 4 more. Bit of luck this time for Norgrove, who just threw the kitchen sink at it, and the runs just keep coming.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that Mahika Gore has decided to stay over the wicket. A lot of left arm seamers like to come round at the back end, and I just think her staying over on that occasion goes across the right hander and gives her width to put her hands through, and then you're not then bowling at, you know, or protecting one side of the wicket, defending one side. The ball can go pretty much anywhere.
It's pushed across and missed. So you would essentially have a pretty similar field to what we saw there, but Gore just trying to spear it into the pads and say, look, it's a big boundary. I've got 3 if not 4 out on the onside. You're either going to have to do something really dramatic to go inside out, or you're not getting more than a single.
Yeah, I think that's why you'll see left arm seamers come round the wicket to kind of just narrow that margin and say, go on then, I'll set my field leg side. You know, if you've got someone that hits particularly well straight down the ground, then you could even part ways with your cover. They can come up and you can just hold stump line and say, go on then, if you want to hit me through the offside, you're going to have to take me off that stump line. You're going to have to use your crease laterally to do something, but I'm going to hold my line, and I'm going to be able to get hit towards my sweepers. It just felt there that angle across, just, you know, false shot by Norgrove really, but you know, when you offer width, yeah, it gives the batter a little bit more freedom and a little bit more scope to play with.
So Lancashire have got to find 5 overs from here. Gore's got 1, Cross has got 1. For now, Morris is continuing. She can keep bowling because she's only bowled 6. Doesn't have to worry about using up her allowance. And then Potts has got 3. Question for Frelkeld about the Gore and Cross bowl out, and let's let Morris do the work from here. Carter's gone for 28 off 4 and gone wicketless, so I'd be a little bit surprised if we see Darcy Carter come back at the death. Hannah Jones bowled out, 1 for 50 off 10. Reasonably tidy work. That's down to long on for 1 more from Norgrove off the bowling of Fee Morris, who has the 3rd best figures in the comp this season, 5 for 48 at Edgbaston. She got 2 for 40 off 7 in the semi-final, but that doesn't tell the full story. She was a big reason why Lancashire pulled that semi-final back and won it. Oh, and Fee Morris has got a wicket. Adams out for 77, just trying to get funky on the reverse, and Morris, who so often is so accurate and straight, gets a lot of wickets bowled. She has another one there, and it's a significant breakthrough. 260 for 4, and Hampshire's heroine in the semi-final, after another great knock, has to go. Yeah,
great innings by Georgia Adams. She'll walk off disappointed. Good planning by Lancashire though. They put that mid-wicket back in. They forced Georgia Adams to try and go to a different option, an option that she might not be as comfortable as she is whipping it through mid-wicket, and fell into the hands of Fee Morris, who will be grateful to put a wicket in her column. And she's bowled pretty well today actually, 1 for 32. When I look at those figures, going at under 5 and over, doing a very good job for her team. And a wicket here with 4.3 overs remaining might just give Lancashire a sniff of trying to keep Hampshire in check at that 300.
Yeah, there was a big hug from the skipper Frelkeld. She knew just how important it was to get Adams, who was starting to accelerate very nicely. It was a 78 ball 50 from Adams, but then her last 27 runs came from just 20. So she was definitely starting to really click in towards those higher gears. Nancy Harmon, the new batter. Harmon off the mark straight away. They hesitate for the second, but all's well that ends well. Throw was a little wide too, so they come back to for a second. That takes Harmon past 200 runs in the comp this season at an average of almost exactly 25. A big bulk of those came in a score of 77 in a big stand with Kemp. So that's away for 1. Again, it's that little game within a game of can they get 2? They won't that time.
Yeah, I think they'll definitely be looking to push for 2 every ball. Running that first one hard. Surprising that Norgrove hesitated on that 2 previously. Got there in the end.
Straight at point, so end of the over. It's a really lovely over from Morris. It's gone for 5. It's picked up the significant wicket of Adams. 263 for 4 with 4 overs left. So 10 and over takes you to 303.
You spoke about
very happy with that.
Not seeing any 6s so far, and someone that can definitely clear the ropes is Nancy Harmon.
Yeah, she's got a really interesting off-field story as well. So she's recently completed phase 1A of her Royal Navy Reserves Officers Training Programme. She was named in the PCA Futures Awards in the academic progression category. Was very adamant about wanting to build that second thing outside of cricket, and it's something even in the era where so many more domestic players, of course, are full-time pros. It's still a really healthy thing of the mind being able to concentrate on something else, and have something else that takes things away from cricket feeling like absolutely everything. Now Potts is going to come back. How they get through these last 4. Gore's got 1 left, Cross has got 1 left, but Gore has been expensive. 1 for 63. She's gone at exactly 7 and over. Frelkeld up to the stumps. 1 for 38 off 7 for Potts thus far. Into the pads and given. Gone. Harmon's out for 3. That's a handy one to pick up. 2 wickets in as many overs for Lancashire, and Potts has her second.
Yeah, Potts on the money, keeping those stumps in play. If the batter misses, she's got a good chance of getting them out, and on that occasion Nancy Harmon couldn't get bat on ball, and actually Lancashire got a really good outside chance of just halting Hampshire's momentum. Norgrove, the in batter, but they'll be wanting to bowl as many balls at Naomi Datani or Mary Taylor to come and try and keep them as quiet as possible, and hard for these girls that have only got, you know, a number of balls to come in and you're expected to strike from ball 1.
2 wickets in 7 balls. Looking at the replay, probably thudding into middle one leg about 3/4 of the way up. Don't think Harmon can have too many complaints. We were speaking earlier about players that it feels like have been around a while but are, you know, only just turned 20 or maybe a teenager. Naomi Datani first started playing county cricket in 2008. She, of course, has had a couple of seasons with Thunder. She's playing against a lot of her old teammates here. She won't get off the mark there. She's 31 years old, and she has spent more than half of her life as an active county, and then in the era as it's become professionalised, professional cricketer.
Just another one of those youngsters, Michael.
Someone in pretty much the same age group as you. You would have played against her many times. Potts to Datani, who's very good off the cut and the pull. 2 of her signature shots. She's getting a single there. Middlesex captain once upon a time. KSL winner with Western Storm. She's picked up certainly a fair few t-shirts in her career. Played for London Spirit, Trent Rockets at Southern Brave. Also played plenty of cricket at the legendary Gunners Club. And so a gentleman's just come into our box and provided the stash that we've all been waiting for and wanting after seeing it on screen earlier today. Metrobank One Day Cup bucket hats. I'm going to show you on Comcam in a second, as that's a quick single up to mid-off. You can get a bucket hat for everything these days, it seems.
Are you a fan of the bucket hat, Michael?
Yeah.
Not this one in particular, but just in
don't
general.
mind it. Yeah. You?
Not really my vibe. More of a cap wearer, which obviously wearing one today, so that's more my vibe.
It's flicked away. They're going to get surely 2 here. We'll get back for 2. Yeah, I think, if I'm honest, I don't takes a bit of bravery to wear them. I don't feel like I'm cool enough to be wearing a bucket hat. You've got to have a bit of swagger about you. 2-6-7 for 5. We've got 19 balls left here. 33 needed for that 300, which it's a strange old game we play, you know. 200 and 299 and 300. It's a hair's breadth of difference, but all the players will feel that. There's that little extra thing when it ticks over into that next set. 2-6-8 for 5 off 47. Actually, coaching dugout. Chris Reed, head coach, took over from Paul Shaw at the start of 2024. Described as an ambitious leader and excellent strategist who could take things on. He'd been in the WBBL with Hobart Hurricanes as an assistant, and he'd worked with the Trent Rockets in the 100, as well as being assistant coach for the England Young Lions on the men's side. And he's helped kick this Lancashire side on, chasing a second trophy this season. A side that so often for so many years in the KSL and the regional era couldn't get themselves into knockout games, into semi-finals, never mind finals, but a lot has changed since then. Morris continues. Straight to backward point. They will run and they will get through without a dive being needed.
Yeah, I think we'll see Hampshire take a little bit more risk with that running between the wickets now, especially trying to get Norgrove onto strike. Face as many of these remaining 17 balls as possible. She's 34 off 28.
Down the track this time. 1-2, and they're not going to get it. It's also nice as well, and you noticed it at certain moments, like when Hampshire have been hitting boundaries, when Adams walked off. There's a good crowd in here. It's built as the innings has gone on, as well as it sometimes can do with a half-10 start. And more of it is pro Hampshire than Lancashire. You'd expect that with them having a home final, but that certainly adds to the atmosphere and occasion of the day. That's out to deep cover for 1. Of course, if you're a Lancashire player, it's not your favourite thing, but I think even the most passionate Red Rose supporter could appreciate that the sense of having a good crowd in here who are emotionally invested in what they're seeing certainly adds to the drama of what we're watching. Oh, pushed in shorter and quicker and fizzed in then from Gore for 1. That's Cross's, Morris's quicker ball almost.
Yeah, had that gone either side of Mahika Gore, I think that had 4 written all over it, but had a nice bounce on it as well, which meant she was able to gather it quickly and almost effect a run out. Good over so far, just 4 from it.
Still 4 from it as things stand. It's what I mentioned about 10 minutes ago when she was back on for this spell. She's a very rare spinner who can consistently deliver at the death, Fee Morris. Such a valuable joker to have in your back. And it means that often this is going to be 2. That's great scamperage to get back for the second. Really had to turn and go with conviction. End of the over, 2-7-4 for 5 with 2 to go. She often ends up with figures both in a game and in a tournament that on the face of it might look unflattering, particularly when compared to other spinners. But she's bowling a much higher proportion of her overs at the death. And actually, speaking to a couple of analysts, when you run it through on a more weighted average to account for that, it's consistently very, very impressive stuff from Morris. And it was her, as well as Potts and Cross, that provided the comeback in the semi-final against the Blaze at Trent Bridge, because at one point it looked like Elwys and Bryce were taking the game away from Lancashire, and a few tight overs from Cross and Potts suddenly brought that required run rate up a little bit. And then Elwys got out, and from there Lancashire steadily took control of it. Last over of the innings that will come from our end, the pavilion end. As Potts is in. This is down the ground. and taken by Cross away to her left. Third catch of the day with a minimum of fuss from Kate Cross. Third wicket for Potts, and Norgrove is gone for a very helpful 36 that's helped keep the tempo high.
Yeah, never easy catches those, but Kate Cross did make it look easy on that occasion, and Norgrove played a very nice hand there. We are going to see Mary Taylor, who can give it a whack, give it a bash, and Hampshire maybe not falling apart here, but they've definitely stifled towards the back end of this innings, and Lancashire will be doing all they can to keep those runs to as few as possible, and they'll definitely feel in the game if they keep Hampshire to below that 300 mark.
Well, there definitely was a point when Adams gets out just before she does, 260 with 4.5 overs left. It looked near certain that Hampshire were going to get, if not 300, very, very close to 300. And now that just feels a little further away. It reminds me a bit of what happened in Hampshire's semi-final, where Surrey looked well set for in excess of 300. They had that mini collapse of 6 for 33. They end up at 287. It's still a tough chase, but it doesn't feel quite as imposing. And in the end, that 20 or 30 runs proved to be massive, because Hampshire, even with that great stand from Adams and Kemp, get there with 17 balls to spare. Another 30 runs, that's a completely different ball game. Taylor's first ball is confidently played down the ground, as you'd expect from a player who's just had something of a coming-of-age innings.
So in the semi-final here, Surrey got 287. That wasn't enough.
That was chased down with 17 balls to spare.
Yeah, so I think that would definitely be in
worse batting conditions.
Yeah, in Hampshire's mind then as well. You know, it's obviously a fresh wicket today, but they'll have that in the back of their minds. And Lancashire will as well, especially if they're a team that like to chase.
Powerfully, but straight at deep mid-wicket. Lancashire with 6 wins from 7, chasing in 50 over cricket this season. It's definitely been their default preference in terms of what they'd rather do. Taylor on to strike again. There's a nice article from Raf Nicholson on the BBC Sport website about her and Millie Taylor, cricketing twins, both impressing at different counties. Down the ground, one bounce in front of mid-off, that'll be a single. Both came through at Sussex initially, but Millie Taylor, with a tricky spin, is now Warwickshire, and Mary, of course, you're watching back now. 60 not out of 64 against Surrey. And just to remind you, her List A previous best before that knock was 21. So that is a coming-of-age innings. Mistimed. The mistiming might allow a second. They decide against it with Kate Cross's excellent arm, and it's probably a good decision. It's the kind of knock from Taylor that no matter what she does in her career from now, will always be remembered fondly. Into the pads, appeals for a second LBW for Potts not given. And the tricky thing both of these teams have got is avoiding just 1 over left, 2-7-8 for 6, avoiding playing their best game in the semi-final, because when you win a really, and both of these sides did, you win a really tight, emotionally exhausting, tough battle of a semi-final where you've played really well to win it. It's then having to take a few days to bring yourself back up and get ready for the final. Of course, Lancashire's game on Tuesday, so they had an extra day's rest to Hampshire, but Hampshire at home.
Yeah, definitely, and I think someone said, well, we've just got to do it all again, haven't we? Which is definitely the case. There's no doubt that every player on the park will be up for it. It's a final. You don't get to play in many of these throughout your career, and when you do, you want to make the most of it.
Chance to write your name into history. Hampshire, of course, haven't won this competition before, but in their sort of previous iteration as the Southern Vipers, they certainly have. Winners of what was the 50 over domestic top-level comp, the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy in 2020, 2021 and 2023. Cross to finish things off. And that's just cheekily worked by Datani. She's so good at little touch shots like that. Gets 4, opens the face. Nicely done.
Yeah, very well played. Kate Cross not far off executing exactly what she wanted to there, and Datani uses the pace, angles the bat beautifully and races away.
Yeah, I was speaking to a member of the Hampshire camp who said to me, normal service regime. I said, what do you mean? It's like, well, last year we didn't make the 50 over final. Of course, the previous 4 seasons they'd always had runners up once in 2022 as Vipers. Smashed away. This might have got between the sweepers. Well, not quite. Sarah Smale does the fielding. It's a big old boundary out there, particularly square. And that means it's a couple. You can hear that home crowd again I mentioned. They've swelled in number as the day's gone on. Beautiful weather for it. Big finish here, could get 300, still feels a little way off. Bumper, Tani's hit that hard, but straight at deep square. That means she'll only get 1.
All change then in the field as the right-hander comes on to strike. 3 out on the leg side. Big old boundary to protect out there.
You would imagine, given the field, Cross is going to offer no whip. And if Taylor backs away to leg, Cross will follow her. Straight at extra cover. Just 1 more. 286. It's up in and around what the stats would tell you, that if not just above what par has been on this ground historically. Then you have the pressure of a run chase in a final as well. Powerfully struck again, but similarly to the previous ball, unfortunate to have nailed it at the sweeper.
Yeah, she's almost hit it too well. Whereas I think she sort of plinked one in the previous over into the mid-wicket area. Comes off a inside edge, half a bat, and you manage to scamper too. It's a funny old game.
Oh, that's come right off the toe end, the snooker cue end of the bat for 1. And that will be that. 288 for 6 posted by Hampshire in this Metrobank One-Day Cup final, led by 77 from skipper Georgia Adams and an impressive 66 by Maya Bouchier at the top of the order, but good contributions from Yanis Southby, the opener, and then Freya Kemp and Abby Norgrove meant that there was a good steady flow of runs throughout the piece. 3 wickets for Grace Potts, 1 for Hannah Jones, Fee Morris and Mahika Gore, but at the midway stage Hampshire probably marginally the happier at home in a final, put 288 on the board.
Yeah, I definitely think runs on the board in a final, 288 of them. Hampshire will be pretty happy with their efforts. I think they might feel disappointed and they might feel that they've left a few out there. Good fight back from Lancashire in the end, and you can certainly see why these 2 teams are in the final.
So we've got ourselves quite the contest on. It's going to have to be quite the run chase for Lancashire to pick up their 2nd trophy this season. Or will Hampshire carry on from the Vipers trophy-laden era? Restart at 2:10, as you can see on your screen. Yours truly, Michael McCann and Sophie Luff, will take a break, but we'll leave you with the highlights of the first innings. 288 for 6 posted by Hampshire, having been put into bat by Lancashire.
Also done this interval to some special guests onto the outfield here at Utilita Bowl. Doing a lap of honour, we have the winners of the Girls' Leagues and Cups. Serious Cricket Hampshire Junior Championship Girls' Leagues, Under 16 Leagues. And Cups, the Serious Cricket Hampshire Junior Championship. Portsmouth, Greyshot, Hursley Park, South Wilts, Fair Oak, Rowledge, Overton, Rupley, Gosport Borough, Liphook and Ripsley, Herbrook, Poultons, Sutton and Ealing, New Milton and Eversley. The Serious Cricket Hampshire Junior Championships Under 13 Mixed Cups, the Hadley Cup, Eversley Cricket Club, North Regional Under 13 Cup, Andover, and the Southern Region Under 13 Cup, Sway. We also have the winners of the Under-19s, Under-17s and Under-15s Leagues and Cups. Serious Cricket Hampshire Junior Championship Under-17 Mixed Leagues, Cowmore Sports, Fareham and Crofton, Rowledge, Frensham and Andover. The Under-15 Mixed Leagues, South Wales, Hook and Una Basics, Waterlooville, Compton and Chandler's Ford, St Cross-Onions, Easton and Martleworthy, Falkland, Alton, Havant, Milton and Fleet. And the Serious Cricket Hampshire Junior Championships Under-19, Under-17, Under-15s, the Mixed Cups, Under-19, Lovelace Shield, Basingstoke and Northants, the Under-17 Kerry Cup, Rowledge, the Under-15 Justice Cup, Compton and Chalmers Ford, the North Regional Under-15 Cup, Fair Oak, and the Southern Region Under-15 Cup, Hedgeends Cricket Club. Huge congratulations to all those that have won a league or cup this season, but just as importantly, a huge thank you to all the managers, the officials, the helpers, the scorers, everyone that have supported nearly 600 teams and over 5,000 part in the championships this season. Well done to every single one of you, and welcome to the outfield at Utilita Bowl.
The spirit of cricket is a really precious thing.
The spirit of cricket.
Does the spirit of cricket exist?
It's about the spirit of the game.
The spirit of cricket is a bit cliche, but actually it's important to what makes the game.
What is it? This game we call cricket. Some say it's just that. A game. A way to pass the time. Made up of overs and innings, wickets and runs that can last 5 days or a mere afternoon. But it's more than that, isn't it? It's more than the stumps and the wickets, the bat and the ball, more than winning and losing. What makes cricket cricket is us, the people. The people that play, volunteer, organise, spectate and facilitate. From the leaders on the field to those behind the scenes. Cricket is what we make it, through the values we share. It's a game run on respect, built on fairness and decency, where we embrace enjoyment, build belonging and progress with purpose, so that to anyone watching, they see a game for me. These are the values that make this game great, and they've always been there. But it's up to us now to carry them forward, with every ball, every stroke, every session of play, so that together we can help shape this beautiful game, this game that we love, this game we call cricket.
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. Every session is all out action. All invited, even mums and dads. Serve, ball, catch, go.
All stars and all stars.
We're here today to launch the ICC Women's T20 World Cup 2026, which we are hosting here in England and Wales across 7 iconic venues next summer.
To have a home World Cup, to have watched it in the crowd and to have some a competition like that to look forward to next year is really, really special.
I want to support women's cricket in as many ways as I can, and I think we all need to find ways to support them, attend the games and root for our favourite teams and all the players.
I feel like I've played World Cups all around the world now, and it's going to be so exciting to play at home, play at Old Trafford. I think it's really exciting.
The energy today at this event was amazing. Sitting next to Malala, sitting across from Ellie. Energizing, empowering, and I think it was kind of a call of duty.
I think today's really important because you brought a whole bunch of people with different perspectives into one room. It's very rare that you get everybody to clear their diaries to do that, and it just goes to show how important it is as well.
It'll pass quicker than you can ever imagine. Even the build-up to it, I think the build-up is almost just as special as the tournament itself.
You can kind of feel like something is changing.
You immediately feel like you're part of it and you're part of a movement.
What it means for us to host a World Cup, and I look back as a huge sports fan and think of the Euros for the women and what that did for women's sport, for football. We've now got a chance to go beyond what football did, and for it to become that seminal moment for cricket, for sport in this country.
But every time there is a victory, it is a ripple effect. It affects women's salaries and what they get because of their skill set, their dynamic personalities, and the audience that they grow. Everybody wins.
I think that it's just a really great opportunity to be able to build now on everything that we've spoken about today, so that next year is just the most amazing summer and it's a brilliant event.
We need your support, we love your support, and hopefully you can roar us on to many victories.
It's the year that women's cricket breaks into the mainstream and stays there.
games are full of action.
This is the way we play. Give it 100. Sign up now.
Calling England cricketers. My name is Hassan.
My name is Ravi.
My name is Taylor. And this is my way to play.
You might be used to big crowds, big stadiums, big pitches. My way to play is different.
I don't play on the pitch, I play on the street.
Playing beach cricket.
Hi, Robbie. Let's see who comes out on top, eh?
Yeah, hopefully me. You're showing all your friends how it's done.
Hassan, can I play?
Yeah, sure, you want a bat?
Yes, please.
Ready, Rav?
Ready? Rules? Let's just say make them up as we go. You see the ball swing, I hear it jingle.
Over the wall, you're out.
Get my ball back.
No boundaries, just a shoreline.
So, do you fancy changing those whites for trackies?
Fancy swapping your spikes for bare feet? Fancy putting your senses to the test? Come and play my way.
What? That was awesome.
Well played. You're too good today.
Great hitting.
What a great shot.
Yes, Robbie!
Got some stands for you to check out here at Utilita Bowl today at the pavilion end of the ground. We're delighted to welcome those Super Ones, which gives young people with a disability the chance to play regular competitive cricket while improving confidence and independence. Others is the Hampshire branded programme designed for women and girls aged 12 upwards. What Health offers high quality, friendly and research-driven chiropractic, physiotherapy, sports massage, diagnostic imaging, clinical Pilates and much more from our two family-run Southampton-based clinic locations, Bridge Road and also the dental health practice on West End High Street. Haven't an East Hand's mind to work to promote good mental health and seek to support and empower people to lead a full life as part of their local community. To achieve this, the HEH Mind offers a range of services and support to individuals and groups across South and East Hampshire, with some of our services supported projects being Hampshire-wide. Maiden Cricket also with us today, whose objectives go beyond helping girls and women feel accepted by the cricket world. At Maiden, we aspire to enable long-term change. Females are core to cricket's future, absolutely, and that future requires clothing and kit that is fit for purpose, and the designs empower players to excel, providing everything they need to succeed. Founded in 2018, the Utilita Cricket Foundation is run as a project through CWB with support from the Hampshire Cricket Board. The mission statement is to support the growth and sustainability of women's and girls' cricket by creating opportunities for girls both in Hampshire and also in Rwanda. And the Blind Cricket England and Wales Women and Girls programme is open to players of all ages and abilities around the country. There are regional training centres and at present they are fundraising for the first ever Women's Visually Impaired World Cup to be held in India and Nepal in November. So do pop by and visit Adda's Super Ones, What Health, Abington East Hands Mind, Maiden Cricket, the Utilita Cricket Foundation and the Blind Cricket England and Wales section. They have their stalls with us here today at the pavilion end of Utilita Bowl. And on the outfield right now we have Portsmouth and Southsea and Bishop's Waltham, winners of our Tier 1 and 2 W10 competitions, and Gosport Bluebells Lockheath, the runners-up. We also have the Adda's Disability Squad and England and Wales Women's Blind Cricket Squads. They're all showcasing their skills right now on the outfields. And if you'd like any further information on any of the women's and girls programmes, you can contact Mike Pollard. That's michael.pollard@utilitabowl.com, or you can contact Emma Cowdrill. That's Emma.Cowdrill, 2 L's at the end, at utilitabowl.com.
today to launch the ICC Women's T20 World Cup 2026, which we are hosting here in England and Wales across 7 iconic venues next summer.
To have a home World Cup, to have watched it in the crowd and to have some a competition like that to look forward to next year is really, really special.
I want to support women's cricket in as many ways as I can, and I think we all need to find ways to support them, attend the games and root for our favourite teams and all the players.
I feel like I've played World Cups all around the world now, and it's going to be so exciting to play at home, play at Old Trafford. I think it's really exciting.
The energy today at this event was amazing. Sitting next to Malala, sitting across from Ellie. Energizing, empowering, and I think it was kind of a call of duty.
I think today's really important because you've brought a whole bunch of people with different perspectives into one room. It's very rare that you get everybody to clear their diaries to do that, but it just goes to show how important it is as well.
It'll pass quicker than you can ever imagine. Even the build-up to it, I think the build-up is almost just as special as the tournament itself.
You can kind of feel like something is changing.
You immediately feel like you're part of it and you're part of a movement.
What it means for us to host a World Cup, and I look back as a huge sports fan and think of the Euros for the women and what that did for women's sport, for football. We've now got a chance to go beyond what football did, and for it to become that seminal moment for cricket, for sport in this country.
But every time there is a victory, it is a ripple effect. It affects women's salaries and what they get because of their skill set, their dynamic personalities, and the audience that they grow. Everybody wins.
I think that it's just a really great opportunity to be able to build now on everything that we've spoken about today, so that next year is just the most amazing summer and it's a brilliant event.
We need your support, we love your support, and hopefully you can roar us on to many victories.
It's the year that women's cricket breaks into the mainstream and stays there.
We look cool and feel amazing.
Our games are full of action.
This is the way we play. Give it 100. Sign up now. All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams, it all happens here. Every session is all-out action, all invited, even mum and dad. That, ball, catch, go.
All-Star and All-Stars.
Welcome back to the Utilita Bowl. 289 to win for Lancashire women. That impressive total of 288 for 6 posted by Hampshire, helped by a top score of 77 off 98 by Georgia Adams, and a flowing 66 off 59 as well from Bouchier, runner ball 41 from Freya Kemp. Grace Potts, the best bowler for Lancs, with 3 for 47 off her 9, a wicket each for Hannah Jones, Mahika Gore and Fee Morris. Now come your umpires, Gabby Brown and Surendram Shanmugam. 4th official, Rose Davey. Match referee, Dean Koska. Hampshire looking to continue on from the trophy-laden Vipers era, when KSL winners in 2016, Charlotte Edwards Cup winners in 2022 and 2023, and Rachel Hayhoe Flint, that 50-over competition, of course, winners in 2020, 2021 and 2023. And now Hampshire in the new look county era, wanting to continue that dominance. Lancashire, meanwhile, looking for their 2nd trophy of the season. Yours truly, Michael McCann, with you once again, and delighted to say once again on summariser duties for this 2nd innings is Sophie Luff, who's as well placed as anyone to run the rule over both of these attacks. Made 74 against Hampshire in this competition back in May in a losing cause, and has just the in excess of 4,500 this day runs at an average of above 40. Good afternoon, Soph.
Oh, it's great working with you, Michael. You know more about my stats than I do.
Well, it's worth reminding the audience of the expertise that they're getting in their ears wherever they are across the world, and that is certainly coming far more from you than me. 289 to win then, so that is just a tickle below 5.8 and over on a pitch that we've seen batters maybe sometimes being caught a little early on. It's not taking dramatic spin. There will inevitably be something there with the new ball. You'd probably say home final as well. Would you slightly rather be Hampshire right now, Sophie?
I think I'd definitely rather be Hampshire, but I think if you're sat in that Lancashire dugout, then, well, you know what you need to do. You need to get 289 runs off 50 overs, and Daisy Gibbs going to start proceedings here.
Left outside the off stump. Give the one change to that semi-final. Coming in for Ava Lee, offering something different, of course, to Lee, the spinner. Gibbs so far in this competition has gone at just over 5.5 and over. He's picked up 5 wickets at an average of 28. That's a pretty respectable set of figures. Opening from the pavilion end. Alice Clark. It's a play in the miss outside the off stump. Gabby Lewis is at the non-strikers.
Yeah, I was saying if you're Lancashire, you know the job ahead, and it might look pretty daunting trying to get up to that big total that Hampshire have put on the board, and obviously the pressure of chasing in a final as well, but a couple of substantial partnerships will go a long way to helping Lancashire get close to that.
Give a little short, pulled away out to deep square. That'll be 1. 6-3 field here, very clearly, or it was certainly to Clark, so signposting exactly where skipper Adams wants Gibb to be bowling. And it will actually be a 7-2 now for Lewis. So it's even more dramatically letting her know where she should be. In fact, it ends up being a 6-3, beg your pardon. Gibb not quite adjusting to the right-hander, so that'll be a wide. So for both batters, it's a mid-wicket, a mid-on, and a deep fine leg. That's it for the onside. Got to be really tight and disciplined here, Gibb.
Yeah, and she usually likes to shape the ball back into the right-hander. This field might suggest otherwise, though. That offside is packed.
Left alone, better adjustment from Gibb. Just a few clouds have rolled in during that mid-innings interval, which I think if you're Hampshire you're relatively happy about. Should make the ball hoop around a bit more.
I think one thing I'll be looking at from Lancashire's point of view is how well they run between the wickets. They've seen how big the playing surface is. They saw how well Hampshire ran between the wickets, and they'll need to do that from ball 1 if they're going to get anywhere near that total.
That's another wide. Yeah, across the innings, I would say Hampshire probably maybe plus 30 in terms of running. Do you agree? Is that a little high?
They definitely knew when to take on the arm of the outfielder. When you're covering such a big playing surface as we've got here today, you can always put pressure on. Even if the ball's just in hand of the outfielder, you can put pressure on the throw.
Yeah, we had 33 fours in the innings, so 132. So we're in the region of about 46% of runs were scored in boundaries. That is quite a bit lower than what we've seen across this competition for most of this season, but that reflects what you can see. There's some big square boundaries, even the straight boundaries are not short, and that brings running between the wickets into the game even more than usual. Left alone outside off. Gibbs first over now complete, conceding 3 runs, 2 of them in wides, 3 without loss after 1.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Daisy Gibbs getting her usual shape on the ball. I remember playing against her earlier in the year and watching some footage of her, and usually she hoops the ball back in, but doesn't look to be getting the same shape on the ball in that first over.
Coming
into Hampshire now from, well, it's sometimes the hotel end, sometimes as well as the northern end. Freya Davies, who's had quite the career, and this will be the denouement. She's retiring after this game. Our skipper Georgia Adams accidentally said the news publicly in a post-match interview after the semi-final, where she said, I was delighted to have done that so that Freya could get one more game, and then she walked away after the interview and immediately said to a couple of the staff at Hampshire, was I meant to say that there? And then by the time the quotes were put publicly, the cat was very much out of the bag. She's had a great career, Freya Davies. She's had a great tournament as well, and she's hoping to finish it off in style before moving on to life as a family lawyer. Davies starts in a very nice spot. It's been typical of her tournament. We were talking earlier about you got batters with high averages and high strike rates, and that always makes you stand out. Well, with seamers or spinners, you're looking at wickets and economy rate, right? She is joint 6th in wickets in the comp coming into today. She's the 4th most economical seamer, so that is a heck of a combination. Davies again in the right spots, nicely played, square drive straight at point.
Yeah, a couple of dots to settle her into things. I'm sure she'll be feeling maybe slightly more nervous today. Freya, big game, knows it's the end of what's been a brilliant career, albeit some may be surprised that she's bowing out at the age of 29 from the professional game.
This has just dribbled away for one. And it's eventually given us a leg bye. Yeah, so it's funny that before I knew the news of the impending retirement, I'd thought with the kind of season she's had, what Charlotte Edwards has talked about, putting a greater emphasis on county performances with England, that it was absolutely not the unlikeliest thing that maybe if a couple of seamers went down injured, you could see Freya Davies definitely back in an England squad. So that's just pushed back to Davies. For those unfamiliar, this is someone that has already played for England 9 ODIs, the last of which was against the West Indies in December 2022, so it has been the best part of 3 years in that format. Her last T20I of 26 was in July 2023 in the Women's Ashes against Australia, of course. Once upon a time had an England Central contract back in 2019 for a while. That's left alone outside off.
Quiet start so far for this Davies opener. Lancashire just, again, similar to Hampshire, looking to assess conditions. A lot riding on Lancashire's top order if they're going to make this chase a successful one.
That's squirted away through the leg side. Didn't quite mean it to go there, Lewis. And the slight lack of timing on the shot is reflected by the fact that it does stop short of the boundary, but it does stop Davies picking up a maiden into the second over, 7 without loss. Yeah, just chatting to a couple of her teammates, the consensus from what Freya Davies had said to them was, you know, like a lot of players in that era, she might be 29, but her senior county career has started comfortably in her teenage years. So she's had a long career span, even though she's stopping playing short of being 30, and that essentially with her work as a lawyer, particularly in a more, in that family-orientated space, she got to a point of wanting to get into that, and into that next phase of life was feeling that she'd given cricket pretty much all she could. And I know there was briefly some discussions from Hampshire about, well, could you do that and come and be a pay-as-you-play? Come and play just a little bit for us. As Gibb continues. And that's just guided to cover, no run. And basically her response, which I think was understandable because it's an very individual, personal decision, was I want to be all in with cricket. I don't really want to, be busy being a lawyer and moving on with married life and then popping back into cricket. I want to feel like I'm all in, which she has been for so long and so impressively. Gibb again, push to mid-off. Good bowling conditions this for Hampshire. The weather's been kind. Clouds have come. Yeah, and just on Freya, I mean, she balanced a lot of that study through a big chunk of her cricket career. I know she took a break to focus on actually making sure that she got that education side of things done properly. She was down at Exeter University, more my neck of the woods. That's how she ended up playing for Western Storm alongside myself. This could be the first boundary of the reply. It will be. Really nice square drive from Lewis. Little too wide from Gibb and a little too full, but nicely put away. Yeah, love that from Gabby Lewis. Just played that particularly late, used the width that was on offer from Gibb, but the way that she shaped up there, just let the ball come really late and enabled her to play it really square of the wicket, beating backward point there. Full toss and beautifully guided away all the way along the carpet for 4 from Lewis. It was a poor ball, but stylishly dispatched. Back-to-back boundaries. Yeah, pressure on the youngster Daisy Gibb here. Comes back into the side, having missed out on the semi-final, and bowling at the Irish International, who's put her away for a couple of beautiful looking boundaries. And again, a shot that is pleasing on the eye from Lewis. It's only half stopped in the covers, so I'll get back for a couple more. We talked a fair bit in that first innings. We've alluded to it, the big losses of Emma Lamb and Eve Jones at the top of the order for Lancashire, but Gabby Lewis is someone to come in, is quite the resource to have available. Already made a good impact in 4 games so far. 131 runs at an average of 33. Made just 9 in the semi-final, but he's looking in good nick here. Good comeback from Gibb, but 10 off the over nonetheless. Comfortably the best of the innings so far. 17 without loss after 3. Yeah, that last delivery, more like the Gibb that I've seen over the course of this season. First time I've seen her on the circuit. Lots of exciting potential within her. She got picked up in the 100 as well at Oval Invincibles, and I'm sure she's loved every second of becoming a professional cricketer, as have a lot of girls around the country that have that opportunity now. She's got a little bit of thinking to do down at third though. Yeah, I think it's easy to forget sometimes how far things have come and how quickly they have. It's only 2020 that the first few, and we're talking about 5 for each region, of domestic professional full-time contracts were starting to get handed out. As Davies continues, and that's turned round the corner for a single by Clark. Yeah, it's crazy to think where it kind of started and how far along that journey we are right now. Obviously still got a little bit of a way to go, but it feels like this year we've kind of really taken the jump into fully
professionalising, you know, the entire squad. Like you said, Michael, only 5 of us in that first year in 2020.
Well played, well fielded. Top ball. Davis will be pretty pleased with where she is there, and she'll be pretty pleased to see Lewis driving. It's that game of cat and mouse with the new ball. And I guess also the difficulty in that time was you then got some of you, it was a slightly increasing number who are full-time and others who aren't. So trying to build a sense of team cohesion, even just with things like organising training, is not as easy as you'd think.
No, it's a logistical nightmare.
Well bowled by Davies.
Great for the girls that were fully professional, you know, the resource they had available to them. But yeah, like you say, for those pay-as-you-play players,
yeah, it's tough, and then you're often trying to, as time went on, take the spot of a fully professional player while not having as much time to devote to the game as them. Again, well bowled by Davis. Again, resolutely blocked by Lewis. Davis will be enjoying these overheads.
and I guess that's maybe, I'm just thinking out loud now, but that's potentially one of the challenges if you're an upcoming cricketer in Tier 2 and that support isn't fully professional, but you've got aspirations to go on and be a full-time professional in Tier 1. How do you get that level of support to enable you to basically leapfrog someone that's already got that amount of resource available to them?
Yeah, that's driven out to mid-off. It's interesting talking about this. Reminds me a little bit of the conversation I've had with some of the Middlesex players this season. So they've had a great season in Tier 2. Women's T20 Blast champions. They'd gone through the 50-over comp unbeaten until losing to, a Yorkshire side, almost all of whom were current full-time professionals or rookie professionals in a semi-final. But that next step is not as simple as one might think, particularly with the way things are. That's just guided into the covers, and that is the end of Davis's second over, which is typically tight, goes for just 1, 18 without loss after 4. So, quite a lot of those players have got established full-time careers, and then cricket is almost a fun side hobby, basically. And for, Middlesex, interestingly, have come out and talked about a 4-year programme where they intend to go professional by 2028. And in their words, Director of Cricket Alan Coleman, he said, want to almost feel like they've taken the decision out of the ECB's hands to go into Tier 1 by making their structure that good. Of course, for those players, some of whom might be offered a full-time professional contract, but then that brings a big life decision in and of itself, right? In terms of what you might want to do. Gibb continues and guided back. Although, again, we come back to what a sign of progress that we're talking about that with a team that are in Tier 2, that are stating an intention to, within 4 years, without that central funding that you get in Tier 1, wanting to have a full-time professional set of players. Glamorgan, of course, coming up into Tier 1 the season after next, 2027. Yorkshire will be joining the Tier 1 party next season. And round the corner, this will be just 1, and there's never a possibility of 2 anyway, but Alice Clark dropping her bat made sure they definitely weren't coming back.
Yeah, good hustle in the outfield by Naomi Datani. I think Hampshire will be well aware that they have to get off those ropes quickly to stop those 2s. Speaking of Glamorgan, I guess there's plenty of players in that team and that area that they'll have to potentially make a choice as well in the next 12 months around whether they want to become a professional cricketer, or a lot of them I know have got, really good full-time jobs elsewhere.
Yeah, they've had a very good overall first summer in the restructure. You'd say Glamorgan, having covered a fair bit of Tier 2, losing finalists in the 50 over League 2 Metrobank One Day Cup comp, and in the T20s losing semi-finalists on both occasions, beaten by Yorkshire. So that's well bowled again by Gibb, and it did use the loan system a fair bit, Glamorgan, and used it for reasons that head coach Rachel Priest was quite happy to tell me was about showing, and this I guess will come back to professionalism, showing Tier 2 players how a Tier 1 player looks, prepares, reflects on games, analyses. She was quite happy to say as well that it's partially a recruitment tool. If someone comes and they enjoy it, there's every chance they end up signing as a full-time professional potentially in 2027 as well. Full toss and excellently fielded. Got a bit of luck there, Gibb, and it could have been a run out of the bowler's end. They come through in the end. Uncertainty between Clark and Lewis after initially that is a fantastic bit of work by Mary Taylor. And it almost brings a wicket.
Great bit of work in the covers by Mary Taylor. Diving stop, and Abby Norgrove, I think it was, her mate at backward point, quick to pick up the parry from Taylor and tried to affect the run out at the non-striker's end, and I think Gabby Lewis might have been struggling. It was very close.
Turned away straight to short mid-wicket. They've set off for another single, and that's out. That is out. My goodness me. Really poor running by Clark and Lewis, and it's Freya Kemp with an arrow of a left arm throw that zings into the bottom of the stumps. Clark is run out for 3. Well, they almost had a run out the previous ball, Lancashire. They've got one now, 20 for 1. Superb from Freya Kemp.
Yeah, brilliant bit of fielding. Indecision in the middle from the Lancashire pair, and as a result, Alice Clark pays the price. Southby diving all over the place, but she wasn't needed with the gloves behind. Direct hit from Freya Kemp, and Hampshire absolutely love it.
Well, there's ways of taking a wicket that get a team up and about, as the Aussies love to say, and I think a direct hit run out after indecision is right up there.
Oh, you can't beat a direct hit. If you can't get excited about that as a fielding team, then yeah.
Maybe cricket's another game for you.
Yeah.
So Clark is out for 3 off 10. Gabby Lewis is joined by Seren Smale, who's had a solid one-day cup, you'd say. She's just outside the top 20 run scorers in it. She has 319 runs, just a tad under 30. Smale, who was Thunder's Player of the Year in 2024, and she made her England debut this time last year in a couple of T20Is in Ireland, where she also took the gloves. And how they could do with one of her best innings here, helping to rebuild a little after that run out. And also it's difficult for Lewis psychologically. She's got to put that to the back of her mind. Lewis well has put it to the back of her mind perfectly. Square drive, 4 runs, save your legs.
Yeah, you don't need to run for those. No indecision on that occasion. Width from Davies, and Lewis, who we've seen pepper the boundary on a couple of occasions already. Beautiful flowing square drive.
Yeah, that was the shot that had the kind of class behind it of someone who has already got 164 appearances at international level, no less. Adjusting her length well, Davies. Gabby Lewis with 59 ODIs and 105 T20Is for Ireland. A couple of tons as well in the shorter format. She's got 14 50s in ODIs, and she's got into the 90s 4 times and never made a ton. But she has consistently contributed impressively for Ireland. Average in the 30s is pretty good going, 32 to be precise in one-day internationals. Lewis playing with a straight bat. Davies generally has been as economical as you'd expect her to be, and is pushing and probing with this new ball.
Yeah, only going at just over 3 runs and over, keeping it nice and tight. Be interesting to see at what point does the run rate start to bear pressure on Lancashire. The rate at the moment well within grasp though.
That's a wide. Yeah, required rate is pretty much bang on a run a ball now. And it's worth remembering as well that Hampshire had a steady start that grew in confidence. And particularly, and I guess it goes back to something we said earlier, in this era where teams bat deeper than ever before, batting a large, as Hampshire did in the semi-final, a large proportion of the innings with the rate in and around, if not above a run a ball, is not as scary as it might have been for a lineup 4 or 5 years ago. Lewis again straight driving, another dot.
On in the middle of the bat on a number of occasions, Gabby Lewis. Both batters doing a little bit of gardening down the wicket. Sarah and Smale yet to face the ball.
Yeah, I think if you're Smale, this isn't your favourite thing to deal with, being out there for a while and having to wait. Lewis this time, again down the ground, and it's slightly bumped off the fielder. Will end up being a couple. It was Bex Tyson there.
Yeah, almost gathered pace.
Yeah,
Tyson there. She has to get her legs running towards the boundary.
I don't think it's hit her in the elbow, the kneecap, or one of those horrible places to get hit, because you could tell she was still able to run after it with full vigour, which is a good sign for Hampshire because they'll need her with the ball. Beautiful looking shot. It's only half stopped by cover point. Managed to get under the body of Datani. That brings that over to a close. 28 for 1 off 6. Lewis has looked in increasingly good touch for her 21 off 26.
Yeah, absolutely crunched that to cover. I mean, Datani did well to just keep it to a single and get something on it. Freya Kemp doing the tidying up. They weren't going to take on her arm again, having run out Alice Clark in the previous over.
Yeah, Hampshire with the victory in the one completed game between these sides in this format this season. On the 30th of April, winners by 8 wickets with 18 balls to spare in a pretty comfortable chase at Southport. Lancashire made 292 for 6. Jones with 107, Lamb with 86. Highest opening stand in the comp this season, but 2 wickets from Charlie Knott and 2 from Georgia Adams helped keep it somewhat in check, and it was Hampshire's best score of the competition this season, chasing or setting. But as we said, they did have a certain Ella McCacken in form that day, who of course is injured and sadly been out for the last few months.
What a season she'd had up to that point though.
Yeah, don't fall into recency bias, folks, and sleep on the fact that Ella McCacken was one of, if not the breakthrough star of the summer.
First Vitality Blast 100 as well.
Yeah, that was pretty much just as the injury happened as well. Short, pulled away confidently. Big chase needed from deep fine leg. It's nice tidy fielding from Nancy Harmon. Yeah, she made in that particular game 133 not out of 141. And that is how you make your first ever list A ton. It's a daddy 100, as they say. You went on past the milestone, and in a chase of 295 to win, you batted through. Helped by 77 from Bouchier, 47 from Knott. Adams with 20 not out. Feels like a very long time ago, though, late April. And of course, as discussed through that card, quite a lot of personnel playing in that game who are not here today. Straight at extra cover.
Yeah, she's a player, Ellen McCacken, that's probably showed a lot of promise and potential over a number of years. Still incredibly young, but yeah, you really felt she sort of came of age at the start of this summer. She'd been away over the winter. She played for Manly out in Sydney. I spent a little bit of time with her when I was there for a few weeks, and yeah, I love seeing good people do well, and I was absolutely buzzing for her when she managed to get that first 100, and then yeah, to back it up as she did and go again in the Vitality Blast is, yeah, just shows a player that's really on the up.
Yeah, I guess you were buzzing for her in all the moments where you weren't having to captain against trying to stop her scoring runs. Good luck with that. There's Gibb, shorter, into the gap for one.
Yeah, it's funny, like just sometimes there's just some people that you like, are kind of want them to do well. There's some people that you might be the complete opposite end of the spectrum. I'm obviously not going to name.
Rattle off a few names.
I'm not going to name any names, Michael. But you know, sometimes you're just like, oh god, yeah, I really don't want them to do very well. Or yeah, on the other hand, and Macca is definitely one of those players that yeah, when you're not playing against her, she's someone that I'd want to do pretty well.
Yeah, she's a big part of Hampshire getting this far. Give this time, again in a decent area, again guided into the covers. Kemp is swooping, but won't be able to get another run out this time. Yeah, she's played 8 games, McCacken. She's played as many games as any Hampshire player who is not in this playing 11. So she's had a massive role in them getting so far. 350 runs, just under, at an average of almost exactly 50. You cannot argue with that as an opening batter. And it's been out injured for the 100 and just before that as well. But in that early part of the season, she was dominating this competition. Charlie Knott as well. She's played 8 games for Hampshire, 300 runs and 8 wickets. She's the kind of player that if she wasn't Australian would have bundles and bundles of international caps for someone by now. And then we've discussed Lindsay Smith earlier on. 7 appearances, 16 wickets, an economy rate of 3.7. Pretty outrageous stuff from her. That trio have all been really important, and it makes it all the more impressive if Hampshire win today without them. This comes off the outside edge, and it will scurry away for 4. Bit of luck for Lewis. Have to feel for Gibb a little bit there. She's bowling in the right areas, doesn't quite get her reward. 8 off the over with that boundary, 36 for 1 off 7.
Yeah, decent length there from Daisy Gibb, but just a fraction of width, which allows Gabby Lewis, who's so strong square of the wicket, from what we've seen already today, to put her hands through it. Vade's short third, who was Bex Tyson, going to a weaker side and couldn't lay a hand on it.
There's 4 other players who we haven't mentioned yet, who've played for Hampshire, but are not in the 11 today, but have represented them in getting this side into this final. Lauren Bell, of course, 10 wickets in 5 games. Ava Lee, who played in that semi-final, has picked up 3 wickets in the journey. And a certain Elise Perry, you might have heard of her, she's pretty handy. Picked up 5 wickets in her 2 games in this comp. An Australian legendary all-rounder. Davies starts a new over once again in all the right areas, as you'd expect. And then the only one left, certainly deserving of her mention, Poppy Tulloch, a really exciting young seamer to keep an eye on. She's had a very good loan spell at Glamorgan this season where I've watched her in action, and she did play a couple of games as well for Hampshire in this Metro Bank One Day Cup. Megan Sturge in the squad for this final, but hasn't played this season. That's the unfortunate nature of being a keeper batter when those ahead of you in the pecking order aren't getting injured. It's almost a bit like being a goalkeeper in football, where you can end up struggling to break your way into a side. Albeit that being said, we've seen plenty of teams playing with nominally about 3 or 4 potential keepers. But that's all your Hampshire roster of players who've played but are not on the park today. Used a slightly smaller number of players than Lancashire. They've used 18 in total. Lancashire have used 21. guided away to point. Smale still settling into her work. Lewis has looked comfortably more fluent out there than anybody else.
Yeah, 28 off 31 for Gabby Lewis, striking it 90 strike rate already. Freya's been on the money in this 4th over so far. Bowl into the new batter in Seren Smale, keeping her quiet so far.
This will be 1 out to deep square for Smale. I know a lot of people are very excited about her future. So she's one in the bracket. We talked about this earlier. She's 20, but it feels like she's been around for a long, long time. She had a kind of breakthrough season in 2024, but of course has got plenty of experience in highest levels of women's domestic cricket before that point too. Nicely bowled, nicely played. Yeah, there was in Knox Smale played it. It actually was in a T20 game for Lancashire against Cumbria in Glasgow, where she made 121 not out. It was in April 2023. It was the highest ever score by a Red Rose batter, men's or women's. And that was one of those innings that I wouldn't quite say caught some people's surprise at Lancashire, but it made them realise, wow, this really is a pretty exceptional talent we've got in our hands. It's Lewis this time, playing another good ball from Davies very responsibly. Trying to see off what is a very good early wicket-taking threat. None for 13 off 4 so far for Davies, 37 for 1 off 8.
Yeah, bar that wicket column, it feels like Lancashire are there or thereabouts to where Hampshire were at this same stage. But that run out of Alice Clark, and costly will that prove, that early wicket. Always nice as a fielding side to generate wickets from the field. Looks like we're going to see a bowling change. We're going to see Mary Taylor into the attack, so Hampshire sticking with seam for now.
Lancashire CEO Dan Gidney there in conversation with ECB's Beth Barrett-Wild. One of many to have made a long trip down from the north. Lancashire, of course, coming down last night. You'd expect to prepare appropriately. Taylor's first ball, square driven out through point.
I really like the field set Hampshire have used in the last couple of overs. It's probably recognised that this surface is slightly on the slower side, so we've got third and fine up in the ring. We probably didn't see that until later into Hampshire's batting innings. I didn't see Lancashire make that change. So deep cover and deep square are the fielders on the boundary.
Yeah, it's a fresh pitch, as you'd expect for a final, but as one of the ground staff said to me, it's as fresh as it can be for the 3rd week of September. And by this point, you are working on pitches that have all been used at some point across a campaign. And also reflecting just recent weather conditions. There's only so much any ground is not going to be immune to that. Bit of work out there on the cover rope for Datani. One more.
Yeah, she does one out there. Datani. Gabby Lewis looks exceptionally strong through that cover point region. I spoke about for someone like Freya Kemp, you'd look to straighten up your field. For someone like Gabby Lewis, I think you might go the opposite way and square them up.
Lovely looking straight drive. This might go for 4. It does go for 4. It's just pure timing from Smale. First boundary of the innings for Seren Smale, and she just leant on it. That was pure timing.
Yeah, just gathered pace. It ran away from both Freya Davies and Georgia Adams. Nothing either of them could do about it. That's a Pretty nice way to get your first boundary.
Shots like that, which is why so many are so excited about her. That's off the outside edge. Well, that's a bit of fortune for Smale, and this will go for 4 as well. So back-to-back boundaries for Seren Smale. Frustration for Mary Taylor, who gets the tiny consolation of the old moral victory.
Yeah, how many times have we seen this today? Back-to-back boundaries, bowler under pressure. Certainly get value here, despite the bigger boundaries.
End of the over with that cut away for 1, 48 for 1 off 9. We were talking earlier on about diving on the outfield. Speaking to Jen Thompson, who played for Lancashire back in the 90s, who had quite a story about that. The direct quotes from her, she said, "We wore ridiculous white skirts, ridiculous socks, leg pads with leather straps and metal buckles. Fielding was a nightmare from grass burns. All a bit of a mess, really. We were nowhere near Old Trafford. We had to play on the Wirral pretty much into Wales because we could only get matches at Neston. And sometimes when you played Yorkshire, you had to go all the way across to North Riding. You were a million miles from Headingley. To go now to Old Trafford, where Alex Hartley has her light, her floodlight, and Kate Cross has her hotel suite, it's amazing." It's just guided up to mid-off from the first ball of the new over.
What are you going to say Kate Cross said at Portaloo? So I'm pretty sure when we were there at Old Trafford, there was a few of the Lancashire girls'
As
faces
far as I
on
understand,
Portaloos.
well, their faces are emblazoned all across Old Trafford, but as far as I understand, there is specifically a cross suite.
Sounds much better than the
hotel.
Portaloo.
It does, yeah.
I'm sure she's thrilled.
Reflection of how times have changed. That's again good from Davies, who's bowling a really nice spell here. It's the kind of spell that if you Smale and Lewis, you're just thinking, it doesn't actually matter too much if we go at 3 or 4 and over off her bowling with this. If we can just get out of this spell, and she hasn't got into that wickets column. It's typical Freya Davies.
Yeah, it very much is.
And again, well blocked by Smale. Only Cross, Bryce and Elwis have kept things tighter as a seamer. She's having a very good tournament. And don't forget, it's because people often fall into recency bias when analysing games of cricket. Freya Davies is a massive reason why they won that semi-final, because she was the primary person that instigated the late collapse, which meant they weren't chasing 300 plus. Davies again, right on the button. She took 4 for 39. She got Bryony Smith out up top, and then later on picked up Phoebe Franklin, Kalia Moore and Priyanaz Chatterjee, who was her 100th list day wicket. So nice of her to get that milestone just before retirement. And of course, thanks to the excellence of her teammates with the bat, she got one more game, which you're watching now.
Great that she got that milestone.
Yeah, it's a proper one to have in the book.
It's not something you chase as a player, but I think if she's going to bow out, then that might have been a nice touch, you know, something that you do look back on and reflect on and go, actually, you know what?
That's pretty cool.
Got 100.
Yeah, absolutely.
List day wickets there. That's all right. That is.
Yeah, then someone that also has an England 4 for 23 in March 2021 against New Zealand. To give you an idea of how long ago that was, she said in an interview afterwards that she was pleased to put her name in the mix. She had the unfortunate disposition of competing against the likes of Anya Shrubsole and Catherine Sciver-Brunt for that sort of seam bowler's spot down the order. Davies this time will concede a single, though it's an exceptional bit of work once again, and it says a lot about the quality of the standards that Kemp sets for herself, that having turned around and dived and thrown on her knees, she's furious to not get a second run out of the game. That's someone you know who expects a lot from themselves. 49 for 1 off 10, just 1 off the over.
Yeah, I feel like I know the feeling there, Freya. You do all that hard work, you pull out a brilliant diving stop, and you expect to see some success from it. I mean, success was that she stopped that ball going through her, and they only got a single. But yeah, when you've already got one direct run out to your name, you're just greedy for more.
Yeah, she's one of those fielders, and I mean this in the best possible way. She's got an aura about her in the covers, and the covers is often where some of your best fielders tend to lurk, loiter. A little confidence going on here with Adams, Taylor and Davies, our opening bowling partners at mid-on, just about field some plans here. Taylor went for 11 off her first over, albeit 4 of those were slightly streakily off the outside edge, and the keeper's come up to the stumps here. Down the ground for 1. Southby up to the stumps. Southby described by Katja Whitney on Wisdom Cricket podcast as the next cab off the rank for England keepers below Amy Jones and Tammy Beaumont. Always been an accusation that she's the best keeper in the country, but she doesn't bat well enough. But when Ella McCacken got injured, she's opened, and her arc as a player is on a very upward trajectory. Potentially the best rounded pick for a keeper in the country. Sliced away. Didn't mean to get that there, Smale. 1 to deep third.
I think for someone like Southby, I don't want to say she's been pigeonholed as just a keeper, but she's had limited opportunities with the bat, I'd say, and it's always harder coming in down the order. I think of a really good friend of mine, Carla Rudd, who played here for a number of years with the Vipers. She was more than handy with the bat, but she found herself, because of their batting depth, in positions where she didn't get much opportunity. She didn't need to bat. So yeah, it's been great to see Southby take that opportunity at the top of the order.
Yeah, one player's misfortune is another player's gain, and that injury to McCacken gave her that chance opening, and she's done more than enough with it. But even before then, was consistently in Hampshire's top 5. Certainly one to keep an eye out on in terms of things moving forward at the national level, that keeping situation. Turn straight to short mid-wicket.
Out of that power play now, so fielders spread a little bit more as this partnership begins to build.
And again, Taylor just starting to find a rhythm a bit in this second over. Mary Taylor, who kind of burst through for Vipers in that 2023 season. Lauren Bell being away with England opened up a slot in that team that she filled really impressively, and she's never really looked back. Winning 3 trophies in that particular year across everything. Driven down the ground for what will be 1. Davies with the work. 3 off it. 52 for 1 off 11. For context, the 50 partnership for Hampshire came up at 11.1. So now, of course, that was Southby and Bouchier unbeaten. But that tells you there's not a lot between these two right now.
No, there's not. That run rate has crept to just above 6 and over, though. I think Lancashire will be aware that it's a decent batting surface. They'll want to keep that run rate in check, as we're going to see some spin into the attack, and it's going to be Bex, Tyson, and Hampshire have got a couple of spinners up their sleeve, Tyson being one of them.
Yeah, I'm curious to see field set here and what angles Adams looks to create. Of course, you'd imagine see Adams bowling herself pretty soon as well.
At the hotel end, number 35, Bex Tyson.
They've obviously got the left arm seam option of Naomi Datani as well, who had a back injury at the start of the year. Has recovered from that. It's great to see her back on the park and playing a full role as an all-rounder.
Yeah, both these sides relatively settled in terms of competition of bowling attacks and pretty nicely balanced, as you'd expect from the two teams that have been the most economical in the comp. Tyson again in a decent spot. She had a very good semi-final, Bex Tyson, 2 for 39 off her 10. She got the big wicket of Kira Chatley. That was very important at the context of the game, and got Alexa Stonehouse out too.
Yeah, she's not had a bad first year as a professional too, Tyson.
Yeah, an economy rate in this competition of 4.65, which I think as a spinner, even when you factor in you're bowling quite a few of your overs in the middle, that's really good going. Even more so in the context of settling into life as a pro. So that's out to deep mid wicket for one more.
Hampshire have got 2 extra covers in, like this field for these two players. No one really behind the bat.
Yeah, it's one of those things maybe just settling into something of a holding pattern in that over. 4 singles from it. 56 for 1 off 12. Lewis in particular has looked quite impressive for a 32 from 38. 4 off Tyson's first.
Yeah, it feels this partnership for Lancashire is building nicely. Hampshire having discussions around how they're going to take this next wicket, make this breakthrough.
We're at the peak kind of time where someone turns up at the cricket and says, who's winning? It's like, you've been playing since half-10, you must know. So we've not got a lot for you. Straight at extra. What you would say, home ground, 288 on the board, and unlike in the first innings, they have taken a wicket at this stage. So you'd probably slightly rather be Hampshire. But we're talking fine margins.
Yeah, when you've got runs on the board as well, just in every dot ball, it feels like just build a little bit more pressure. Can you string a few together and something might happen?
And that game will be a dot. Lovely desperation in the field to stop the ball. Freya Davies was covering in behind, but you should never think like that as an infielder. Hampshire certainly in the form.
Well, we've probably got two of their best fielders. Bouchier at mid-wicket, Freya Kemp at extra cover.
Jabbed into the pad. Yeah, Bouchier's a class fielder, and it's one thing that it didn't surprise me because I've been following things through the season, but in prepping for this final, you go and look at the catches, and there's all the wicket keepers at the top, and there's Maya Bouchier right in the midst of it. 14 catches in the outfield, and of course some of those have been simple, but some of those have been absolute speckies, as the younger people are call them. They call them spectacular catches. Might be one out to deep cover.
I also think that throughout this chase, Lancashire don't need to search too hard for boundaries at this point. So much space in the playing arena that you can access for singles, run hard, you get up and back, and before you know it, you've You've taken 4, 5, 6 off the over quite comfortably without taking too much risk, which is what we saw from the Hampshire batters.
Smale won't get a run there. Taylor's put together a really good over, and now it's time to get out of it. Just 1 off 5 so far in this one from Mary Taylor.
Field change for the last ball, long on in place. Third comes into the ring.
Flashed away. Didn't mean it to go there really, Smale. It's off the outside part of the blade. She won't care though. 4 more and it slightly spoils what had been a great over from Taylor. 61 for 1 off 13.
Yeah, you can see what Mary Taylor was trying to do in terms of making that change in the field, but the one ball that she couldn't bowl with that field was width outside off stump, and it's exactly what she gave Seren Smale, and Smale just using the pace carved it through between backward point and third. I was talking about Lancashire batting without much risk, and they've got 5 off that over in doing just that.
I think Smale wanted it to go a bit squarer than it did. Tyson to continue. Her first over's gone for 4. Lofted, lovely shot. Didn't try and overhit it, Lewis. She knew she'd just got to get it over the head of mid-off. And it rolls away for 4. That's as good a shot as we've seen in this innings.
Yeah, yet again, back-to-back boundaries, even though it's off different bowlers. That intent from Gabby Lewis, first ball of Bex Tyson's second over. Left arm spinner under pressure.
And now sweeps hard and sweeps for 4. Really clever batting from Lewis. 2 very different shots, but equally impressive, equally effective. Tyson straying down leg gets punished.
Yeah, and I spoke about that they don't really have anyone behind square for either of these players. Deep square is slightly behind, but for someone like Gabby Lewis, whose strength is really sweeping behind, that line was an absolute gift from Bex Tyson.
Lewis a little more circumspect this time to a good ball from Tyson, back in the kind of spot she'd want to be. Back down the ground to Tyson. It's one of those where Lewis just had to check her shot there. He's re-rehearsing it now. Almost chipped up a caught and bowled chance. Worked away for a single. Lewis moves on to what's been a pretty confident 42, and the mark of a good player is an ability, particularly at the top with some tough overhead conditions and a new ball, to score at a good rate without taking a high level of risk, and that's exactly what Gabby Lewis has done here. Will eventually be a single to finish the over, despite both Tyson and Shaw mid-wicket having a go at trying to get there. 70 for 1 off 14, going at exactly 5 and over, and the 50 partnership is up between these two off 54. A nice nerve settler after a very nerve-inducing run out of Clark from the direct hit.
Yeah, their tempo's been good from both of them, but as you say, Gabby Lewis, I've really enjoyed how she's played both seam and spin so far, looking to put the bad ball away. They've ran well between the wickets. Always hard as the batter when you are involved in a run out to clear your mind of that, but they've got on with the business and the task in hand, and looking, I say, well set at the moment. A long way to go in this game yet.
And the dressing room's a lot easier to come back into if you come back into it 2 hours later having scored a lot of runs and helped the team win than 2 minutes later.
Yeah, potentially. I still always feel if you are involved in the run-out, there's always some sort of conversation that needs to take place.
But the conversation could be a little easier as time goes on.
Yeah, I mean, probably more likely to be a conversation as opposed to if you go in 2 minutes later. I don't think anyone's speaking to anyone.
2 hours of silence. What you won't have seen, because Comcam wasn't on at that moment, is there was some a knowing look and a knowing smile from Sophie Luff alongside. Happens to even the very best of us.
Yeah, I don't really want to say I've been there, done that, got the T-shirt, but yeah.
Well, when you play the sheer number of innings you have, it's unavoidable, right? You're going to get out in every way at some point.
Yeah, and you might be involved in some mix-ups, and sometimes they're your fault, sometimes they're not.
Tatani continuing with that left arm angle. He's driven down the ground for 1.
Yeah, and interesting, we spoke about Mahika Gore earlier when Lancashire were bowling. Stayed over the wicket throughout the innings. Tatani starting round.
She's always been a bowler that has used her crease and used her angles really well. Tatani, it's something she's known for. This will be more runs. Won't quite be 4 of them. A shorter ground it would have been. Kemp does the hard yards to get around. Let's come on in place of Taylor. None for 19 off 3. So just slightly juggling her pack, Georgia Adams. And the question will be when she bowls herself. I would have thought a little deeper into the middle overs once there's any hope of that ball swinging realistically has gone. Dot from Tatani, who hasn't bowled a lot in this competition this season. This is just her 16th over in it, 1 for 85 so far. She's not bowled a lot in recent seasons either, even when she was at Thunder in the 2 seasons she had up there. Didn't bowl too much.
Yeah, I feel like it's one of the reasons she has moved around of late. Probably hasn't had the bowling opportunity that she'd have wanted in sides that she's played in.
Yeah, of course, playing against a lot of her old teammates today. 472 runs for Thunder in 29 games and picked up 21 wickets as well. Certainly did more than chip in when she did bowl. Went on loan at the back end of last season to the Vipers and then joined Hampshire in the close season as the restructure happened. Back of the length and keeping the stumps right in play here against Smale. End of the over. Tatani will be pretty content to have got out of it with 3 dots at the back end. 75 for 1 off 15. Tatani, one of those who really has spanned a generation in terms of her career and her longevity. You know, when you're past 2,500 career runs, you're well past that 100 wickets as well. That's something to be proud of, and still performing right towards that top domestic level. She had, I know she had a winter of club cricket in Perth for Western Australia in the WNCL, which it's difficult to compare standards, but quite a few people out there have talked about how that's a seriously good standard of cricket. That very concentrated system at the top end of things.
Yeah, it's a very good competition out there. Some very good players playing in that.
Swept fine from Lewis, not for the first time. Bit of a commute needed to keep it to 2 out there. Work done in good time by Nancy Harmon.
Yeah, those outfielders are going to be busy. Nancy Harmon, I think she's doing boundary to boundary, as is Freya Kemp. A lot of mileage in the legs. They won't mind if they get over the line here, though.
Required run rate just hovering around 6.1. Nothing too threatening right now, as that's up and over for the second time today from Lewis. Just a little through the wider mid-off region this time, but it's a similar looking shot to one we saw a few overs ago. It takes her one short of 50.
Yeah, beautiful shot here. It's just an effortless ease to the way that she hits the ball over that extra cover mid-off region. Beautiful straight blade through the back of the ball and just brought about a change in the offside field, long off in place.
That time Lewis just defending. It's been a nice innings of controlled aggression from Gabby Lewis. 7 fours so far, going at almost a runner ball. Now one short of the milestone, which would be first 50 for her for Lancashire in this competition. In a knockout game, having made 75 as a high score in the group stage, made just 9 in the first semi-final on Tuesday. 50 here for Lewis off 54. With 7 fours, she set a really nice stable base at the top, and having been involved in that run out of Alice Clark, has mentally refocused really well to get a decent chunk of the run chase taken out.
Yeah, clearly enjoys batting here at the Utilita Bowl. I know she spent a little bit of time here in previous seasons, a small stint at Southern Vipers. She looks like she's well set today. We've probably said that about a number of players. Georgia Adams and Maya Bouchier in the first innings, they didn't necessarily go on and get that huge figure score, but Gabby Lewis certainly has the talent and the opportunity to do so.
In comes to Tani. You get a look at those Metrobank bucket hats. Out to deep cover, some good hard running. Will mean that there'll be 2. Seen consistently throughout this game. If you turn and you go, and the fielder is right the way out on that boundary, there's almost always a second.
Yeah, I think if you have that intent, as soon as you hit the ball out towards those sweepers, you and your partner on the same wavelength, you'll make it comfortably. The fielder's got everything to do out there.
Sounded very good off the bat. Straight at mid-off though.
As it has done throughout her innings, to be honest with you. She's found the middle of the bat on numerous occasions. Definitely seems to have favoured the offside. Looks like she's got dangerous sweep against the spinners to access that leg side.
Short, pulled away, hit hard, but straight at deep square leg. Kemp will keep it to a single. Got a lot of pedigree, Lewis. A fair bit of it in Irish domestic cricket, but a fair bit of it across the world. Think of her time with the Vipers, with the Scorchers, with the Superchargers, with the Barbados Rolls as well in the CPL a couple of years back. She's got 5 List A tons at an average of 37 across her career. What Lancashire would give for a doubling up. Smale starting to look good too. Smale rightly giving that ball the respect it deserves.
Yeah, Sarah Smale definitely played her hand in this partnership as it builds. Feels like similar to when Lancashire bowled, really. It's almost like, where's the wicket coming from? It's almost like you're relying on just building a little bit of pressure to cause batter error, as opposed to coming up with a real clear plan to blow the batter away.
That's going to be a single out to deep cover. Yeah, you think of the dismissals we've seen in this final. Adams out trying to reverse off Morris because Morris had built a bit of pressure and Adams felt like she had to do something. Kemp managing to pick out Lister, who took a really nice diving catch off Jones. Bouchier caught by Cross, trying to be aggressive and go over the top off Gore after a period of extended aggression from Bouchier having passed 50. Tatani forcing the block, and Tatani will be pretty content with her first couple of overs. They've conceded only 8, 86 for 1 off 17.
Yeah, it looks like the two batters need a little bit of a drink, a little bit of a reset. Some new gloves for Gabby Lewis. And we are going to see change in the spin attack for Hampshire. It is going to be the skipper Georgia Adams, who's, well, had a fine day out with the bat. She'll be hoping that she can replicate that success with the ball. Her team could do with a couple of wickets right now.
Yeah, you can understand the change. Tyson's been a little expensive, gone for 21 off her 3. Georgia Adams, who has had another solid competition, least surprising words you've ever heard me say. For those who followed women's domestic cricket regularly, economy rate just a bit above 5, 14 wickets at 32. Well, they're very stump-to-stump off-spinners, but she starts with an unusually not the best delivery to loosen a down leg. Should be reasonably content with the fact she's only conceded 2 rather than 4 from it. Smale just paddling it round the corner. Oh, has that been nicked? Not given. Well, Smale survives on 28. Big appeals from both Adams and Southby. Umpire Gabby Brown says no.
Smale looked slightly guilty there, didn't she? Hampshire were absolutely convinced that she'd got something on this. Gabby Brown, though, has other ideas.
Yeah, worth saying, of course, no snicko, no hotspot. There's no potential for TV to interfere in any way, and of course the umpire only gets 1 look. Oh, there's another appeal there. Oh, interesting, both the caught behind and the stumping. Smart work from Southby, and Smale was looking at nervous out here. And Gabby Lewis is doing exactly what you should do in this scenario, is come down and have the cursory chat that just eats away some time and give Smale a chance to get her breath back. That's a better shot, albeit still a dot ball. Adams almost running through her over, as you so often see. She's already bowled 5 balls in the blink of an eye. Single to finish it. 89 for 1 off 18. Adams concedes 3, and the partnership continues to tick up, and it seems pretty clear there's every chance we're going to get a pretty close final here.
Yeah, that's definitely the way that it's building here, Michael. Good start though from Georgia Adams. Hampshire disappointed that they didn't get the wicket of Smale there. But she's still at the crease, 29 to her name. Gabby Lewis there on 53. And it's been, well, it's been all ease since the dismissal of Alice Clark.
Yeah, Lancashire will be quietly happy with how things have progressed after that great bit of work from Kemp. Tatani this time driven out to deep cover. Required run rate just as tickled up to 6.25 and over. Drifting down leg from Tatani. Just trying to cramp Lewis for room here with the insurance policy of square leg out, fine leg out.
Yeah, which is definitely needed with the angle that Tatani's creating.
Yeah, she's a prolific scorer, square of the wicket and behind square on both sides. Scoring nicely all round the ground, Lewis, and driving nicely there up to mid-off. I'd say right now it's pretty level pegging here. Short pulled straight at deep square, one more. And we saw moments like this in the first innings where the game's just in a bit of a holding pattern, and the question is, does that get broken by one of the two batters deciding to up the tempo? Does it get broken by a bit of magic, like a Freya Kemp in the field, or something from the bowler? What is the thing that changes next? Full from Ditani. Again, a decent straight drive, and it again well fielded down the ground. Mid off by Gibb.
I think this is where Hampshire will be looking to try and get a grasp on the game. Introduction of Georgia Adams, and he went for 3. Ditani's bowling a good over here. Can she close it out? But a couple overs back to back where that run rate starts to edge up. You feel as a batter that you've faced a few more dot balls than you'd like. Does that build the pressure that they need?
Well judged quick single, but it's still, even regardless of it, a good over for Hampshire, and the experienced campaign at Naomi Ditani, who's conceded just 11 from her 3, 92 for 1 then off 19, and that just means that required run rate has gone up to 6.35. Trying to turn the screw here, Hampshire.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's looking at that current run rate, which is obvious, isn't it? If the required run rate goes up, then your current run rate is probably dwindling a little bit, but it's just dropped below 5s for the first time during this innings, which just shows that Hampshire just starting to wrestle some momentum back into the game by making a couple of quieter overs.
Georgia Adams doing her thing. And took her bowling more seriously because Charlotte Edwards told her to once upon a time. She went in for pre-season. She was listed as one of the bowlers in the spin nets for pre-season bowling lanes. She gently sort of inquired. I was pretty forthrightly told, no, this is going to be part of your role. You're going to take it a bit more seriously. That's been thumped down the ground by Smale. Much needed boundary, first in a little while for Lancashire. Just trying to break the shackles that Hampshire were trying to put on them.
Yeah, feels like a release shot there from Sarah and Smale, executed very nicely over the top of mid-off in a slightly different style to Gabby Lewis, but effective nonetheless.
A little more bottom hand than top. No runs for aesthetic though. Both count for 4 all the same. That's back to Adams from Smale, who got in position to pull that and realised it was not as short as she thought. Ended up kind of almost jabbing it down the ground. Adams this time with a touch more flight. It's quite rare you see Georgia Adams get the ball up above the eye line. Tends to bowl very quick and flat.
Yeah, it's got quite a round arm action, Georgia Adams.
A little slower, and Smale was a bit early on it, and apart from the boundary, no score from the over, and that boundary was the first boundary in 24 deliveries, so that just lets you know the squeeze that's on here. 96 for 1 from 20.
Yeah, she's someone that, well, first and foremost, she's obviously the captain of this Hampshire team, but she's an incredibly smart, canny cricketer, Georgia Adams. That round arm action, she makes it hard for you to hit her square of the wicket. She almost like tries to go under your bat. Very effective, given that she'd probably call herself, particularly at the start of that professional era, a part-time bowler.
Oh yeah, she's definitely now a batting all-rounder. And it's interesting also, she bowls a lot. I'll come back to that. So that's a low full toss. Nicely fielded at point, will be one more. You see a lot of players who are discussed as being all-rounders in teams and analysis, but they actually, you know, they might have good batting statistics, but they very rarely bat in the top 7. They might have good bowling numbers, but they bowl on average very few number of overs per game. So they're an all-rounder in name, but in terms of what they're regularly doing for their team, they're not really functioning as an all-rounder. And Adams is the total opposite of that. So that's back to Datani. You particularly speak to analysts and they'll tell you about this when you're trying to compose and bring a team together. And what Adams has done with the Vipers, more than 2,000 runs from across all formats, then here with Hampshire, is you're consistently getting someone who's batting in the top 5 and scoring you a high volume of runs, and is bowling you a high volume of overs and picking up wickets and keeping it tight. And that is a proper all-rounder in not just name but in functionality. Speaking of all-rounders, Datani's keeping it nice and tight here. That's a single.
Yeah, both these bowlers going at less than 4s, around that 3.5 runs per over mark. DLS is always a good steer on where you are in a run chase, and Lancashire currently 7 ahead of where they'd need to be, albeit I don't think we're going to be affected by rain today, which is, well, makes a change after the last couple of weeks, and always nice for a final to be unaffected by the weather.
Yeah, we do have a reserve day if needed. They didn't have a reserve day for the Tier 2 final last Sunday, which is why that got shortened to a T20 before a ball was bowled. The trophy lift was done, and about 10 minutes later the heavens opened and never shut again. So it suggested that, as Lauren Winfield-Hill called it, there was a mind-blowing outbreak of common sense.
It doesn't usually happen in the sport that we play.
Everyone found themselves going home in the rain at Worcester at lunchtime, not having to sit around and watch any rain. And still unusual.
Who instigated that? Both teams or officials, or?
Well, Lauren
mentioned
that there was, even the night before, directors of cricket were speaking to the ECB about it. Having, you know, the forecast was very clear from a long way out. So that's to mid-on, no run. And of course, they have to go outside the competition regulations for that, and everybody has to make that agreement. There is a little bit of a sense that maybe some kind of precedent would be set, because some might remember that in the men's Metrobank One Day Cup final last season, they didn't have a reserve. They did have a reserve day. The first day was rained out. They turned up for the reserve day. It was quite clear that it was going to pour with rain from the lunchtime, and the trophy otherwise would have been shared. Same thing that would have happened by the regs last Sunday. And instead, you know, it wouldn't have been a bowl if it would have been shared. And instead, agreement was made, it will be a T20, and the game was actually played because everyone wanted it finished on the field. Pulled away for what will be one more. It's a good squeeze on from this pair, and it's been just going on for a little while now. Adams has bowled 13 balls, has conceded just the 8. If you look back, they were 82 for 1 off 16, so 17 runs scored off the last 5 and a bit overs. We're into, I sort of find myself unofficially sometimes calling it something's got to give type of territory. Soon there'll be naturally a wicket or a big over. So that's out into the covers.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see which way it goes here. Definitely feel like something's building here. Lancashire batters have done this a couple of times in the last few overs, to go down, have a little glove punch conversation, just reset the mind.
But that's, as you yourself would know, that's straight to points, another dot. When that's happening, that's a compliment to the fielding side.
Yeah, absolutely.
Almost always.
And especially when you've got someone like Georgia Adams bowling at you as well. Anything to try and slow her tempo down. She's just looking, especially when she's bowling dot balls or just singles, she's just going to race through those overs before you even know it.
Do you know what? I mean, she's brilliant in her current capacity, but she'd also be equally brilliant as the 100's up for Lancashire from 21.5 overs. So Interesting to note, the second 50 has come significantly slower for Lancashire than the first 50. That reflects the slowdown we've been discussing. That's a good drive from Smale. Nice fielding by Long off, trucking around to a left to keep it to 2 and haul it in. So that's the end of the over. 102 for 1 then. Georgia Adams would be fantastic. Whatever you want to call it, corridor cricket, car park cricket, gully cricket, or even in the nets where there's not space for your full run-up. Everybody else, your fast bowlers, oh my God, we normally bowl off 20 yards. Georgia Adams, 2-step, thank you very much. I'm going to bowl exactly what I normally bowl. Good luck, everybody. Would be lethal. She's pretty lethal in this form of things as well. Such a competitor. You know, people of a certain generation that remember the way her dad played can see that in her and the way that she leads, but there's a whole generation of fans now for whom she's made her name, who know her far better than they ever knew her dad, who of course played for England on the men's side. This is Datani, low full toss, straight to mid-off. And of course Adams eventually got her England chance as well a year ago, having openly said that she thought that it'd probably pass her by.
Georgia Adams and Naomi Datani have done here is just tighten things up. They haven't given as many free balls as we've seen so far throughout the innings, and forcing Lancashire to make the play. As I say that though, there is a loose ball and it's pulled away for 4 by Gabby Lewis. She moves to 60. And Lancashire with a much needed boundary, feels.
Yeah, it's the first boundary in 19 deliveries. It's only the second that we've had in 43. So Lewis winning the battle of patience. When you play a long innings, you're always going to get little periods like this. Lewis with an on-drive, perfectly balanced. The hardest shot to play. That is always a good sign that your bat path, your alignment, your top hand, everything is working in sync and you're still at the point of contact. Tatani this time played out into the covers for Lewis, who at this point as a batter, we've seen the pitch doesn't have tons of demons in it. She's had a look at all 6 major bowling options. As much as anything else, the game is a game within Gabby Lewis's own mind of concentration.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Overs remaining 27.2. As you'll know, she's got plenty of time.
Down the ground, and it was almost a catching chance. It will run away for 4 from Smale, who was not far out, giving Davies an opportunity. Actually dipped on her, and it was one of those very awkward ones where you're not quite sure what to do as a fielder. So 2 boundaries and 4 balls.
Yeah, we were just talking about that something had to give, Michael, and this might be the over where Lancashire just start to get back into that groove, back into that tempo. A couple of boundaries will almost certainly help that.
Lovely looking extra cover drive for a single from Smale that time. So it is the big over. That is the way the pendulum goes. 10 off it. First big over for quite a while. 1-1-1 for 1 off 23.
Yeah, great running again from this pair, pushing that deep cover fielder hard, and dejected Nancy Harmon, gutted that they pick up 2, but I just don't think there's much she can do about it. It's great intent by the 2 at the crease, and the space that she's got to cover out there, she has to plonk herself somewhere where she feels that she can stop the boundary. That's ultimately her first job.
5-4 field here on side, so Adams has got to be very disciplined and bowl stump to stump, but that is Something that by this point I'd pretty confidently say, having seen it so many times over the years, she could probably do with her literal eyes closed. It's got just a long off out on the offside, then a ring of 3. Oh, that's off the outside edge. She was early on that Smale. That's not the first one from Adams to Smale that she's held back and caught Smale early on it.
Yeah, and looking to play across that, and that's why I said Georgia Adams is so dangerous when you're trying to go square of the wicket. It's just not much pace on the ball from her, not much bounce either, trying to skid it under your bat makes playing square of the wicket quite challenging.
Goes on the reverse, paddle round the corner. And it might well go for 4. It will go for 4. Clever from Smale, using the pace of Adams against her. There's nobody behind square on the offside. It is a shot that comes with a degree of risk because Adams always keeps the stumps in play, but Smale's rewarded for some lovely improvisation.
Yeah, great angle there. Gapping from Seren Smale. He moves to 49, and it's funny how the momentum just ebbing and flowing in this run chase.
Just turned away for a single this time, and that brings Smale to a very well-made 50. 50 off 59 balls for Seren Smale. It's been a really nice knock coming in after that run out with Clark from the excellent work by Kemp, and Smale's just provided a level of calm serenity here. It's her second 50 in this competition this season. Cut away straight at backward point. 50 off 59 balls for Smale.
Yeah, both these batters striking in the 80s, playing with a really nice tempo. I think with 1 over to go to drinks, they'll be keen to get through to that drinks mark, reset, and make sure they build on this partnership. Going to see a change of bowling here. It's going to be Bex Tyson, who's going to replace Naomi Datani. So left arm seam is being replaced with left arm spin. She bowled 3 overs for 21 so far. What can the left arm spinner do here? Smale drives up to long off for a single. Deep square, deep mid wicket, long on, long off in play. Oh, scamper through and direct hit, but Gabby Lewis has made a ground. That was ricocheted off the boot of Bex Tyson. Let's have a look at that one again if we can. That would be very tight. We've already seen 1 run out, 1 direct hit already today.
Yeah, well, to use an old phrase in a cricketing context, to have 1 run out is unfortunate, to have 2 is careless. Oh, that is tight. I think Lewis is just about, from what I saw of that replay, made her ground. And appealing again here, Hampshire, who suddenly in the last over before drinks are making things happen. But looking at that replay again, would have had a bit of luck to get that one. It's sliding down leg from Tyson. Short. Pulled out to Kemp for a single. Yeah, it's funny sometimes as a batter, you're going along, you're pacing your innings well, and then something like drinks can just get in your brain in a way that it shouldn't. Straight back to Tyson. Suddenly you find yourself sort of counting down balls in your head. You don't want to have people say, oh, you got out in the last over before drinks.
Bex Tyson's like a pinball machine out there. It never seems to go straight in her hands. Anytime the ball is hit back at her or in the field, it just ricochets off her.
Oh, that one looks like it might have kept a little bit low. Titani gets around. 2 more. And that will be drinks. 1, 2, 4 for 1.
Yeah, Lancashire only lost the 1 wicket so far then, that of Alice Clark, who was run out by Freya Kemp. These two have put on a substantial partnership in the meantime, trying to chase down Hampshire's 288 for 6. Notable scores to mention in Hampshire's innings: Georgia Adams 77 from 98, Maya Bouchier 66 off 59, and then 41 at a runner ball from Freya Kemp, with a few other contributions as well. 3 wickets, 47 for Grace Potts in that bowling innings. But as I said, it's Lancashire with the work to do with the bat now. This partnership though, worth 104. Seren Smale 52 not out, and Gabby Lewis 65 not out. I'm sure it'll be a message of continuing to do exactly what they have done so far, and for Hampshire it will be discussing ways of which they can find some breakthroughs. But in general, wickets have been hard to come by today on this surface here. It's been a decent batting track, and the crowd have been royally entertained with lots of boundaries and lots of good running between the wickets, Michael.
Yeah, you look at those set batters in the Hampshire innings, and it's easy to say from up here, but it was lapses in concentration more so than pitch misbehaviour, the bowler doing something that was particularly special, or something more in those type of factors that caused their dismissal, which is where you go back to the battle is in their own minds, as it so often is for batters. Sophie Luff alongside me, as good as anyone to take you through the mental gymnastics of that. You're listening to someone who earlier this season hit a ton against Warwickshire at Edgbaston, where all 7 bowlers in the attack have at some point, if not currently, played for England.
Honestly, you just bring all the stats. Didn't even know that.
Well, you should be able to remember it. You did it. That was you.
Yeah, I mean, I know I batted in that game and I know what I scored, but I didn't really think about. Well, I obviously knew who I was batting against, but I didn't think that they'd all played at that level. It was quite a cool stat, actually.
That's pretty cool, and it's just as cool that viewers from around the world are lucky enough to get your expertise here, having driven all the way from somewhere around Taunton, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Or were you at Bristol for the Red Roses?
Of, Western-super-Mare, I am.
Oh, there you go.
So, yeah, a couple hours in the car this morning. Be a couple hours back this evening, hopefully, all being well on the roads.
Yeah, for those who've been living under a rock, or maybe very specifically are just a cricket person, there's a Women's Rugby World Cup going on, and England are into a final next week against Canada, having beaten France yesterday at Bristol. And my co-commentator went yesterday and captioned it as, "When I grow up, I want to be one of the Red Roses."
I just think they're so cool. I am really in my fangirl era, actually, when it comes to women's rugby. I just think
love that for you, honestly.
I mean, I obviously look at cricket, and there's so many role models within the game now, which is amazing for young boys and girls.
First ball after drinks is a dot.
But I think I just really appreciate it looking in from a different lens into a different sport.
Yeah.
And yeah, they're real icons.
Short pulled straight at wide mid-on. Yeah, what you hope you're seeing this summer, and women's cricket might well get its version of it next summer with the T20s, is, without me to be too simplistic, the Lionesses effect. That's straight back to Adam, someone who in the winters myself commentates on a lot of women's football. You've seen post 2022 and then post this summer how that success of the national team kicks downwards. You notice as well that that kind of virtuous, it pushes that virtuous circle round of more games in main stadiums. You know, people learning more about how to market things better, get in big numbers off live streams, and get people into coming in venue more as well. That's just guided out to point. Classic Adams over here. First over after drinks. Batters want to resettle. She's just charging through the dots.
Yeah, I mean, the atmosphere yesterday at the game was unbelievable.
And again, it's kind of that breakout type tournament for it. And I don't think, I mean, I'm only trying to speak for, not trying to speak for you here. End of the over, just 2 off it, 1-2-6 for 1 off 26. It's not really so much tub thumping patriotism as it's just a home team doing well in a tournament, and that galvanising people behind the sport, and then engaging with that more, because we've seen plenty of games in that Women's Rugby World Cup England aren't playing, and actually it's full, and there's plenty of people who live in England who might not even necessarily be supporting either of those teams, but are there supporting the game. Swept, and that's come off something. It's been missed. This is going to be wides. It goes to the boundary. It will be 5 of them, but it will pull up just short. Smale is charging at Lewis, having got the danger end, saying, I'm coming that way, you get your skates on. So that's a bit of a bonus for Lancashire.
Yeah, not the best line there from Bex Tyson, especially to someone, Gabby Lewis, who loves to sweep behind as well. I know there's a field set out there, but yeah, just dragged her line too wide down the leg side there.
And on a wider level, you know, speaking of someone that predominantly covers football and cricket, you definitely see the concept of a high tide lifts all boats, right? There was a great interview a few months ago where they spoke to Neve Charles of the Lionesses, Sarah Glenn of England Cricket, and Ellie Kildown of England Rugby. Just, I can't off the top of my head remember who it was with, but it's, if you type in those 3, it'll come up, and it's well worth a read. Just exchanging their stories from their different sports and learning off being in each other's company.
Yeah, well, you've seen that through the tournament. I think it was Chloe Kelly went into the some misfield there from Daisy Gibb, I think it is. It's going to be a costly one as well. Ball races towards the fence. Nothing that Georgia Adams can do in pursuit. A bit of a freebie there from Hampshire, and this has proven to be an expensive start to Bex Tyson's over.
There's a little look round at the practice pitch as if might have taken a bobble on the way through. One down the ground.
Yeah, as I was saying, I think it was Chloe Kelly went into the Red Roses dressing room. I know that the London Spirit girls were buzzing this summer because they had Leah Williamson come up into the changing room at Lord's.
Euros winner, Champions League winner. Tyson just trying to pull back what's been quite an expensive over. Kind of over that first over after drinks, it leaves a dilemma in Captain Adams' mind about whether to give her another one. There's going to be some more runs to finish it. There's few things funnier in cricket than seeing a keeper off in pursuit in the outfield, and Southby was right into the wilderness there of deep fine legs. She'd gone well past the 30-yard circle, and for all their troubles, it's Datani who wins the race. End of the over, 1-3-8 for 1, so that over has gone for 11. Yeah, it's cross-pollination, isn't it? Is what we're talking about, really.
Yeah, and it's brilliant to see the rise of, you know, obviously when you live and breathe women's cricket, you know it all too well, but women's sport in this country, it's what we want.
Yeah, and it's definitely far more that than a case of competing with each other, particularly when you think of how even more so when it comes to cricket, of how the seasons don't necessarily overlap. Well, don't overlap too much. So first ball of Adams' new over is driven down for almost walking single from Lewis. Required run rate has just gone up to 6.6, and the last 11 overs have brought 57. So the last 11 overs have been going at pretty much bang on 5 and over. There will come a point where these two just need to shift gear a little bit. Kane Adams just flying through the dots here. And again, you put that in the, the wider historical context of how far things have come not too long ago. Smale gets funky with the footwork, gets across. She's trying to get it fine on the leg side, and she's managed it for what will be a couple. It's only a generation ago that the only reason why Lancashire and Cheshire had badges on their kit was because Jenny Thompson's mum was sewing them on and creating them herself. And now that same Lancashire team every pre-season goes on tour to India or Abu Dhabi and is fully professional.
Or both, don't they?
Well, so it's not the worst spots to be stuck pre-season. There's definitely been seasons where they've done a combination of the two.
Yeah, why go on one when you can go on two?
Yeah, so back.
Andy Hurry, if you're listening, director of Somerset County Cricket Club.
It's almost like you're saying that in particular direction of one particular county setup. But yeah, it's not that long ago that they were creating a morph for the Red Rose and the Cheshire Wheat Sheaf, and it was Jenny Thompson's mum with one for the cap, one for the shirt, one for the jumper. And if it wasn't for her, you wouldn't have even known that you were playing for Lancashire or Cheshire. There was, I was going to say whites, but as we discussed earlier, in Jenny's own words, it was the ridiculous white skirts, the ridiculous socks, and the leg pads with the leather straps and the metal buckles. Which, again, it's always important to remember where things have come from and celebrate that journey. Change not before time, it's fair to say. Tyson is continuing. This is a slight gamble from Adams. That previous over was expensive, and she's gone for 38 off 5. Down the ground by Lewis. She's used all 6. I just wonder at what point does she decide to look to Freya Davies and say, get me a wicket?
I shouldn't laugh because it looked painful, but I've talked about Bex Tyson being a pinball machine. Someone's just thrown it in and it's just ricocheted off again.
That's away through behind square on the offside. This could be more runs. It is going to be more runs. It's a nice paddle from Smale, who continues on her merry way. There's a desperate chase out there from Gibb, but an unsuccessful one. So Smale is into the 60s here.
Yeah, and I was thinking Bex Tyson is literally going to be battered and bruised, and her figures are taking a battering at the moment.
And at what point does Adams feel like she's got to make that change? She's gone for 5 off 2 in this over. The previous over was in double digits. That's a full toss, which has only gone for a single out to Kemp. I think it's worth saying as well, I talk about that different era. In their own words, there's caveats to that. Speaking to Ali Burney, used to captain Lancashire and Cheshire, she said, the players now are under a million miles more pressure than we were. That's the pressure that comes with professionalism. That's swept hard. That's the kind of fielding that comes with professionalism. That's a magnificent effort out there from Datani. The camera only shows you so much. We could see it. She tracked that ball for a good 20-25 yards, sprinting around to her right, dived full length, and keeps it in play. That's top work.
Yeah, that is brilliant work out there from Utilita. That boundary does seem to like cut off at a sharper angle out that side as well, diving to a weaker side, right-hand side.
So the over from Tyson has gone for 8. I just wonder whether that's the point where Adams feels like she needs a change from that pavilion end.
Yeah, 6 overs for 46. Bex Tyson going at just under 8, 7.7. In the context of this game, that's expensive. Lancashire need 138 to win here, 21 overs remaining.
Back to ball for Hampshire at the
so if my maths is correct, 138 off 126 balls.
Maths is correct. Yeah, so just a tickle over 6.5. Ali Frelkeld and Elsa Lister, the 2 heroines of the semi-final win, are still in the hutch. Fee Morris at 4 before then, or carded at 4, and Kate Cross at 7. The over starts with Smale driving confidently, and as predicted, Freya Davies is back on. So Tani, you built the pressure well for now. Still off. There's the option of Gibb, who's bowled 4 overs. Taylor bowled 3 in her first spell. Adams has taken herself off. She's given her strike bowler the ball and said, get me something, make something happen. Quick single to mid-on. Shite the stumps, direct hit. Not out. Gabby Brown says not out. This was tight, really tight. I think Smale's just about made it.
Yeah, lots of the Hampshire players on their hands and knees out there. They feel pretty aggrieved and hard done by a couple of decisions so far during this innings, but naked eye, Gabby Brown, I think that's not out, and
it's tight, but
that is tight.
I think she's okay. Brown got herself in an excellent position that we don't have, and even our cameras don't have, her being side on. Davies this time conceding 1 in what is the final game before retirement, so what I'm about to say certainly won't affect her apart from a viewing point of view, but it certainly will affect plenty of you watching at home. And Sophie Luff alongside Somerset captain. There's some significant changes coming next season in women's cricket. The T20 Blast has been reduced from 14 group games to 12, matching the reduction of the men. So with Yorkshire joining Tier 1, 9 top flight sides. This will be at least 1, will be 2 thanks to some hard running. Some good fielding to keep the batters honest. So next season the women's T20 Blast will be, you play everybody once and then you play 4 teams twice and 4 teams once, so a bit of a mix and match, and the top 4 go through to finals day. So it will be back to a top 4 rather than a top 3 as it was this season, so back to an old school semi-finals, if you will. Driven down the ground for 1. So under that system, of course, finals day from this season would have had a very different look to it. Surrey wouldn't have got that pass straight through to the final. In Tier 2, 8 games, single round robin, and there it is a top 3 system. So in Tier 2, you do go straight to the final for winning your group, and then it's an eliminator, easy to say, of 2nd v 3rd. Davies in again, and that's down the ground once more. In the Metro Bank, it remains a double round robin in Tier 1, so it's still 16 games in that particular competition, but it is an eliminator, then a final. So the competitions have effectively flipped from this season. So next season here, if you win that 50 over comp, in the league phase, you'll go straight through. So as the table was, Hampshire wouldn't have had to worry about that semi-final. they would have been straight here. Blaze would have played Lancashire, and Surrey wouldn't have even had their semi-final chance. Your thoughts?
I definitely think that's the right way around in terms of qualification and eliminators and semi-finals. Definitely. Obviously, adding an additional team in means that in 50 over cricket next year, only 3 teams are going to be in that qualification mix, or qualify, shall I say. But I do think there should be definitely something on coming top of the group.
Yeah.
Over the course of 16 games, if you are the best team in the competition, you will come out on top, and you should have a bit of an advantage. If it was just if it was just like a championship league, well, top team, you win the tournament. But yeah, I guess this year you could have got knocked out in a semi-final, and yeah, you might have been unbeaten going into that as well, but you could still lose that game and not even reach the final, which for all the hard work of the season, that does seem not quite fair. And I do think the Vitality Blast deserves to be a main event where you've got 2 semi-finals in a day and a final to top things off. So yeah, I think in terms of that's definitely the way that I see things, or how they should be done.
Taylor in, back on, and he bowled 3 overs in her first spell that went for 19. Would you have preferred to have seen a double round robin in the Blast as well, so 16 games and 16 games? I don't like that there's an unbalanced fixture list. I'll put that out there. You know, luck of the draw, who you end up playing twice, and some teams you only play once. Doesn't feel like the fairest way to determine the best teams. But then obviously with that, they're then making sure that 4 do qualify. So they've kind of made it slightly fairer in that respect. In the Vitality Blast, like an extra team can qualify compared to this year. Yeah, I mean, perfect world, it's a balanced fixture list, but going to 16 games, it's just not enough time in the season, especially in that Blast block. And ultimately, where the game's at, we're kind of mirroring the men slightly, and we're kind of not pushing for more cricket, because we've definitely, I think at the moment we play a really good amount of cricket for where the squads are at, squad sizes. I think if we played any more, which potentially if you go to 16 in both comps, you'd probably need maybe bigger squads, some counties do have bigger squads. Some of the smaller counties though don't have enough players on their books to maybe cover that extra amount of games. Yeah, so next season it will be, in terms of just group play, you'll have your 12 T20 Blast games as a Tier 1 side, 16 Metroband games. Remember, there's also that T20 County Cup, where all of the Tier 1 sides come in at the 3rd round stage, and they've got away games against Tier 2 or Tier 3 sides.
It does feel a shame though that we're reducing the amount of Blast games compared to what we had this year. So we obviously played 14 this year, we're playing 12 next year, and it feels like that's really the platform for us as female cricketers. We're playing double headers alongside the guys. It's where you can get lots of people into the ground to watch you, to promote what a good product you've got. So yeah, it seems a shame to move away from that, and we ultimately play most of those Blast games at first-class venues. You don't see many Blast games being played at outgrounds, whereas during the one day cup, a lot of the counties will use a lot more outgrounds, so you don't get as many people coming to watch you, unfortunately.
Taylor in, nicely straight driven for 1. There's an over of accumulation, 4 singles off it, 160 for 1, 31. It'd be interesting to see how it all shakes out. It's never easy scheduling.
We'll have to shake it up again for the following year.
Well, that's exactly where I was about to go, because of course next season will be 9 Tier 1 teams with Yorkshire coming in, and then the season after, as you say, there has to be some kind of change, because Glamorgan join, and then you have 10 Tier 1 teams.
Yeah, and it's not Tier 1 you're just shaking up either, it's Tier 2, because they're kind of flipping and changing all the time with the amount of teams in each competition.
It's going from an 8-10 split this season to in 2 seasons it will be a 10-8 split over time.
But yeah, an odd number is surely schedulers' nightmare.
Yeah, exactly.
In a league format. Because I think our head coach, or our former head coach now, Trevor Griffin, was again a little bit confused because next year we play 16 one-day cup games.
Yes.
But there were about, I don't know whether there was like actually 18 dates, and it was because of the odd number that they actually need 18 days or dates.
Oh, because you effectively have 2 bye days. Yeah. Davies continuing now with the keeper up, and Smale gets this away for 1. Required rate just creeping up to 6.7, but I still think right now Lancashire will be pretty happy. Stacked batch of hitters in the hutch waiting. Smale and Lewis pretty well set. Interestingly as well, in Tier 2 it's actually a flip reverse of Tier 1 in terms of there's semi-finals for the 50 over comp and eliminators for the T20. So that's out through the covers. So Tier 2 next season has got 8 games single round robin in both formats. So 8 games in the Metrobank League phase, 8 games in the Blast, and then it's got semi-finals for the top 4 of Tier 2 in this competition that you're watching now, except the Tier 2 version. And in the T20s, it's third place, second for the right to meet first. Oh, that was almost for Davies. Lewis was on it early, and she just pulls out of the shot in time. Otherwise, that would have been the simplest catch for mid-off.
Yeah. Little false shot there from Gabby Lewis, but managed to just soften her hands, pull it off the bat in time. Hampshire just kind of buying their time, waiting for that opportunity if it's going to arise or not.
More controlled shot from Lewis. Smale had done exactly what you should do in that situation, which is just take a few moments out of the game by coming down and chatting to your batting partner. They are 18 ahead of DLS at this stage, Lancashire. No rain around, but it's always a handy guide.
Yeah, that required run rate though is getting closer to 7s.
Nice looking straight drive for 1. It's a classic example of 1 or 2 wickets in that DLS will have swapped in the other direction.
And that's what I was saying earlier about sometimes DLS can give you a false representation about where you're at in the grander scheme of the game. So at the moment, Lancashire look like they're in cruise control. They're well ahead of DLS. They've only lost 1 wicket. But they still ultimately need 7 runs and over to win the game.
And DLS is, of course, banking that those wickets in hand will convert into.
I also think sometimes DLS at the moment is kind of favoured towards the men's game, and therefore feels like you can catch up or go really hard at the back end and just bludgeon boundaries left, right and centre, which obviously like we can do as female cricketers now, but you're not just going to hit the ball out of the park like a bloke can do. And I think sometimes there's a little bit in DLS which, does misconstrue potentially where you're at. Because I'm not saying 7s is not achievable from here, it's well within grasp. But as soon as that creeps up to 8, 9, you could be looking at DLS right now and be like, oh, we're cruising here. Well, we still need 125 and we've only got 18 overs left. That's the comparison that I'd be looking at as a player in that situation.
They've gone for 4 off the first over of her new spell, and now she's got a big wicket in the second over of her new spell. Was on it early, Smale. It was much like the false shot she played in the previous over, and she's gone. It's a really good catch diving forward from Freya Kemp. That is the breakthrough for Hampshire. They've had to wait a long time for it. 164 for 2. Just a slight lapse in concentration in the last few minutes for Smale, who has to go for a very well-made 72.
Just can't keep Freya Kemp out of the game, can you? Direct hit, run out, get the first wicket, and then a crucial diving catch. Yes, to her stronger side, to her left-hand side, but that's a good catch at mid-wicket. And just what the doctor ordered from a Hampshire perspective. A good innings though from Smale, 72 off 85 balls.
A really nice knock from Smale. Saved arguably her best innings of the season in the 50-over format for the final. But you can see how pumped up Kemp is there. It's one of those celebrations, it's almost more of an angry, frustrated celebration than it is a joyful one, in the sense of like, right, come on, we need that, let's lift, let's go. Vamos.
Well, they haven't really had too much to celebrate during this innings, Hampshire. Just the second wicket on the board. I'll be hoping that a few more can follow in quick succession here. Fee Morris, the new batter for Lancashire.
This will be interesting because Morris is naturally someone that will counter-attack. She'll want to put pressure back on Taylor. Morris is getting one into the covers to start her account. 173 runs at an average of 19 for her in this comp this season, which by her high standards is unusually slightly on the lower side, but she is naturally a big game player. She's the kind of player that at a finals day normally has her say in one way or another. She bowled well earlier on, 1 for 41 off 8, including some nice overs at the death. That's punch to extra.
Good introduction back into the attack here, Mary Taylor. Wicket first ball this over. Hampshire will be looking to build on that now.
A little shorter and carved away for 4. Well, that's the kind of delivery you can't bowl to a set batter like Lewis. Just not going to miss out, short and wide.
Crunch through the offside, Gabby Lewis, as we've seen her do many times already today. Too much work to do on the boundary edge for Nancy Harmon, who's had her work cut out there, to be honest.
Yeah, she's got the air miles in. Needs the oyster card for some of those commutes. Straight to Bouchier at short mid-wicket.
Yeah, he does well in the end. That ball just into those wicket ends. Never nice when they're just in front of you. Never know which way it's going to pop up or out.
Lewis continuing to look good in that V. It's been a real feature of her innings. But she has slowed a little. Remember that she got to her half century at almost exactly a run a ball. And then her second lot of 50 balls faced have brought her just 35. So they've started to set better fields and bowl better lines and lengths to Lewis and trying to at least keep her quiet if she's still going to be out there. 169 for 2 off 33. That required rate is just a bit above 7. And DLS, as we had just been discussing, has closed up. So the DLS gap has gone after that fall of wicket from 20 to 8.
And it's one of those situations where run rate 7's pretty manageable when you're in and comfortable at the crease. You don't want to be walking to the crease with the run rate really at any more than 8s, 9s, especially in the pressure of a run chase in a final.
Albeit Morris someone who certainly has the experience to handle it. In excess of 250 career appearances, and she's gone beyond 3,000 runs across list days and T20s. Morris gets a single here. She's been a big part of this Lancashire side turning into one that's regularly challenging for trophies. Ellie Frelkeld saying we're more mature as a group of cricketers now and playing situations better. It's felt like a long journey in the last 4 or 5 years building towards silverware. Last couple of years we've spoken a lot about building really strong foundations. Lewis gets a single this time. Frelkeld adding the team is growing a lot, it's developing, it's maturing. You'd certainly say one of the massive advantages for Lancashire is compared to other people in the transition from the regional to county era, there was not a lot of transition at all. A lot of the systems and processes and infrastructure and ways of operation had barely a switch, really. That's turned around the corner. Gain a single. You know, you contrast that with others who it's been a significant alteration in infrastructure, personnel, operations, logistics. You know, that Thunder outfit, in the same way as once upon a time that Lancashire Thunder outfit in the KSL, predominantly based out of Old Trafford. Down the ground, good hand on it off her own bowling from Davies, who has just a maximum of 13 legitimate balls left in an impressive career. She's been very economical in this final. How she would love to have a say with a wicket or two.
Yeah, and like you say, she hasn't got many balls left out of these remaining 16 from a Hampshire perspective, so it'll be interesting to see where Georgia Adams goes, particularly at the death.
Sounded good off the bat. Will be one more. 4 off the over. Davies has gone for just 3.5 or so and over. 34 gone, 173 for 2.
Presumably she'd look to use herself, as she so often does. Skipper to take responsibility. She's obviously got Naomi Datani to bring back into the attack. I'm not sure she'll go back to Bex Tyson, given the way that she's bowled and her figures. Oh, Daisy Gibb. Big responsibility on the youngster at the back end, isn't it?
Still got 6 overs in the bank, none for 23 off 4. So even if she bowls out Davis, Taylor, Datani and Adams, she's still, well, she can actually from here run things in a way that she doesn't use Tyson or Gibb again. But then she's got to be very clever with who she bowls and when, if she wants to do that. As Taylor is continuing here, and what's been a better second spell than her first. None for 19 from her first 3. Her lines and lengths have been tighter in this second one, and of course picked up that important wicket of Smale for 72. Fielded by Adams at extra cover, one more.
Back 4 in place to the new batter Fee Morris. By that I mean deep square, fine leg, third man and deep cover on the boundary.
Oh, Morris almost chipping that to short mid wicket. Instead it will get through, and it will, thanks to a magnificent piece of work from Bouchier, be kept in play. I was saying a while back what a brilliant fielder she's been in this competition with her catches and outfield, and worryingly she's injured herself. She seems to have, oh no, that doesn't look good. She's visibly limping to the point where, well, you almost just think she's better off. She's waved her hand in the way that people do, as if to say, oh no, I'm all right. But a bit of you wants to take the emotion out of it and just say, get the 12th on before that turns into something worse. Bouchier, of course, like top level competitor she is, will be like, no, I think, and she's, you know, this is how elite players think. You know, she might be a batter, but she's a gun in the field and she feels like she can make a difference by being out there. But I cannot emphasise to you enough, even though our cameras aren't quite on it right now, She is barely walking down at long on.
I don't know what she would have done there. She looks like she's like giving herself a bit of a dead leg. I don't think there's anything where she's like actually pulled up and, you know, done her hamstring or anything like that, because I don't think she'd be up on her feet if she'd done that. But
for that delivery, the reason why I'm trying to stop myself chuckling, she tried to walk in, but it wasn't a walk. It was just a sort of, I don't know how to describe it. It was just looked like a shimmy from someone who's trying to stretch her legs on the dance floor. Hopefully Bouchier is okay. Well, it comes down to her now. Thankfully for her, it's straight at her, and it's one of those where it's very likely to be a single. She's trotting over it.
She's running it off.
Yeah, I could completely understand why someone from the Hampshire dugout might be thinking, let's get the 12th on for a few overs and give her a break. 15 overs to go. We've got a great game on here. 7.7 an over needed between these two, who both have been some of the pace setters in this competition right since it started. Both sides won 6 games from 8 in Block 1 of fixtures way back in April and May. Lancashire managing a couple of wins, then a couple of defeats against Hampshire and Essex, then 4 straight wins against Surrey, Blaze, Bears and Durham, which put them in a really good position. In Block 2 in late July, Lancashire with a big loss against Durham, but an even bigger win against Essex. And then in Block 3, Lancashire losing to Somerset, but back-to-back winners against Surrey and Warwickshire respectively to seal their spot, ending their league campaign with a washout against Hampshire. Lancashire therefore ending with 9 wins, a washout and 4 defeats. Very good overall record. Got them into semi-final, finishing 3rd, just 4 points off Hampshire and Blaze, who were split on net run rate. Down to long on by Lewis for 1. Nearing what would be a 6th List A 100. This will be more runs, just a single. Had a habit of chasing well in this competition, Lancashire. 6 successful chases from 7. Record of 4 wins from 7 when defending. Hampshire similarly have been better chasers, so it's one factor, as well as a slightly green looking pitch, as to why both these sides wanted a chase. That's tight, that's gone. A needless risk taken, and that is run out. Fantastic work out there by Datani. A dicey looking 2. Brown raises the finger, and Morris has to walk off for 9. Absolutely unnecessary for Lancashire. 2nd run out of the innings. Hampshire cannot believe their luck. 1-8-2 for 3.
Yeah, it could be really costly, these run-outs from a Lancashire perspective, but brilliant fielding by Hampshire. They've taken their opportunities when they've presented themselves in the field, that's for sure.
Not a lot of conversation or even looking in each other's direction from Morris and Lewis, and an understandably frustrated Fee Morris heads off. Well, that was a throw. Adams wasn't needed in the end, and Morris was barely in the frame. We've got a really destructive sort of wild card number 4 in Fee Morris, who when she gets in can cause all sorts of chaos. And to have her run out is a bit of a nightmare for Lancashire. The required rate at 7.4. So the required run rate was not at a level that needed that kind of risk. All of that being said, 2 things can be true at the same time. And it was outstanding work out on the boundary. Out comes Ellie Frelkeld. Her side are under pressure, albeit this is almost easy compared to the situation in the semi-final that she walked out in. They were 52 for 4, Lancashire, at one point in the semi-final when Alice Clark was out. And then Lister and Frelkeld had that astonishing partnership. As the sunshine bursts through. Adams to Lewis. Be a single there. So Lewis is in the nervous 90s, and Frelkeld, long-time Lancashire skipper, very much one of their own. Product of Knowlesley near Liverpool, played for Rainford Cricket Club near St Helens. Looking to lead her side to a second trophy this season. Well, I half thought about a single there, and now it's beaten that infielder. They will get one, so Frelkeld off the mark. 5 off the over, and it's brought a wicket as well. 184 for 4.
Not riding on the Lancashire skipper then. Partnering Lewis, who's 92, not out. This feels like, I feel like I say it all the time, but it feels like a crucial partnership in the context of the game, with only 14 overs remaining. Can't take too long to establish itself. Obviously still got plenty of batting to come in the dugout. They look pretty chilly down there, don't they? A few coats, and looks like the end of the season is upon us.
Yeah, it's sunshine, but it's 14-degree cold sunshine, if that makes any sense. It's not the kind of sunshine that has you thinking in the commentary box, we wish we were out there. We've got enough of a draft, even coming in here off just a couple of windows being open with the electrics.
Yeah, they'll definitely be in the shade down in those dugouts. Players are basking in the sunshine for now. Lots of shadows across the ground.
Now, Datani's going to be feeling $1 million as she comes into bowl. There's no feeling like coming into bowl when you've just had a big impact on the game in the field. Just walk that bit taller. Datani's driven, running race with mid-off. Frelkeld gets through for a single. He's known for being someone who's a good scamperer between the sticks. Of course, she was fantastic in that semi-final. 92 off 128. It was the highest 5th wicket stand in the entire competition. He put on 166 off 178, and that was the partnership that won the match. That's going to be one more. Having a few running races with the inner ring here. Just had it confirmed, the attendance today, 2,536. A record attendance for a women's domestic one-day competition, which is fantastic. We mentioned in the first innings you could hear there was a decent crowd in and building because of how supportive they were of that home side. It does add a real sense of extra atmosphere to a final. You know, a wicket is always going to get a response from the crowd, but you've definitely noticed wickets in this innings bringing a far, far louder cheer than the other way round. Whilst if you're of a Red Rose disposition, you won't necessarily love that. I'm sure you can appreciate it's great to have in excess of 2,500 in here watching. Back of the length. Dot ball from Datani and a shy, and Lewis had started to back up. Had that been a direct hit, she was gone. So Lancashire living dangerously here.
Yeah, it's the pressure of a couple of dot balls, isn't it? And Gabby Lewis being stuck at the non-striker's end. She's desperate to get on strike and impact this game, and Frelkeld with a job to do to just make sure she rotates strike, gets her partner facing as many of these remaining deliveries as possible.
Well, Frelkeld might get 4 hit. It wasn't where she wanted it to go, but it has gone to the rope. Just through backward point. Off the outside edge. Frelkeld's first boundary.
Or just hit it for 4, and then you don't have to worry about getting your partner on strike, and your partner will be very happy at the other end to watch the ball go to the fence.
Yeah, you wouldn't blame Ellie Frelkeld if the nerves were ticking a little bit here. Full toss. Frelkeld will get just 1. I think she's probably pleased, Datani, that she's bowled that to Frelkeld, still settling in on 6 not out rather than Lewis on 93. There's a greater chance it might have disappeared to the rope. 192 for 3, so 7 off the over. Ditani, who was very tight in the early part of her spell, just been a touch more expensive.
Yeah, and just see there, Georgia Adams sitting on the ring for that last delivery, happy for Threlkeld to take the single, keep her on strike. I want to bowl as many balls at the new batter as possible, and I think one of Hampshire's strengths towards the back end of this innings will be that a number of their players have been there before in this situation, albeit a few new players out there playing probably in their first taste of final cricket, likes of Bex Tyson, Daisy Gibb, just to name a few.
Adams fields well off her own bowling. Expect no less from her. She's been typically tight. Might not have picked up a wicket, but she's going at 4.2 and over. Oh, and they thought about one there. There was definitely not one. And it's Lewis and Threlkeld have both moved a few yards out of their crease, and in the end rightly decided this is going to be a third run out of the innings. Let's not. Down the track, great shot. No need to, well, maybe there is. It's a big old boundary. There is a need to run for that. There'll be a couple. Threlkeld on to 9.
Yeah, good shot there. Threlkeld into space. Should have been hoping that had a bit more on it, but great little pocket over mid-wicket.
Do you sense we've got a few more twists and turns in this game? There's plenty of time for more drama. Down the track, this could be out just over the head of Ditani. Nothing she could do about it. She will, though, diligently charge back, and she might have kept this in play, you know. I think she's okay there. I think she's okay, because when she went to swipe the ball from behind,
she missed it.
She's signalling. Oh no! It would be good to see that one again. I think she missed it. Yeah, she was completely out of the rope. She was well over the boundary. But if you don't touch it, then it doesn't matter. I think umpire Gabby Brown has broadly gone on the honesty of the players. I must say, from here we go again. It's over the head of Ditani.
I've seen her take catches like that before. Wasn't far away.
So she touches it there, but then there she misses it completely. And it's the fact that she misses it, which is what means that she's okay. Only she will know quite what she was doing, trying to touch the ball when almost all of her body was behind the rope.
Yeah, I guess you're just in that situation.
You're just desperately scrambling.
You are
your
desperate. You're not really thinking about what you're doing. You just see the ball, and she's obviously done the first bit well, and then you almost like panic as you go through the Toblerones there. Through the
Toblerones. 197 for 3. So 12 overs left. And a tense finish is boiling up here. 7.7 and over needed for Lancashire to grab a second trophy of the season, or Hampshire, of course, looking to continue on from that dominant Vipers era. Maya Bouchier still trying to sort of yoga and stretch the heck out of that right leg. She's at short mid-wicket. Ditani continuing. Wonder if Ditani's going to bowl straight through her to her 10 here. Beautiful flowing cover drive. That's Threlkeld's signature shot, really. And they are going to come back for 2. And they will get there.
Great intent from Gabby Lewis, who's been out there for 113 balls herself. And she was absolutely rapid between the wickets there. That was all her doing. She felt that she was running to the non-striker's end. In the end, the throw had to come into the keeper's end because Threlkeld was slow to react to the call. But yeah, great intent from Gabby Lewis, driving the standards of the running between the wickets for Lancashire.
This time there'll be 1 because Threlkeld's hit it too well straight to the sweeper at deep cover.
I think so often as well as the in batter, you can get, as the 200 comes up for Lancashire, you can get in that, oh well, that's brilliant, just take the single, I'm back on strike. But there, you know, she's 90 odd not out, and she just knows that her job is to get as many runs out there as possible. And in that circumstance, running between the wickets affected it brilliantly.
Yeah, people sometimes describe cricket as chess with running. And certainly on this outfield, on a day like this, playing a long innings, there's plenty of the running aspect as well.
We actually had a team talk this year from Laura Jackson, who compared the game of cricket to chess. It was very insightful, actually. I can't remember too much of it off the top of my head, but I did. I know at the time I did really enjoy it.
Weren't taking notes. It's down the ground for 1. She, of course, has a bit of history of one of the teams we're watching. Nothing come to mind from it?
Not off the top of my head, no. I
Pass
think
on
I
that
just really
question.
enjoyed it because I learned early in the season that Jacko has actually been on the chess playing circuit internationally, which I find amazing. Back in her school days, may I add, but still quite impressive, I felt.
Cut away. This could be 4. Deep third's got to chase heavily around to right. Won't get there. Well timed, well placed by Frelkeld, who has made a confident start here. She's raced on to 19 off 14. It's just what Lancashire needed after that second run out with Morris going.
Yeah, looks like a player in fine form, and that's what an innings of 90 odd in the semi-final can do for you. Come into pressurised situation. The run rate was over 7s when she walked to the crease, and she's played a nice hand so far, 19 off 14.
Well, I thought of a single there. Lewis was starting to make ground, and Maya Bouchier was almost staring the 2 batters out as the ball was coming towards her, as if to say, I might have got myself injured 10 minutes ago, but there's not one there to me. 8 off that one, 205 for 3 off 39.
I think the physio is coming on to see Maya Bouchier at the moment. She looks like she's been struggling with it for a couple of overs now. Can't miss the Hampshire support staff in their fluorescent yellow calf covers. Not really sure who designed that training kit.
Am I sensing that if it was the Somerset training kit, you wouldn't be necessarily chuffed with it? Is that the correct implication?
I'd be quite angry at.
Is that the point where you would try and have some influence over the kit?
Yes, I would. But then saying that, sometimes those decisions are out of your hands. You're told what to wear. That's your uniform. Crack on.
Change of ends for Taylor. 1 for 34 off 6. So I just wonder whether we see Taylor bowl out here. If they're not going to go back to Gibb or Tyson, then Davies, Taylor, Datani and Adams have all got to bowl out. And you've got to do a little bit of jiggery-pokery to make that happen. And part of that jiggery-pokery is probably changing ends for Taylor.
Yeah, I think she will sort of juggle these bowlers, maybe a couple of over spells from each of them and rotating ends. I can't see Mary Taylor bowling her quota in this spell currently. I think she'd come back on from that end and maybe bowl 2 max, and then yeah, you're back into the skipper, Georgia Adams, Freya Davies. Because she's got her quota from Tyson and Gibb. They make up the 5th bowler together. 4 overs from Gibb, 6 from Tyson. So yeah, as you say, she's got to bowl out the rest of the 4 bowlers.
Yeah, always tough as a captain trying to keep track of that mental arithmetic, particularly some grounds that have a full scoreboard that tells you everybody. Sophie Luff is nodding a lot alongside. That's flicked away out to deep square leg. But it's safe to say those grounds are quite few and far between, where you can actually look at a scoreboard at any time and you can see how many everybody's bowled. So really there's a lot of mental arithmetic going on at certain times.
Yeah, I think it's always nice to have a little bit of a visual, just so you know roughly where you're at. You don't have to keep pestering the umpires, especially if you're using bowlers in short spells. And has that missed everything? I think it has.
Yeah, it's 4 byes. We haven't seen many of those today. In fact, I make that to be the first byes in either innings in the entire match. It's managed to get past Southby, who's normally such an excellent glover.
Difficult one to take there if it went in between Threlkeld and Stump's leg side.
That's on the ground for no run. The cried rate is just creeping up here. It's at 7.6, and almost as if to perfectly illustrate the point of the 2-time Clear Super League winner alongside me, Sophie Luff. That Duckworth-Lewis has closed up, and I think my eyesight is just about good enough to say that it's 209, which means that Lancashire are just 3 in front. And about 15 minutes ago, maybe a little longer, they were 20 in front. That's the difference that a couple of wickets brings.
Well, Georgia Adams has got different ideas to us in the commentary box, Michael. It is going to be Bex Tyson back into the attack, who's been expensive so far.
Yeah, she's been tried from both ends, so none for 21 or 3 from this end, from the northern end I should say, none for 25 from 3 from this end, the pavilion end. And now she's back on at the pavilion end, and her first ball is swept, and it is stopped, not for the first time today, quite brilliantly away to a weaker side by Datani, moving like Superwoman herself out there. And what those camera angles don't quite show you is just how much ground she's had to make, because naturally with a bigger ground, those angles that you normally cover, everything gets larger. Ran a good 15 yards away to left. It's out to long on for 1.
Takes Lewis to 99.
On the brink of a 6th List A ton. The Irish international is batted quite splendidly at the top for Lancashire. He's been involved in 2 run-outs, of course. He's had to keep her personal composure and regain it after both of them. That's going to be a single for Threlkeld, brings Lewis back onto strike, 1 away from the magical 3 figures. We'll get there for the first time this season in this competition in a Lancashire shirt. Gabby Lewis is there. She's fist pumping. As soon as she made contact, she knew she'd found long on. 100 off 121 balls. In the pressure of a big run chase in a final, the Irish international has stood up with an innings to remember. 10 fours. She's been out there for more than 2.5 hours. Has managed to put the 2 run-outs that she's been involved into the back of her mind and given her team every chance of a famous win.
Yeah, that is a quality knock. She knows there's still a big job to do, though.
Not to deep cover. Interestingly, her first 50 came off 51 balls. Her second 50's taken 70, so she's slowed up a little, but she's had the wider game awareness to realise that there's a value to her in taking the game deep, batting time, being the player that others can bat around. Big appeals. Pai Shanmugam not interested. On the reverse, Lewis, just on the angles, you'd say probably going down leg. 219 for 3, so 70 to win off 9. Required run rate just approaching 8 and over.
Yeah, and just speaking about her batting tempo, I guess, you know, she started pretty quick out of the blocks, and just adjusting to life outside of the power play, probably for someone like Gabby Lewis, when the field spreads a little bit more, a few of your boundary options are blocked off. I think she's faced 122 balls, and it's been a brilliant innings of note so far, but she'll be hoping that she can see it through for Lancashire, walk off, raise that bat again, knowing that she's led this side to another title this summer.
Swept away. This will be one more. Lancs, of course, chasing their second trophy of the summer. They beat Surrey by 32 runs in the County Cup final. Tilly Kesteven announcing herself having got run out without facing in the semi-final with 77. Fee Morris at 27. Despite 4 wickets from Kalia Moore, Lancs piled up 172 for 6. And despite 27 from Phoebe Franklin, 25 from Bryony Smith, 4 for 12 from Sophie Eccleston, and 2 for 27 from Kate Cross did the trick. So this has escaped through again. It's come off something which has just taken the pace off it slightly. It will be a couple. Signalled as leg buys. It's interesting to note just how quickly things can change, though. Different formats, different time with England availabilities. Actually only 6 players left in this 11 who played in that particular side. Smale, Fee Morris, Cross, Lister, Frelkeld and Potts. Convincing timing from Frelkeld, but decides there's a single in front of mid-off, and she's right. Gets through for a single. The likes of Lamb, Kesteven, Sophie Morris unlucky to miss out today. Eccleston busy with England, and Norris injured, all played in that game, but not in the 11 today. There's certain players in that team who it will particularly mean so much to maybe end up having a summer where you've played in 2 finals and you've won them. Down the ground by Lewis, who will settle for 1, and it's the right decision.
Yeah, absolutely the right decision, with Bouchier fielding it long on, very quick to the ball, even if she is still walking with.
It's like there's 2 different Maya Bouchers out there. There's the Maya Bouchier fielding the ball, and then immediately, the moment she released the throw, was just limping back to her position. She's not being taken off. She's not coming off regardless. That's going to be 4. That is going for 4. Well, Frelkeld didn't mean this to go there. She was trying to more cut it through backward point. So, good little burst of runs here for Lancashire, who need 8 and over, and they found it from this over with room to spare.
Yeah, they seem to just, whenever you feel like Hampshire are building a little bit of pressure, Lancashire seem to get that boundary away, even if it's not as they'd have hoped. You know, it doesn't matter when you look up at that scoreboard. 4 more to her name, 23 balls faced, 27 to her name. Doing a job, and she'll be desperate to lead her side to victory here, Ellie Frelkeld.
Slow ball, 1 for Frelkeld. She's worked really hard on her batting over the years, and it's improved a lot. There was definitely a time where you wouldn't say she was pigeonholed as a specialist keeper, but it was seen that her glove work was outstanding, but that batting had room to grow, and it's quite clear in recent seasons that it is improving. You know, if she finished the season with a 92 in a semi-final and then winning a final, that's a pretty surefire sign that things are moving in the right direction. She got her first Lancashire List A ton in the regional era at the back end of 2023 against Storm at Old Trafford, and that she came in a batting collapse and won the game, and that was seen as a bit of a coming of age innings for her that she's kicked on from since. I'm not saying she hadn't scored runs before that, but when you score an unbeaten century to dig your side out of trouble, it again indirectly probably gives you the confidence to go and play the type of innings we saw her play in this semi-final.
Yeah, she seems to come good at the end of the season, Ellie Frelkeld. Played her a couple of times in the Storm era at the end of the year, and she just always seems to get runs against us. But I think it's going back to, we were obviously talking about the likes of Southby earlier, but you know, give that player a little bit more responsibility with the bat. It's amazing, you know, and someone like Ellie thrives on that responsibility.
First ball of the new over. Frelkeld's getting 1. Rate is reasonably under control at 7.5 and over. Right now, I think you'd just about rather be Lancashire, but it's pretty clear we've got a tight finish in store.
And I think just where the women's game's going now, that you just can't be one-skilled, especially if you're a keeper. You've got to be batting in the top order.
Oh, what a shot from Lewis. Well, Frelkeld was charging down, telling her to run, and Lewis just said, nope, I know where my gap is. She steps way outside leg. That is a classic example of perfect manipulation of the field from Gabby Lewis.
Yeah, that is a quality shot, and a shot of a player that's got 100 to her name already. Just created the angle, up and over the offside. Tyson concedes another boundary.
This time swept and dropped. Gabby Lewis gets a life. What a chance. It was hit hard, it was hit firmly. But she'll be really, really gutted to have not held on to that, Mary Taylor.
That's a big opportunity missed there for Hampshire. And I've just noticed, I think Georgia Adams is off the field. It's a sub field and Megan Sturge is on. I think it's for Georgia Adams.
Get through for 1. I can't say I saw her have anything at any point that you thought was close to an injury. The only thing I can think, you do sometimes see this, has she nipped off for an over or two to get some level of tactical instruction? It is
looks
something
like she's ready to come back on.
That's going to be 1. So this over's already gone for 8 off 5, and so far you would have to say the gamble of recalling Tyson for a third spell has not worked.
Yeah, I just felt that, well, we certainly felt up here, didn't we, Michael, that Georgia Adams had it all sussed out, using her seamers and herself towards the back end, but she sees things differently, using the left arm spinner.
And that was a full toss that she got quite lucky. It almost seemed like Frelkeld was surprised by it, just ends up knocking it for 1. Adams is back on. We'll see what changes of plan. Tyson's gone for 62 off 8. Fascinating to see how things are juggled in this last part. Daisy Gibbs still only bowled 4 overs. 2 left for Davies. She will surely bowl out. 2 left for Mary Taylor. She will surely bowl out. 2 left for Georgia Adams. Same applies. So that's your 6 overs. So then you need a 7th over, I would have thought. So the question is, are you going for that 7th over to Tyson, to Tani or Gibbs?
To Tani.
That's what I would have thought as well. She's been the most economical of the 3.
If not,
and she's the most experienced.
To Tani, and you only get 1 out of Mary Taylor, but you're definitely using Freya here for 2, and she's definitely going to bowl herself.
Davies out driven out up to mid-off for 1 in what is a penultimate over as a professional cricketer. Whether she'll choose to play a little bit more club cricket next summer, just as a bit of a hobby on the side with being a lawyer, we'll wait and see. I think if I was a women's club team somewhere in this area, I would be I'd be finding a way to get in touch with all kinds of offers. Pulled away through mid-wicket. Won't go for 4, but he got a boundary out there. There'll be a couple.
Knowing Freya as I do, I think the answer would be
it's all in or all out.
A no.
Yeah. Much like what we were discussing earlier with the brief thing of might she come back on a pay.
I know she plays a little bit of hockey in the winter. I'm sure she'll look to continue to do that. Socially enjoy that and get away from the pressures of professional sport she's endured for so long. What a brilliant career she's had.
It's a wide from Davies, just trying to change up. Yeah, and also, you know, this is someone that has spent basically half their life essentially playing versions of county, domestic, 100 and international cricket. So you get to that point as a fast bowler when you've had injuries after injuries as well, where it's wanting to try something different. That's another slow ball from Davies. It's good, well disguised. They'll get one. And just from the reaction of some of the Hampshire fielders, they felt like maybe that could have been a chance of a direct hit run out from Norgrove.
Yeah, I'm not sure it was far off.
Required weight has just dipped to a little above 7. Lancashire have found a slightly higher rate of scoring in recent times in this partnership to keep that rate in control. Don't underestimate, even with higher scores across this comp this season, what an impressive chase this would be to haul it in, because none of those chases were done with the pressure of a final on the line, albeit Hampshire's was a very impressive, successful semi-final chase. Hit straight to mid-wicket. Lancashire can't believe their luck. Hampshire can't believe their luck, I should say. Lancashire will feel like their luck's run out. Frelkeld picks out Kemp. And Freya Davies, in her last game as a professional cricketer, finally has a wicket to go with what's been a very economical spell. 2-4, 3 for 4.
Yeah, is this the wicket that changes the game? Freya Kemp, said it earlier, but you can't keep her out of the game. She seems to be wherever the ball is, positioned well at mid-wicket. Freya Davies, a wicket to her name. She's been miserly over the course of this innings, and has she picked up a crucial wicket? Gabby Lewis still there on 112 though. This game is not done by a long shot.
I think only the most stony-hearted person or dedicated Lancashire or both would deny Freya Davies after the magnificent career that she's had and how brilliantly she's bowled today what is a deserved wicket. It might not have come from, let's be frank, her best ball of the day, and there might have been a modicum of luck of the fact that Frelkeld has nailed that at Kemp, but she's definitely earned that. She's been the most economical bowler in the pack by a bit of a distance, and she's still got 7 balls left to wreak some damage. So one semi-final heroine is replaced by another. Frelkeld gone for what was a very handy 32 off 30. Ailsa Lister, the Scot, who took a tidy catch earlier on, trying to see it home for Lancashire. We'll get off the mark straight away. Now Lister's one who really will be inclined to go and counter-attack. He's someone that is known for being a high strike rate player. 6 overs left, 7.5 an over needed. Lister, of course, made 96 off 91 in that semi-final. It was her innings, a list A best, that really made the difference in a very strange game. A game that was defined by just 2 partnerships, and nobody outside those 4 batters made it past 18. Frelkeld and Lister for Lancashire, and then Catherine Bryce and Georgia Elwes with this big stand of 150 for the 4th wicket. But Elwes went for 55. After that, there was a collapse of 6 for 50 after Elwes went to Morris reverse sweeping, and Bryce just couldn't quite take it home with batters falling around her. She made 124 out in the last over, and it was a famous win for Lancs by just 5 runs. But what that demonstrated is that you can have a chase, much like the one we're watching now, where at a point it seems like Lancashire are in control, and suddenly wickets start to fall. Everything changes very quickly.
Trying to adjust the field here, Hampshire, make sure they've got exactly what they want in place. It's going to be Mary Taylor to bowl at Ailsa Lister.
Down the ground by Lister, no run. It's a Celtic alliance here. Scottish and Irish internationals trying to see it home for their adopted county. Of course, Welsh representation earlier on for Lancashire with Wrexham-born Smale hitting 72. Oh, that's luckless for Taylor. Lister gets her first four. You're going to swing hard was the logic, bit of fortune.
Yeah, and that is exactly what she is going to do. She is going to swing hard. She's got great bat speed as Elsa Lister hits a long and hard ball. Natural ball striker, and well, gap at third. No chance for anyone to catch that up.
Turned round the corner for what will be at least one and only one. I know she's very highly valued within that Scotland setup list. Scotland, of course, reaching a World Cup previously and hoping to be at the 2026 T20 World Cup in England. She's got a strike rate in T20Is of 130, and that's from a good sample size, 38 games for Lister. So that reflects the destructive abilities that she's got when she gets it right. .40 off 33, you feel like a lot of this chase is on the shoulders of Lewis, who's been there from the start. Lewis sweeping over the head of short fine. Slight bit of luck, but she was in the knowledge that if she got it past that one fielder, she gets four, and she does.
Yeah, big over so far. Brings up the Lancashire to 150. Boundary to Lister, boundary to Lewis, and Hampshire don't seem to have too many answers at the moment. Their body language looks a little bit dejected as that required run rate is coming down all the time for Lancashire. Under sevens now.
Taylor's slow ball. Out to deep cover for one. I wonder, does Adams decide to bring herself back a little earlier? Really tough decisions like this as a captain.
Yeah, I think, well, you've got Freya that's got one more. Yeah, just got the wicket of Threlkeld. You put all your eggs in one basket and bowl her out in the next over with the hope that she picks up another wicket.
Adams has only half stopped that, so they'll come back for two. Expensive over. Lancashire's over, no doubt. It goes for 12. 2-5-5 for 4. 34 to win off 30.
Lancashire need 33 more runs, 5 overs to go.
So that rate, required rate, is dropped to 6.6. But you'd still say it's not comfortable for Lancashire. It never is in a final. It always has that extra layer of pressure. And it is going to be Georgia Adams. None for 35 from her 8. You can see that worm. It's not quite identical, but it's pretty much been following each other the entire time.
And I guess this is where Hampshire just lost a little bit of momentum at the back end of their innings, didn't they? Lost some wickets, looked on course for 300 at one point, but didn't quite get to that mark.
Well, obviously different conditions. And the chase played in regular rain, but you think back to the game here 4 days ago. Surrey would have hoped to have got 300 plus from the position they got into. They fell away. They ended up with 287. Adams this time lofted through extra cover. Great shot, and it will go for 4. That's been a shot we've seen a few times today from Lewis, making room outside leg to access that area through the offside. Clever batting.
Yeah, classy shot from Gabby Lewis. Seen it on a number of occasions, but just opening herself up even more, giving herself room to access over cover, and one of the best shots in the book in my opinion.
Adams trying to close that angle off, coming right arm around. Now Lewis goes on the reverse. I'd say appeals more in hope than anything from Adams. Looking at the replay, that's pitched a long, long way outside leg. Was on it early, it was a low full toss, slightly pulled out of it, Lewis, to avoid chipping it straight to long on. 28 to win off 26. Runs required still just ahead of balls. Things heading Lancashire's way. Great bowling by Adams and great fielding off her own bowling.
Yeah, had to dig that one out. Utilita. That's what Georgia Adams can do. She can try and bowl those Yorkers, get in underneath your bat.
Back to Adams, who almost takes a stunning caught and bowled. Instead, it will go away for one more. Adams is ringing her right hand. That's really hurt her. 6 off the over. 2-6, 2 for 4. 27 to win off the last 4. And worryingly for Adams, it's a bowling hand as well that has taken the brunt of it.
Yeah, I said Utilita hits the ball hard, and I think Georgia Adams found that out on that delivery. Lancashire 27 needed off 24 then. Feels like it's all to do for Hampshire here.
27 needed. Next to bowl for Hampshire at the pavilion at 35. Bex Tyson.
Will be Bex Tyson. It's gone for 62 off her 8. Tyson in conversation with her skipper. Bex dug out nervously watching on. Lancashire have come so far, of course. I know there's so many generations of former players from Lancashire and Hampshire watching today. Starts with a full toss. It brings about a dot ball, desperately needed dot.
Yeah, gets away with it there. Crucial dot ball at this stage though.
Swept away, this will be 1. Speaking of those generations of old players, I was chatting to the old Lancs and Cheshire captain Ali Byrne, was talking about how once upon a time the equivalent of this competition was the county championship. And it was a week-long county championship, 5 days, no rest, 50 over games from which the England squad was picked. It was quite an extraordinary way to do it. When you look back on it now, there was Lancashire and Cheshire, there was West Midlands, East Anglia, Surrey, Sussex and Yorkshire. And all of it was done in Cambridge, played at the colleges, with accommodation, church halls and camping. A hotel room was considered luxury, with 3 or 4 to the room, organised by the Women's Cricket Association. It down the ground for what will be 1 more. And at the end of it all, he would wait for a woman called Ellie, who would cycle around all of the Cambridge colleges to collect the physical scorecards and cycle back to Queen's College. They'd construct the table. So that's swept away, will be 1 more. And they'd work out who had won the county championship. They'd be sat there waiting for her to cycle around, do a circuit of Cambridge. Those Cambridge colleges to come back. And that was the Premier 50 over competition. 1 week, no rest days, and that was it. You picked your England squad off that.
Gabby Lewis onto 125 here.
Tyson has bowled well this over. It was a bold gamble to bring her back, but that over has gone for 6. So
probably a tidiest over of the lot, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
What a time to bowl it as well.
Her economy rate before that over was just pushing 8, and at a pressure time in the game she's gone for 6. So 3 overs left. Adams will surely bowl herself out. She'll surely bowl Davies out. The question is, who has that other over? Do you give it to Taylor? Do you give it to Tyson again? Do you give it to Datani?
Well, it's almost like these next 2 are the most important, because they're the 2 that are going to dictate how many runs Lancashire need off that last over, and then it's going to be a toss-up of who she goes to for that last one, but I presume Davies will bowl the next one after this.
Down the ground, hit straight back past the bowler. Will be 1, wants 2, and gets back for 2. Lister really had to lose the trailer, get the skates on, get up into gear 5. 19 to win off 17.
Smart batting from Elsa Lister. Knew straight away that she wanted to come back for 2, trying to keep Gabby Lewis on strike as well, which Hampshire want to see the less of Lewis on strike as possible.
Lewis, I think, has got a bit of cramp here in her front leg. She's just trying to take a bit more time before facing up. Full toss. That's just the ball Lewis would have wanted. She won't need to run for that. Help round the corner. Help yourself. 4 more. And for the first time, runs drops below balls. 15 to win from 16.
Yeah, Gabby Lewis she'll be open to hit a few more boundaries, judging by the way that she's moving out there. Don't blame her though. She's been out there for 140 balls and playing an absolutely cracking knock for Lancashire here, putting them in pole position. 15 needed.
And this is going to be away for 4. Hung in the air a long time from Lewis. Just out of reach of Bouchier. He's a brilliant fielder. If anyone could have done something stunning out there, it probably was her. 11 to win from 15. Back-to-back boundaries.
And the wheels might just be coming off for Hampshire here. Lewis on the charge.
Lewis goes again. We'll get 1 to deep mid-wicket. She's got cramp. There was no possibility of 2 there. She sort of sidled down the other end. 10 off 14. I wonder whether that's a slight factor as well as to why she's going hard, because trying to finish it in boundaries. Well, we'll get through for a single there to mid-off. 9 from 13. Unusually expensive this over Adams. She's gone for 12 with 1 ball left of it.
Yeah, it's almost like Lancashire want to win it before that final over. Take the nerves away, get the job done.
Sweeps this time. This might go for 4 as well. It does go for 4 as well. So Lewis moves on to what is a new list A best in her career by going on the charge against Adams. 5 to win from 2. And she throws her hat in the air in frustration, Adams, as if to say that even a great competitor like her acknowledges that that could be the over that decides it.
Yeah, what a time to do it. Gabby Lewis, who's sat with her legs outstretched on the middle of the square here at Utilita Bowl, receiving a little bit of treatment, a few energy gels. She only needs to score another 5 runs.
I don't blame her for taking the time, though. You would say she's earned the right.
Sure, she's definitely earned the right. Yeah, she can take as much time as she wants now. And actually, I guess it gives Hampshire a little bit more time to, well, think about how they're going to defend 5 off these last 2 overs, of which is a near impossible task when you're bowling at someone who's on 141, ably supported by Lister, who's come in and got 12 off 11.
Played that very special innings in the semi-final, Ailsa Lister, and now has the chance to finish things off in the final. Deep fine leg, deep third and deep square leg. Everybody else is up. Freya Davies in what will be her last over as a professional cricketer, trying to keep Hampshire in the game. Hit hard down the ground. That could be 4. It will be 4. 1 to win. Any score will win it. Lovely, powerful off drive from Lister, and Lancashire can taste victory.
They certainly can. Big crowd of them down in the dugout. Only sure a few of them can sit on the benches down there, but there's enough of them down there.
1 to win off 11.
Everyone's got to come in, surely.
I was just about to say, Davies was about to run in a bowl, and she looked behind her and saw deep third and deep square leg and said, hang on a minute. Now everybody is in. Davies to Lister. Dot ball outside off. 1 to win off 10.
Just adding to the drama, isn't it?
Well, we've got more than 2,500 in the crowd here today, but there's only some small pockets of Lancastrians. But if they can hit the winning runs here, you're going to very quickly find out just exactly where they are here at the Utilita Bowl. Lancashire on the verge of a second trophy this season. And Lancashire have a second trophy this season. County Cup winners in May, beating Surrey in the final, and now winners by 6 wickets here with 10 balls to spare. They have come to the league leaders, the table toppers, and they have won. An incredible knock from the Island international, Gabby Lewis. 141 off 143 is the big reason that has taken them home. She batted the entire knock, carried her bat, and for Lancashire it is a golden trophy-laden summer in the first season of the County Championship T20 Blast and new era. They are the double winners, and they are your Metrobank One Day Cup League One champions.
Brilliant scenes on screen here. So much joy, celebrations, some PB sprint speeds out to the middle, I'm sure. Hopefully the girls had their GPS in for those ones. There's a few bibs that have been discarded from the 12th and 13th as they were running out to the middle. So players shake hands. What a fabulous, fabulous final we've seen here today, and well, a brilliant knock by the Irish international.
Yeah, it's a new list A best for Gabby Lewis, who makes her 6th list A ton, and one she will never forget. She might have had plenty of memorable innings in Irish green, but in terms of innings outside of an international context, this is right up there for her, and she was the difference. Would have been so difficult mentally as well, having been involved in the run-outs of Clark and Fee Morris, to keep her concentration, but she did. And these moments will mean so much to players like Frelkeld and Cross in shot there. They've been on the journey with this team, a team that for many years, in the way back in the Kia Super League, the regional cricket era, were consistently struggling to make knockout games, eliminators, semi-finals, never mind win competitions. It wasn't until 2023 in the Charlotte Edwards Cup that they got to an eliminator, and 2 seasons later, now they find themselves winners of 2 trophies in a season. It's a magnificent story of building foundations, the players you've got steadily improving, and that ultimately leading to silverware.
Yeah, what a year it's been for Kate Cross. Obviously the disappointment of not going to a World Cup, but 3 trophies in the cabinet is a pretty fine summer, and yeah, great to see how much it means to the players out there. Just a word on Freya Davies as well, not on the winning side today, but you know, 1 for 38, she bowled brilliantly. Couldn't do it for her team today, but she has done throughout the course of this season and over many years. And yeah, congratulations Freya on a brilliant career, being proud to be a teammate of yours and being proud to play against you so many times. So best of luck for the future, whatever that may hold. Yeah, well said. Freya Davies retiring and moving into focusing primarily on a family lawyer. Can look back on a career that's had so much to remember, including 9 ODIs and 26 T20 internationals as well. She was comfortably, in the end, Hampshire's most economical bowler of the day. She went at exactly 4 and over, and in truth, by the time she came on trying to defend 5 off 2, you're trying to defend miracles on miracles. You're trying to pull rabbits out of hats, left, right and centre. But for Lancashire, this is not just a season's work, this is a work over years and years of an extended period of time. Group of young players as well who've improved as things have gone on. You look in that end to the likes of a Seren Smale or a Mahika Gore, and guided by that more experienced core of Cross, of Eccleston, of Alana King coming in at points this summer. And that is what means that they can set up for a second post-match presentation. The likes of Phoebe Graham and Tara Norris in there chatting to Cross. They, of course, have played their part far more so than the 11 that are on the field today. It is a squad effort. It's a collective effort. You look to the likes of
Emma Lamb, Eve Jones, Katie Mack, Danny Collins, Morris, the aforementioned, Sophie Morris, Tara Norris, Eccleston, King, Tilly Kester and Phoebe Graham. They all played in this competition. They weren't in the 11 today, but as we discussed earlier on in the commentary box, more so than ever with that ever-increasing fixture list in this new county era, it is a squad game.
Yeah, it absolutely is, and Lancashire have been true to their word in terms of using their pretty much entire squad, and that strength in depth has seen them win 2 trophies this summer. I'm enjoying watching these scenes. As a player, been there a number of times in those KSL days, and there's no feeling like it. Celebrating with the people that you work so hard with day in, day out. They see you at your best and sometimes at your worst, and it all counts and works towards days like today. And I hope Lancashire really enjoy this evening, and I hope Hampshire aren't too disappointed either. They've had a pretty stellar summer. Getting to a one-day cup final is no mean feat. So Georgia Adams and the gang here at Hampshire have got a lot to be proud of as well.
Yeah, stat from Hypercourse as well. This was the 6th highest successful women's List A run chase in England. Remarkably, 6 of the 7 highest in a format that has been played for over 50 years have all occurred this year in the Metrobank One Day Cup League One this season, which reflects sides batting deeper, it reflects professionalism, and it reflects it across the board. Better wickets, better grounds. And I guess as well, what you're seeing is it means that it's those higher skilled bowlers that make an impact. It's long gone are the days of playing more games on pitches that were more inconsistent. We're seeing, as time goes on, things are changing for the better in so many regards like that.
Yeah, and credit to the ground staff here at the Utilita Bowl, produced a belting wicket for a final. Such an even contest when you think about it. The margin of victory, 9 balls remaining. Yes, Lancashire have won by 6 wickets, but that's a really tight affair, and I think everyone's been thoroughly entertained by the cricket that they've seen today.
And across the season as well, what a season of women's domestic cricket. You think back to that County Cup finals day in May, then the T20 blast at the Oval that was so well attended, where Surrey, who were picking up that particular trophy, beating the Bears ultimately, I think already got themselves straight into the final due to winning that league phase. And now this Metrobank One Day Cup, which has provided drama right to the last. And looking across the piece, it feels like a key moment was Lancashire in the end dragging Hampshire back to getting 288, when at one point 315, 320 looked possible, if not probable.
Yeah, and when you think about it, we probably said at the halfway stage that Hampshire were probably the happier of the 2 teams. When you're in a final, you've got runs on the board, you've got 288 runs on the board, you're probably thinking that you are in a little bit of a pole position, but they had it all to do with the ball. And Lancashire, well, Gabby Lewis led from the front, didn't she? And she was backed up superbly. The partnership with Sarah and Smale, then Ellie Threlkeld and Elsa Lister to come in and hit the winning runs. I thought it was a fine performance, chasing under pressure in a final, and that's what the best teams do, and ultimately they're the best team in this competition.
There'll naturally be a primary focus on Lancashire as the winners, but it's safe to say that once the disappointment washes over, Hampshire can console themselves with what overall was a very impressive campaign. They topped the group, they finished with 9 wins, 2 losses, a tie and a couple of no results, and right from the early days of this new structure were in and around it ever since winning 6 from 8 in that first block. And in truth, if they hadn't have had their last 2 games washed out, there's every chance they'd have topped the group with a little bit more distance than they did in the end, only finishing above Blaze on net run rate, trying to continue on from that Vipers era, and it's not easy. You've lost the likes of Emily Winning Runs Windsor, you've lost Charlie Dean to Somerset, and then you're trying to build a new dynasty with a new team There's certainly a lot of positives that Georgia Adams can take as she leads those troops into battles anew in Tier 1 in 2026 with 9 teams, of course, with Yorkshire. I've been Michael McCann. Sophie Luff's been alongside me. Thank you very much for joining us. And thank you very much to Badger and Coombs for their fine work behind the scenes. We can now get down to the post-match presentation, which will be starting in a second, with player of the match being handed out, as well as reaction from home and away skippers. Hampshire, of course, getting themselves into a home semi-final. Worth reiterating, 2,536 here. So magnificent. You can now get down pitch side for all of the reaction from what has been a magnificent final. Lancashire, your winners, with 9 balls to spare by 6 wickets.
Welcome to the presentation for the inaugural Women's Metro Bank One-Day Cup Final.
With congratulations to the champions, Lancashire. Presentations coming in just a moment. First up, we need to thank our ground staff here today, led by Simon Lee. Also scorers, Mitch Cregan and Caroline Green. And the match officials, umpires, Gabby Brown, Suri Shanmugam, the reserve umpire, Rose Dubby, and the match referee, Dean Kosker. Our thanks to our officials and ground staff here at Utilita Bowl today. The player of the match receives a Metro Bank award and a Chapeldown Magnum of English sparkling wine. This has been selected by the written press, and it will be kindly presented by Joe Duxon, the internal communications manager for Metro Bank. Standout contender here, an outstanding 141 not out from 143 balls, a match-winning knock, no doubt about that. The Metro Bank player of the match is Lancashire's Gabby Lewis. Well, Gabby, congratulations. You've already got the champagne and the award there. Your immediate reaction here. You've only just walked off, for goodness sake.
What a game, I think, what a final. I think Hampshire, they put up a good fight, and I think we just stuck at it. I think that's a big theme for us in this second half of this season, is just to keep, sticking in the fight and don't crumble. And I think we all did that today. We knew that it was a good pitch, and even at half point we backed ourselves to chase it down. Big word that comes up amongst us is belief, and I think we showed that throughout this double phase of games, and especially in the semi-final and the final.
If you are chasing down and going to be successful in getting nearly 300, someone's got to bat a long way through. Did you feel that should be me today? I'm sticking my hand up.
To be honest, I was just trying to play every ball as it comes. I think, Saren got me through a tricky period there, and I think, everyone that came in helped me through that rut, and I think, delighted to be there at the end.
Tell us about that partnership with Sarah and Smale. It was match-defining, really.
Yeah, I think a big one for us is to just stick at it, and we run well together. And we have fun, I think, every ball we just play on its merit, and we backed ourselves to take it on.
Congratulations also on the timing of the innings. Not only did you bat all the way through, you lost a couple of partners late on. It could have got tricky, but you really held your nerve there.
Yeah, everyone that came in was an immense support, especially Ellie and Elsa at the end, and her fee as well. I think everyone came in, and took it on, and I think that's just what we needed at that period, and got us over the line.
A superb innings, no doubt. A match-winning innings, a championship-winning innings from Gabby Lewis, the Metro Bank player of the match for Lancashire. Time now for a word with the captain of Hampshire, Georgia Adams. Well, Georgia, commiserations. I'm not used to getting to the end of these white ball finals, talking to you and being the captain who's not lifting the trophy. Tough one to take?
Yeah, very tough, but when someone goes out and plays an innings like that, there's not much you can do. That was absolutely outstanding, and, congrats to Lancs, who have been a brilliant team in this tournament, and, the girls over there, they tried their heart out, and we did everything that we could, but it wasn't meant to be.
When you got to that halfway point, the innings break, nearly 300 runs on the board, you feel you had enough there?
Yeah, I mean, you know, Gabby was proving quite difficult to get out, actually, and she's played a lot of cricket with us in the past, so she was a bit of a thorn in the side, but you're always in it. You know, when you've got runs on the board and there's the pressure of a big chase in the final, you've got to keep believing, and you've got to believe and fight for every little run, dot, ball that you can get, and, you know, again, credit to the girls, because I really do think that we did that, and they just got away from us at the end.
Yeah, one or two catches not quite going to hand, just one or two slips in the field can make the difference in these tight games.
Yeah, I thought our standards were absolutely outstanding, to be fair. You know, we hit the stumps and a lot of direct hits, which is all you can ask for, and, you know, a few things just don't go your way in finals, and that can cost you a game. But, you know, I think we did a lot right today, so it's gutting to not be on the winning side.
Well, once again, thanks for the entertainment throughout the year. Commiserations today, Hampshire's captain, Georgia Adams. And now we're going to have a word with the winning captain, the captain of the Metro Bank one-day champions for this year, Ellie Threlkeld. Well, else, congratulations, 2 terrific performances in a week there. You can't ask for more than that.
No, definitely. Yeah, so proud of all the girls and their efforts. And look, everyone stood up at different times to get us over the line. And it's been a brilliant team effort. And yeah, so proud of everyone.
Just asking Georgia Adams there about having 289 to chase, and would it be enough? To be honest, it was a perfectly paced run chase.
Yeah, look, we knew it was a good pitch, so we were pretty pleased at the halfway point with our bowling performance, but knew we'd have to bat well, and that's exactly what we did. Credit to Gabby. But one of the best innings I've seen, and then the other girls who chipped in as well. It was a great effort, and stayed calm under pressure, so really pleased.
Going to mention Gabby Lewis there. With all due respect, it's not a name perhaps that everyone will know. Well, they soon will.
Yeah, definitely. She's been brilliant for us. An absolutely great girl, offered so much on and off the field, and to put a performance like that in the final shows how mature she is for her age. And look, she's got a lot more to give as well. So she's been a great signing, and credit to the way she played today. She's brilliant. And
a word here for Sarah and Smale, because they won't necessarily get the headlines. A crucial knock.
Yeah, definitely, absolutely crucial. I'm so pleased for Sarah, and she's worked so hard all year, and again, for a young player to play like that in a final, incredible stuff. And we spoke about doing the simple things well and keeping calm under pressure, and that's what we did today, so really pleased.
It's been an interesting year. It's been a year of change, really, hasn't it, for the women's game and the county's set up. It's a great way to finish it. Where do Lancashire go from here, with next year looming large on the horizon?
Well, look, we've had a really successful year, and I'm sure we'll celebrate well tonight and take some time to reflect on what we've done. And then, yeah, the hard work will start again to go again and do it all again, hopefully next year.
Well, congratulations on today. One last job for you, if you don't mind. Go and lift the trophy, join your teammates. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Ellie Threlkeld, the captain of Lancashire, is going to join her teammates now. Pick up the trophy. Probably give it a kiss. The Metro Bank champions, Lancashire! The Metro Bank Women's One Day Champions 2025.